Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2021. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler here for the final day of the week. Next week, going to be very exciting, moving over to a new patch. But for now, this is our last day on 11.12. And Chronicler, is there anything that you want to say about 11.12? Are you a fan?
Not a fan of Renekton in Italy. Hope that one's going to go. But based on what I've seen in other,
I mean, they tried. They tried. It just didn't work.
Well,
we can't really fault the Rito games for that one.
But we keep clinging on to it, and I hope that 11.15, even though there's not, I don't think any particularly relevant changes that will mean you should stop picking it. I think we collectively as the LCK should say maybe it doesn't work for us, and that's okay.
Yeah, well, I think the Renekton was okay. The Nidalee definitely lost the battle yesterday. Thankfully, we had definitive proof based on that game. There were no other external factors. It felt like it was a game of purely Renekton versus Nidalee, and Renekton won. So there we go. What do you reckon?
I'm
you think that were satisfactory laboratory conditions for that particular test?
Not in a position to argue because yesterday was rough, and I hope today will be better because I think today's matches, both of them, are amazing.
Yeah, I think actually today's going to be a very interesting one. I have some feelings about today. I don't know whether any of them are going to come true, but my feelings yesterday were often coming true, you know? Like, those were Drake predictions, things like that. Certainly was working out. Let's check out points of the match, though, as Nongshim is on a 4-match losing streak against Life Esports, but I just don't know whether that necessarily means anything because we have to take into account the current form of both of these teams, and Nongshim are definitely looking better.
Nongshim look like a very consistent and very coherent team, and we see solo POG in the top lane, or in the top lane against Damonkey was Rich, and Rich has been the weak point for Nongshim Red Force. They used to be one, not anymore clearly, because Gory's had amazing time in the mid lane thus far, and that matchup against Douche. It's
Douche.
Yeah, it sounds like French Douche.
Yeah, a little bit. Or sounds like a completely different word that I don't really want to go into. Let's talk about Gory then, because he did actually debut. Just for a little bit, just one game, took Faker's position and went up against Chovy and they lost. So now looking for some redemption, and look, based on his previous performances so far this season, could imagine that smart money is probably going to be on his side of the fence. And you have a look at the stats and you sort of understand why that is the case. Life Esports, the early game has really just not been super good. I think this has to do with some issues in the jungle, some lack of lane priority, things like this that has been really biting them.
A bigger problem for Life is that even if they do get a lead, which as you pointed out barely happens, then they don't necessarily win. Whereas Nongshim, I don't think their early game is one of the strongest that we have. We can see that their gold at 10 generally, not really high, but then if they do have a lead, they're insane. And if they don't have a lead, they can still always come back.
Well, let's introduce Life Esports onto the Rift first. We are going to be saying hello to Arthur once again. Johan is not going to be on the field. You can tell because there's no massive amount of blonde hair coming through next to whichever top laner they've chosen. This time around it is going to be Dudu once again, or Douchai, as our Korean community does like to say. And this, I think, has been, for the meta currently, the best lineup that we've seen, or the most successful that we've seen. So I think a lot of people are going to be pretty happy with the fact that Life are fielding this particular roster. I've loved that Deft and Vista have been looking better and better, but now they're up against these gentlemen. Docdam and Kellen have looked so good, managing to get their hands on, once again, Docdam's favorite amount of years, 200 of them there towards the bottom side of the map. Kellen's Thresh also fantastic. And this team just going from strength to strength. And if that man that you can see in the front is going to continue just getting better, Nongshim can just go from up to up even more, man. I feel like the noodle stock is rising.
And it's not something that I really expected. I was not on the Nongshim hype train. There was, of course, Wolf, you know, from the beginning of the year. I was on the Live Sandbox stocks, and both of those stocks have been doing well. But Nongshim have looked not only better in terms of individual performance, Gory providing so much new life into this team, but Rich getting solo POG, basically
against someone here as well, which is also
insane,
impressive.
Right? And it goes so far against what we've seen from the player, the narrative that has been built up against him. And here today, for Hanwha Life, it's also going to have to be a turnaround, because while I agree with you, they've been looking better, Deft and Vista have in particular looked better than their spring form, but the team as a whole still feels very far off the magic that we saw back in spring, whereas Nongshim, they look good, their weak spots don't seem to be as weak anymore. And then where do you find the opening to take down the Noodle Boys?
It's going to be very difficult, and also Peanut, when he senses blood in the water, he is kind of like a shark, and I imagine that the junglers on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, no matter which one you're fielding, Peanut's going to feel pretty confident into. However, we are going to go back to that historical matchup that Gory obviously remembers from a couple of years ago up against Chovy, and can Chovy continue to put this gentleman in his place? Having a look at some of these CS and experience numbers, Chovy definitely doing very well, isolated in his lane. We want to get him out of that lane though, just a little bit more than he is currently.
Because I don't think that you can look at these stats and go, Chovy, you know, his damage for gold is horrible, he's not playing well, he just takes resource and then doesn't do anything with it. But I do think that Chovy is not looking as good. I don't think it's in the stats, I just think it's in how the player looks, how he moves around the map. Think back to that Yone series that we saw in spring, where the Chovy magic was there, and that has not been the case for him, whereas Gory honestly impressed me from the beginning of the split, has been picking up POGs consistently as well, and has just held his own in lane against basically everyone, and then out of lane has that killer instinct that I feel like a lot of our more traditional teams are lacking. I don't have to tell you this, because you sat through a complete lack of killer instinct yesterday evening.
Yes, I did. It was not so great, but you know, it's okay. One cool stat for Chovy is the fact that he hasn't actually lost yet on the Nocturne. Nocturne being a very good pick for him at the current moment. And we'll see whether that is going to slink up the priority list, because of course we did see it banned a fair bit yesterday, but Rich has also been enjoying a bit of the Nocturne as well. Nongshim does like to play it basically anywhere they can put it, so looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go. I think that this is going to be a very important game for Hanwha Life Esports. If they can win this, moving towards round 2, this could be the rebirth of Hanwha Life, because you could imagine that the confidence levels are not very high for this team, but after their win against DRX, yes, it's DRX, but still it's momentum. See whether they can show us a little bit more of that, because that wasn't even necessarily them playing against a much weaker team. It was Hanwha Life Esports actually looking proactive and looking coordinated.
And I agree with you, but simultaneously we also need to remember that it is easier to look proactive against a team with more apparent flaws and more apparent weaknesses. And that's why I agree with you. Today's game, or today's series rather, is incredibly important for Hanwha Life. They're currently 9th place, their win rate, 2 wins, 5 losses. That's not enough for players of this caliber, right? Like, it's not going to be satisfactory until they make playoffs at the very least. And if you lose here today, you're 2-6, and you have, I think, 3 more games to go in the first round. That's not a lot. You know, that's not really a position you ever want to be in. Whereas for Nongshim, if they lose here, it's not the end of the world. But with how they've been looking thus far, tough one for Hanwha Life. Yeah, very good. They've learned that don't give Aphelios fresh over to Nongshim. Just don't do it.
It's a good one. That was definitely a lesson that we saw learnt on the Rift a couple of days ago. So it is going to be taken into account. Hanwha Life Esports also taking away the Karma, which is quite interesting. Just going to try and take away from bottom lane power, I guess, because of course the Ezreal Karma has been winning a lot of lanes. And protecting the bottom lane, I think, is a really, really good strategy here for Hanwha Life Esports. I was sort of thinking about this matchup and thinking about where Nongshim's really going to be able to take over. And of course, the top lane and in the jungle is an obvious place for them to win. But if the bottom lane doesn't do well for Hanwha Life Esports, they're ruined. I don't see a way for them to win.
And this very span to me signals a possible Ezreal first pick for Hanwha Life. Ezreal is a pick that I think is still incredibly strong, but he does have 2 AD carries that are really, really good into him. That's Varus and Kalista. Now, with the Lee being left open, I wouldn't mind seeing that first picks. If Nongshim can then pick up the Rumble and the Ezreal, still think they'll be decently happy, even though you do give up a fair amount of solo lane power.
Yeah, it's interesting because Nongshim have a couple of schools of thought that they can go towards here, because Diana has been much, much better than she was when she debuted. And Viego has been launching himself up the priority list as well. So Viego's set going to be considered here. And then Peanut gets one of either Diana or the Rumble, depending on which one Humble Life Esports do not pick. So I really like this for a choice, and they can flex this Viego around if they would like to as well. Try and get them into the right lanes.
And as Humble Life, I think this is where you say, hey, they are probably going to draft Diana as well if you leave it open. Let's just draft something with range. They have committed to an aggressive short-range style. Let's go for Ezreal. Let's go for Rumble. You know, these picks that can work very well from a distance.
Wait!
That's no.
Yeah, that ain't it. Well, there you go. Okay.
You banned the Varus as well. Like, it's perfect deft.
Yeah.
It's so good. The Ezreal would have been so nice, but no.
No, do you know what's going to happen? Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Now we're going to completely destroy the 80 carry pool. So
It's
this
deft.
fan is going to get locked in, and then Deft Sivir is going to come out, and it's going to be the fastest Crocodile in history, and Chovy's going to go 11-0.
Yes.
That's the plan.
That is the only possible explanation for this. Now, in a vacuum, it makes sense. The Renekton, I think, has a pretty decent matchup into the set, as we've pointed out
about
often.
that before, yeah.
And it's also a pick that Chovy very clearly likes. So in that regard, it does make sense. However, I think that with Nongshim showing that set Viego, you know that Diana is going to follow the moment you pick up the Rumble, and locking in a pick that can deal with range with this is, I think, a lot of a safer bet. But instead, now you're forced to ban out the Ezreal yourself, because an Ezreal pick here would mean pretty horrible things for you, as a lot of the power picks have been taken away. Kench ban here would really, really bring us to the depths of support, and might lean towards a Kaiser Nautilus here from Nongshim if they don't take that away, because that would have worked very well with the composition, right? Does really well into what they already have, and this Lulu ban also important because it does the same thing. And now I guess you can leave the Kench open here as Hanwha Live, because Nongshim can't really pick one half of a Kench duo, right? Because then you pick Jinx, Aphelios, Senna, Kench, and then they're kind of stuck with it. And if they first pick Kench, then you can still look for a punish. But yeah, I really would have liked to see a different approach, because I think as Hanwha Live, you can still win this game, that's completely fine. But this is already leaning towards a kind of composition where if you fall behind early, it is very, very hard to ever come back. And as Hanwha Live, with your early game as it is right now, is that the approach you want to
we're doing it!
Okay.
They're Ziggs in the Ziggs team. That's what they're doing right now. Obviously, you know, if you can remember back, Chovy was our resident Ziggs player in the mid lane, and Deft was our resident Ziggs player bottom lane, but Dr. Arm's going to steal that one away from them. Deft will know what he wants to play into it. As, look, I get my dream! I told you this was going to happen! Oh, I'm so happy. I am so happy. Pack Sivir in the bottom lane. Kellen's laughing a lot. You can, of course, get a lot of spell shield value with all of these bombs being dropped. And now Kellen's looking very quizzical as Yuumi comes in alongside the Sivir as well. She's going to be running real fast.
It's really smart, because I think the Leona here is nice, and it will provide you with some potential to get some early pressure in, but Ziggs, obviously not known for his early lane pressure. His poke is nice, but against the Yuumi it's not going to be the biggest deal. Has also been buffed, the reason why we've seen Ziggs. He's been showing up in like second round bans a little bit left and right as well.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of it.
Yeah, not every team clearly plays it, but ever since I think the biggest thing is that his bomb becomes way more reliable than it used to be. I still think, even with the Sivir, I like the Nongshim team cut more. They have a lot more ways that they can play, and I think that the Ziggs bomb in late game team fights is going to be disgusting when combined with Set and Diana, because you don't have a Rumble, but you do
know
have...
what that Ziggs bomb is?
Huh?
That's mana for Deft. That's what that is. Does not mind about it one iota.
I can notice how happy you are that the Sivir actually got locked in, and I get it.
I've got pastry time going through my head right now, you know? It's all just Deft what the hex, and that's all I can hear. It's all I can hear. Looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do on the champion. Of course, it is going to be a rough laning phase. It's a Ziggs, right? But he does have his little kitty cat on a book as well, and the thing that this really does is it allows Vista to make Chovy more of a champion than the Renekton has been so far on this patch. And I think that the augmentation of this Hanwha Life roster and with this composition is actually really cool. Whether it's actually going to work and whether or not the top lane is just going to fall apart, things like this, that is going to be the big question. But we've got Do Shy up there on the top side of the map. Thank you very much, LCK crew, for giving us that little nickname. And him up against Rich could be something that he might be able to prey upon, but it is Viego. We've seen Lee Sin versus Viego in that long lane on the top side of the map just not work for the Lee Sin. So Dudu's going to have to be a little bit better.
I really like the Dusha nickname, but I feel like Dududunga was also amazing.
I mean, that's why he's called Dudu.
Yeah, but now he has 2.
True.
Right?
I mean, Dududunga doesn't necessarily make you. It doesn't make you seem like you're very good at League of Legends because it's a TFT thing. So
you can be good at both.
You can. However, I just don't think that they use the same skill set. So if you play too much TFT, you don't get better at League of Legends.
You speak from experience. Clearly.
Absolutely.
That was. I feel like that was what you were adding towards. Okay. When we look at the early game, I think that the Nongshim side has really, really good setup, but they're a little bit slower in tempo. Arthur is expected to have a little bit of an edge in terms of how fast he can get through his own jungle, which means that the Rumble is expected to show up a little bit earlier. And I think that the early power from the Diana is a little bit less.
Yep.
But then at the other end, the dueling potential of both the Set and the Viego cannot be understated. The same can be said for Lee and Chovy, or Lee and the Renekton. So that top side, it feels like a very consistent theme. Basically everywhere that we've seen. So that's nice trade from Gory there.
Yeah, Gory really going. Walking up and just getting a bit of biffo happening.
Because it is just execution, right? Like both of these two teams have insane skirmishing power on top side. It's just about how well is it utilized and what can they get out of it? How is it set up? How is the prio used? Because I don't think either team necessarily is 100% the edge. It just depends on who is able to burst down someone else first, who gets those Conqueror stacks, and then it is very snowballing on the top side of the map. Meanwhile, bot side of the map should have had nothing happen at all, rather, ever.
Well,
because
I don't know whether that's going to happen because Kellen's on the Leona, so I think stuff is going to happen. Whether it's going to be good or not for either side, I can't tell you.
But I think if you get if you set up dives, then you're fine, which is I think a lot easier into Depth Vista as they do get early prio of this lane, earlier level 2. But both of these characters have such good wave clear that setting up consistent dives is really, really hard. And then you have a teleport on one hand with Doc Dummy, you have a Leona, that's not nice to dive into, and on post 6, Yuumi is hard in of itself, and then you also have Depth with Cleanse and the Exhaust and the Heal, so I expect the bot lane to be a little bit of a snooze fest. Early poke obviously going to be better, but once some AP comes through for Doc Dummy, he will feel a lot better in this matchup.
Yeah, and you can farm from a million years away, so should be absolutely fine. Years in this case do represent distance, as Dudu punching Rich a little bit here, but as we know, Diego's going to be absolutely fine. Q had have hit, maybe something could have happened, but didn't, as Peanut is up here towards the top side of the map. Going to be met by Arthur as well, as Gory taking a bit of damage, and Chovy gets out of there. Has all of the rage stocked up as well as Arthur. This is it's an ostentatious skin, isn't it? This particular Rumble variation. Not a huge fan. It's like Dr. Robotnik Rumble.
It's not Rumble in the jungle, so I think we collectively agree that it's just not
subpar.
Yeah.
As Gory's going to get solo killed. There we go. Chovy, Crab Raven, and that's just a little bit unfortunate for our mid set.
Wow. We often talk about the power of an empowered Renekton W into a set shield.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we saw right there. So I hope we get a replay of that, because that is textbook play from Chovy there, as we should expect. But as we pointed out, I think that Chovy has looked a little bit muted. I don't think he's been a problem for the team, but he hasn't been the solution either.
He's going to have to be this game. I feel like with this Yuumi composition, with the fact that Deft is on Sivir, a lot of utility for the Renekton to really get into the backline and do some nastiness.
Well, yeah, I was setting up for that. It seems like that's working out great because he just got a solo kill, so that's, that's exactly what you want. That's what you're looking for. Yeah, not great.
No, both of our mid laners as well just have their flashes available. Everything's fine. Chovy now getting a few levels under his belt, got all of his abilities, things like that. Feeling pretty good about it. As, yeah, Gory, this is a tough time, isn't it? Oh my goodness, there's the flash, and Chovy's just going to walk away saying, I got you next time, buddy. Gory can't enter this lane. It's pretty dunzo.
The most ironic thing about this is that Gory is still up in CS against Chovy, which is very funny to me. Even though it's not very indicative of the state of the lane. The pressure that Chovy generates by doing this is actually insane. That's a teleport advantage that Life now has, which means any play.
Oh, and the lane's getting frozen on him too, or he's attempting to slow push.
He just used Haymaker. I was like, hey, is that the punish? Like,
well, Gory's dead. That's what we were talking about. As Peanut is going to turn up. Kellen gets here as well, but it looks like they're not willing to 2v2. And yeah, Gory sitting at 0-2 now, still no flash, and that flash is a long way from coming back up again. This could just happen again, over and over again. It's going to be so much easier when Arthur gets his ultimate. Oh no, Gory. It's a tough time. 2019 is it's coming back. It's all flooding back to him.
And Nongshim, as I pointed out, has a similar problem that Hanwha Life has, where yes, the Ziggs will give your composition a lot of longevity, and you can stall basically indefinitely. But if the enemy bruisers get very far ahead, the matchup is basically unplayable for you. As we see here, yeah, it's a nice Haymaker, but Chovy dodges that one easily. Peanut doesn't have the move available yet.
Chovy does so much damage. We haven't seen sort of this fed early Renekton for quite some time. I feel like a lot of people avoid the Renekton getting out of control. Yeah. It's 6 minutes into the game and he's sitting at 1-0-1, and I don't know, man. It's nice seeing what Renekton can do when under the right circumstances. Is now, yeah, Gory.
You can't play the game.
No, the game is not allowed anymore.
No, and Chovy, as Chovy does, also looking to make that laning lead bigger as an attempt at a play on Dudu here.
Yep, he's going to get stunned up. Great work from Rich. That is going to mean that Dudu is definitely dead. Goodbye. Possession going to come through, and Nongshim 3 versus 1. It's a little bit unfair, but just going to secure that one. Very nicely done.
And we talked about Renekton earlier today, and it was the LCK Renekton obviously quite horrible in terms of overall pressure, win rate, and what the champion does on the map. But we know it is an LCK thing. In the rest of the world, Renekton is fine. I think in the LPL he has like a 55% win rate, and they still highly prioritize him. So yeah, we knew the champion could be good, but as you pointed out, how long has it been since we've seen an actually fat Renekton?
I imagine as well that in scrims, Renekton is ridiculously strong, because in scrims, I imagine the LCK doesn't play this scared. No. But there is a lot of playing not to lose recently. We've had many talks about this. I don't think it's working out. And unfortunately, what happens is the drafting strategy remains the same, but the actual gameplay slows down a lot, and then Renekton sees far less success.
Gory is set on that 38 CS for like...
Oh, and Def, I think Def might be going the lethality Sivir build as well.
Oh, that's actually...
He's been playing it a lot in solo queue recently.
Yeah, but I expect this to be maybe more mana into crit, because I think generally if you go for lethality, the Dark Harvest makes more sense than the lethal tempo, because lethal tempo...
He goes lethal tempo and then builds lethality.
Whoa, that's really cool. That is kind of on par with what we've seen from Deft already. I think he was also one of the first that we saw that played the Varus.
Yeah, the Halo Blades.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see. Of course, Mirror Mana can be utilized in either build, because, of course, very mana hungry is the Sivir. As speaking of which, he's going to be wandering up this this bottom lane. It's Doctarm. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana here. And it's interesting, because Doctarm in the 1v1 kind of turns into a mana battery for Deft while he continually shoves waves towards the Ziggs.
I honestly love the lethalities, because I kind of want to go back to that, because it is a really interesting question whether... because we've seen the Varus do something similar, right, where the entire champion changes. And into a matchup, like you're playing into Nongshim, your space of actually auto-attacking is very limited, right? Because you have a Diana, you have a Set, you have a Gory.
Yeah, this is what we were sort of scared of, right?
Yeah.
Is when the Crocodile gets a cat, that's... it's not a match that you'd necessarily expect to be beautiful, but trust me, it is. As, yeah, Deft's going to continue just... Spell shield and things, getting himself a plate or two here as well as
this.
Oh man, yeah. Dudu's really getting the direst treatment here towards the top side of the map. As once again, in they come. Let's see whether Dudu's going to be able to survive. No, he's definitely dead. As the teleport comes on down as well, Rich is going to get that possession. And Chovy comes in, just takes the farm. Might be that he just gets dove himself, so does need to be really careful. And this buys a lot of space for Gory.
Interesting that they don't want to do more. Gory now trying to repeat what Chovy did to him. And he really needed this moment. He's going to freeze the lane here for himself. and tried to deny as much CS as he possibly can to ㅣ20, which is still a 30 CS lead. It's not going to be solved in a single play, but this is a start. And while the mid lane has been a bit of a disaster, the cross-map plays for Nongshim have been super good. This is the second time they found a really good punish. They don't interact with the Fat Renekton. Instead, they set up plays on the rest of the map. They force out the teleport. And of course, this teleport never really going to do anything unless you find maybe a Kicker's Doo-Doo and like stall for a little bit longer. With this amount of CC, it's basically impossible. And that is the reason why, even though there is an absurd lead for ㅣ20, we do see, as a whole, that the gold is dead even.
Yeah, and Rich has a big advantage, and Rich was our solo POG last time that Nongshim played up against Damwon Kia. And so putting your money into the Rich basket used to feel bad, now probably doesn't so much, as Peanut puts together his rocket belt, the dash cannon, as it were. We've got that mirror mana complete, so now Deft will be able to let us know exactly what variation of the Sivir is going to head towards. And now ㅣ20 making his way into the enemy jungle. Peanut just standing on his control ward. It's going to be answered here as ㅣ20 comes on through and says, nah, Peanut, this is not your jungle. As Doo-Doo and Rich are fighting, this is not very good news for Doo-Doo, but misses the Q, does Rich. As the kick could be employed, but doesn't. And Rich is going to head out. Now Arthur moves over that control vision, and Rich knows that he has to get very, very far away from this. Peanut has actually taken the Rift Herald already, yet to put it down, so we'll see where they're going to go with that one. First, he's just going to take this Drake. Cross map, it is the teleport back for Rich, as Doo-Doo now see whether this kick's actually going to work out here as the Heartbreaker. The flash, the equalizer comes in. This is a dead Viego, as Arthur will be able to make it out to safety, and they got a minion wave, so they'll be absolutely fine. Great dive, Harm alive.
Really well done. It is a cross-map play with Nongshim picking up the dragon, but Gory is kept underneath his lane, and this is where the pressure that ㅣ20 has generated in this lane really pays off, because there was a teleport and there was a flank ward available for the beginning of that play, and if Gory isn't shoved underneath his turret thanks to the Fat Renekton, he probably teleports up top, him and Rich can turn it around, and then Nongshim get dragon, get a top lane kill, turn around the play, as this is very cheesy, but I like it a lot. The pings go down, though. Seems like they might be suspecting this.
Yeah, there are a lot of pings. There's the vision pings as well. As, okay, Kellen, he's going to pop on over. And Arthur is going to be successful here. Peanut did manage to steal away the red buff, and now they're going to throw in the Herald, give Ziggs a bit of extra money. And I don't think they're going to be able to kill this, so instead, they're just going to throw out the final chapter. Bit of a snare onto Peanut. He's going to get exhausted. Super Mega Death Rocket is spell shielded, as we predicted from earlier. And now ㅣ20's trying to find his way in. Doo-Doo going to find the flash Q as the showstopper lands onto ㅣ20, but he uses that as a gap close more than anything else. Life Esports, they only get one. We've got a bit of a taste of their counter-engage capabilities.
And we see here Nongshim trying to get that execute on the turret, right? The sets of charge combined with the Herald can get the turret down from basically any HP that is available, but it is a nice counterplay. Hanwha Live, they invest a lot, they only get the kill on Callan. Yes, they keep their turret alive, but a lot of plays are getting picked up by Rich in the top side here, and I don't think he will be able to finish it on this wave. If he does, it's really good for Nongshim. And if he doesn't, it's still not the end of the world. We'll be able to get it. So that's a big swing, and that actually means that the top side player for Hanwha is a lot invested with minimal payoff. It's just a kill. Ziggs' Satchel Charge is still going to get that turret eventually without too much of a hitch.
Yeah.
And the gold league back into Nongshim's hand, but this is still a different Hanwha Life. And that makes me very happy, because this is looking like a quality game. Both teams trading back and forth.
This is actually kind of making us feel like the DRX series wasn't just the DRX factor.
Agreed.
That Life Esports are actually playing the game a lot better than they have been previously. Certainly did feel like they were in a big funk, and this is good news. However, it's only 14.5 minutes into the game, so we're just going to have to see more as the game goes on. Checking in on the CS, still a huge lead for ㅣ20, very even there on the bottom side of the map, as Doo-Doo's been able to catch up a little bit top side as well, as we're going to check out this dive once again.
It's very straightforward. Doo-Doo easily can set that up. All you need a little bit of damage. Arthur has the empowered scrap shield available. Still has the flash, but is also at the stopwatch, you know, in case that he did Yep, above all wanted to live, but very happy you can maintain it. And this again, they go this hard knowing that otherwise that turret is 100% gone. And it is a decent play, but without Chovy there from the beginning, they don't really have a way to get on top of these people. No kick available, of course, due to their topside play. Gory really nicely makes sure that Chovy can't actually get onto the rest of his team and is forced to immediately play defensively. So, in the end, that's still a worthwhile trade for Nongshim, but we're seeing signs of life for Hanwha Live. They're recognizing we can't just give up. We need to play for these objectives. We need to proactively look for mistakes. And the gold lead that Chovy has built up is going to be instrumental in that. On the other hand, Peanut is very ahead as well. So there's a lot of imbalance when it comes to the gold totals in the game at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. But what it does equate to is complete parity. Hanwha Life Esports are going to pick up Shirley. We'll see where she's going to be employed. As Chovy picking up this wave on the bottom side, as you were talking about Satchel Charge, that absolutely will just eliminate that bottom outer turret. As Rich now, yeah, we've been in this position before.
He runs, as he should.
He's going to get out of there. Gory looks for Deft with the face breaker, but he's got a spell shield. He's going to be absolutely fine. As Caulfield's Warhammer has been picked up by Deft, so looking like the lethality build is going to come through.
I do love that, as you pointed out, you were joking, yeah, that bomb is just going to be mana, and literally the first bomb that we see is actually just a spell shield for Deft.
Yeah.
It was actually perfect.
And also, I mean, I like how it works into the set as well, because there is times where he wants to flash in and grab you, but if you have the spell shield sorted out, plus you can also build the Edge of Night,
I was
so
about
you've got
to say.
double spell shields with the lethality variety. It's kind of cool.
I still think that if Nongshim ever get on top of you, it doesn't really matter. With
Yeah,
like
he's probably dead, yeah.
Between Diana, Leona, Set, and Ziggs Ultimate. But then there is a PP frontline for Hanwha Live, so that's a much definitely a case of easier said than done. Both teams have decent poke, and the Ziggs and the lethality Sivir respectively, as scared
Shirley,
for a second there.
We'll be able to get a charge. We've seen Shirley's make some errors before.
Yeah.
As this boomerang flying on through. Arthur trying to keep himself alive as that prowling projectile not really going to find too much. Chovy off towards the side. Deft in a bit of trouble here as the spell shield pretty late. And the Zenith Blade not going to land anyway. A lot of damage from the Ziggs as now Deft heads towards the minion wave. And it looks like Nongshim might just be able to grab this one for free. Life fans not exactly psyched about this, but they'll trade it for an outer turret. Now the Cloud Soul that is going to be coming through. Hanwha Life Esports have the opportunity to stack up 4 of them. This is the absolute dream for the Rumble composition. Poke Rumble incoming. I talk about it every time, but it does make me happy. As in goes Peanut, looks for Deft. They managed to get the spell shield and he is just dead. Flashes way too late. Just punished for being way too far up.
Wow, Peanut. I'm a bit speechless. That is very out of nowhere, and also kind of illustrates the point that we were talking about. I think it's good that you go lethality build, specifically because this is going to happen to you in team fights as well if you're not very far on the back foot. There's no help. There's not really any teleport plays available with the lack of... Yeah, I don't know. Deft just really grieved for the wave there.
He was greeting to stop Gory's back.
Because this isn't even... Yeah, this isn't even a... it's not even flash invested from Peanut. That's the real kicker. Deft uses his flash, Peanut doesn't. Yeah. So Peanut made that play without having to invest his own flash, just having to use the active. Getting set, it's always a bit iffy.
But this is big old Chovy. Dominus comes on in, and there's an equalizer. And Arthur's going to be gifted that kill. Chovy's probably like, hey man, could have done that by myself, but get a bit of extra gold. Not too bad.
I thought he was going to smash him towards, because he has flash, so he can smash him towards the tri-brush and then like run towards, flash towards his Leona. Didn't want to invest it, which I think is also fine. Gory's got to stop getting caught though, because getting more gold into the pockets of a fat Chovy in of itself, quite scary. Yep. When he has a Yuumi to go with him, it is downright horrifying. We do see the itemization choices come through to kind of deal with this, in the Oblivion Orb already picked up by Docdom, which will help a little as Peanut.
Yeah, finding him once again. It's another Moonfall as Deft is able to get out of the way, and the extra movement speed was enough. Wow, very impressed that he managed to get out.
They did it to use absolutely everything though. It's a flash invested from Peanut into heal, exhaust, and cleanse.
Yeah.
And the 2 ultimates, but the 2 ultimates won't be too relevant. But like all those summoners actually are. Prowler's Claw now available for Deft. I thought he was going to go for Duskblade.
Yeah, he often does go Duskblade, but
which
besides, instead, Prowler's Claw is going to be the option.
Yeah, I mean, this is the final patch where I think the item is still really good because the mobility that you get on minions is really, really nice.
Yep.
On live, of course, in the general removement of mobility options, we don't really...
Removement.
Yeah,
I like it.
Removement.
It works when you're talking about mobility, because that's a word.
It's movement,
yeah.
Let's just pretend that was the plan all along.
Cool,
It was on purpose.
Got it.
And now we are still in a dead even game. I think that the Hanwha live comp skills exceptionally well just by the virtue of having that Yuumi available, as well as the fact that in terms of gold, the gold is on their bruises, right? So in a melee situation where it is a straight up fist fight, looking good as Gory.
Yeah, he's dead again. Just no chance for anything to happen. Oh dear. That's not what you want. As yeah, we've got the Giga range ping pong here in the mid lane. As Peanut and Rich are looking to start the Baron. Okay, Dudu's going to come over and check it, I believe. And yeah, spots them in the pit, so they get the information. Dudu's going to safeguard out, chooses the right area to leave. As yeah, Peanut's going to have to back away from that one. It almost worked.
Could have worked, yeah. I think that if Rich has his Blade of the Ruined King, you know, if Dudu doesn't have the presence of mind to immediately go check that out, because we immediately saw the pings go down, that there is a possibility that that works. And now Hanwha Life is going to go into this next fight with a little bit of a gold lead, and that transitions into some really nice item leads as well.
Oh, it's just so sad, isn't it? Gory's like, I just wanted a minion wave.
He's standing next to a turret as well, so he has this feeling of perceived safety, but yeah, if there is a Fed Rumble as well as a Yuumi there...
We have like a 25-minute Flame Horizon incoming.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. This is really feeling like old Hanwha Life again, where...
Well, it's certainly feeling like old Chovy.
Yeah, I mean, Arthur's having a really good game.
He is.
I think Deft has looked a lot better, so I'm willing to believe a little bit, but fight hasn't been won yet, and if you get this fight as Nongshim...
I think that Hanwha Life, they need to grab this one, as Dudu's going to get caught on the bottom side. It's a great pick from Nongshim. Yeah. Now they have to do this without their Lee Sin. Or manage to stall for 35 seconds. I just don't think it's going to happen. Hanwha Life Esports will have to give away Soul Point, and that is not what you want to see. Thankfully for them, it is Cloud Soul. It's not exactly the most amazing, but still, you're going to be sad about it. As Chovy looking to try and catch Peanut on his way through. Yeah, Q comes in, and Peanut, will he get stunned? Yes, he will. Blast Cone going to troll him there, but beautiful equalizer from Arthur. No follow-up. They are going to be able to get out. So Peanut just happily walks down the carpet, and it's okay.
Nice attempt at a play setup. It's Dogdom that actually saves his buddy there. Because you are 100% dead if that Renekton gets even a little bit more time with your setup. And yeah, just a really nice vision trap here, right? There's no vision on the bot side. We see that Dudu thinks that he can just join the rest of his team. And he just gets blown up. And 4 versus 5, there's no way. And leading up to that, we were saying, kind of do need to deny this trade from Nongshim, because yes, Cloud Soul, not necessarily the greatest of souls, but if you look at the ultimates available for the opponents, you don't want them to have more cooldown reduction. You don't want them to have more movement speed.
Oh wow, the lethality really doing some work here. As Chovy going to get stunned. Solar Play used defensively as Gori to make his way in. They do respect it. Nongshim are going to be able to move out. And Def just go back to just taking minions from these waves. Always very satisfying watching a Silver farm, but it is just more and more ping pong as he's going to go back to base. See what he can actually complete. As the Luden's done for this Yuumi. We've seen a lot more of these very damage-focused Yuumis. And so Vista's actually going to do some work here, especially now that Vista's paired up with Arthur.
Yeah. So Gori obviously very far behind in terms of items. The rest of the map is relatively even. We do see the Horizon Falcon just now finished for Dogdom, which is going to give him a lot more damage. Obviously, that works very, very nicely on a champion with as much range as the Ziggs ultimate. Really gonna bring out a lot more pain, as well as his usual poke to come through. We see Rich, I like this, has gone for the Blade of the Ruined King, and we've seen Viego's kind of move away from the Sterex, which I personally really like, because then you are extremely reliant on your team to do damage, and now you can still fight. You know, you're a little bit squishier, but Divine Sunderer gives you a lot of survivability. Just use your stealth, weave in and out. And obviously your side laning pressure is way better with Blade of the Ruined King, as we can see there. He's not afraid at all to fight into Dudu. And I think his 2-item spike is also considerably stronger. As traps are being set up.
Yep, Def trying to find some boomerangs here. Of course, this build all about the boomerangs. Got to hit as many of those as you possibly can. There's Peanut. Oh, I've seen this one before. That is going to be another flash that comes out from Def. He is going to get the teleport as Equalizer comes down once again. Def with the ulti. They're trying to catch up to Peanut. They'll get him. As now Chovy's looking for even more. Oh my goodness, Doctor Arm. He's going to have to flash. Might have actually just escaped here, but he's going to give a bit of control over to Harmer Life as, yep, Satchel Charge gets Doctor Arm to safety. They do get one. That is it. It is the jungler though. Harmer Life, are they feeling frisky?
Nice play there by Harmer Life. Deft, yes, he almost gets taken down, but the key thing is, he didn't. He didn't. Great use of spell shield there, and I think that if you know he has flash as Peanut, you try and go for the play, and then the moment he flashes, you back off, right? But they overextend a little bit too far. I don't think you can do this though, Hanwha. You're in a Baron pit against Ziggs.
Yeah, but there is no flash, no smite, so maybe that's going to help out as Deft once again has to spell shield. Oh my goodness, the Sivir is just dead. So Yuumi doing a fair bit of damage here as Chovy looking to make his way out. Haymaker does about nothing as they do have to back away from the Baron. And Nongshim, now with positional advantage, just sticking around the area. It's just going to be the Baron dissuaded, and they'll get out.
I'm really impressed by Dr. Ziggs. If you watch how he moves around these fights and how he's consistently able to set up plays, because here, the moment that flash comes through, you're happy. You don't need to go for this. You don't have the vision on top side. Peanut just getting a little bit greedy. Chovy with a nice flank being set up as well. But here, Dokdam, like getting the fat flash over the wall, that is a hard one. And look here as well, the amount of damage he's able to do with the mines as well as just the poke. And then recognizing that a flank is going to come through, immediately getting away from the Lee Sin Yuumi on the bot side, whereas the rest of Nongshim, they're happy to just brawl there, and this is where that beefiness comes in, right? Like, sure, Gory had a really rough early game. He's still set. He's got his 2-item spike now, and this is a must-win fight for Harmer Life. And I think Nongshim's team finding thus far has shown that even with this slight gold lead, it's going to be a rough one for Hanwha.
Yeah, very much is. Gold lead is, 1.5, something like that. So this is going to be our first real 5v5, though. As it's just been a lot of catches, as maybe it'll happen again as Peanut looks for it, doesn't invest the Moonfall, going to hold on to that for the ensuing fight. The poke damage from the Sivir is something that Nongshim does need to be very careful of. As Def looks for yet another one. Has to start landing these. The Q is going to connect there onto Kellen. Dudu just trying to zone them with his presence alone. Vista there as well, remember. Final chapter going to be very important as in goes Gory. Super Mega Death Rocket, not really going to do too much, as of course that's the wrong ability name, but Deft is just already dead. Arthur goes Golden, he's going to be taken down as well as Peanut. This is just jungle superiority demonstrated in the back line as the Cat can't do anything alone, and Rich is going to be able to pick up that kill. Who's the best Lee Sin in this game? Maybe it is in fact Viego, as they will be able to get themselves the Cloud Soul, and unfortunately for Harmer Life Esports, just not able to get it together.
And Gory has a horrible game up until this point. Gets solo killed repeatedly, then dies in the side lane. But it's all worth it that he's on the set for this specific play. We talked about this combo. The spell shield has gone for Deft. Gory goes in. He just keeps everyone on that bomb. And that's all he needs to do. Like, then the follow-up damage is always going to be way too much. Meanwhile, Dokdam, sure, he dies, but it's not the end of the world as Rich is there to pick up the kill, get the reset. And beautifully split fight from Nongshim, making use of their long-range engage. And I don't know what you do there as Hanwha if your poke doesn't stick.
Yeah, well, I also get frustrated about Ziggs' ultimate name. Called it a Super Mega Death Rocket. It's a Mega Inferno Bomb.
Yeah,
but, they're so similar.
They are. Both in what they do, how they feel. Like
Yeah.
it's like mayhem bombs.
Yeah.
You know?
Just big bombs, right?
Also,
I apologize.
it's easy to poke fun of you, but then really consider how many ability names there are in League of Legends. Because
Quite
that's
a
something
few.
that's easy to forget. And then you have things like you have Frozen 2 and Glacial Prison,
Yeah.
and then Glacial Fissure.
Yeah.
And like you can go on for quite a while. And then you have ability names being removed.
Yeah.
Like Arcane Smash.
Yeah. Like the Pillar of Filth.
Yeah.
That was my favorite ability name. Just got rid of it. Pillar of Ice. It's just another glacial one. Oh no. Well, speaking of oh no, if you're a Humble Life fan, this is an oh no situation. As Gari now just happily standing in front of everything. And it's almost like he didn't go down 0-4-0 at the start of the game.
Chovy does have a Flame Horizon though, so
He does.
that's
There we go.
something. But the fact of the matter is that, as pointed out earlier, I think that the Bruisers are actually doing fine on the side of Hanwha Life, but it does feel to me right now that we talked about that combination, like the reason why Set is so strong. Yes, Set in of itself is a good champion, but it's about the setup he provides for his teammates. And there might not be a Rumble, but Diana is strong, but Dogdom clearly knows how to play the Ziggs, but in addition to that, not only does he know how to play it, they set up for him so well, right?
Yeah.
And the amount of damage that the Ziggs has done in this game is way more impactful than Defta's damage has been.
Yeah, they've just been playing way more proactively around it as well. A lot of that has to be delivered over to Peanut on his 298th game here in the LCK, as there is the ult out of Deft as Chovy looks for Dogdom in the backline, but sacrifices his entire health bar for it, has to make his way out. No one's dead just yet, as the flash will get Deft out of the way of Peanut. But now Nongshim have the health bar advantage, and they'll be able to grab at least this mid inhibitor. With a minion wave now taxiing through, Nongshim will be able to grab 2 of them. War of Attrition 1.
Now 2 inhibitors are down, Hanwha Life kind of stuck in their base, can't really move out, Flash is gone. Means that any subsequent big play coming through from Gory or Peanut is going to be that much more threatening. Peanut also still has his Flash available.
Yeah.
And it started out really well for Hanwha Life, and I still think that this is a way better looking team, as here we can see the glimpses. However, in this scenario, yet again, they just can't get onto Dogdom. Chovy does his best, and even with a Yumi, he can't stick on top of this Ziggs. And then they invest a lot. In fact, I don't think, I think I will be forced to vote for Peanut because he's been the flashiest.
Yeah.
But I want to vote for Dogdom because I'm continuously impressed by this player, and the fact that his mastery of Ziggs is as impressive as it is quite nice. But I talk about POG votes. Let's not forget that there is still an incredibly fat crocodile with a Yumi in this game. And yeah, we know what's going to be said about this game afterwards if you see this gold grab.
Yeah. Okay. Gari's going to get stunned up. That is just a lone kitty cat though, so not going to be able to find any value for it. So that is a decently large tool now taken off the board. 1.5 minutes until the Elder Drake. I mean, Humble Life Esports, they might be able to flip for it. If they can pick that one up, then their prospects are looking a whole lot better, but right now it feels like they're circling the drain. And we haven't seen any 5v5s actually work for Humble Life. We haven't seen the Crocodile's superiority or anything like that. Solar Flare not going to find any joy whatsoever as Chovy, the Dominus, does come in trying to keep himself alive, but Deft, he has no such luck. Gari gets on in here, he's able to tank up the turret really comfortably as Nongshim, their wallet's just a little bit too heavy after that Baron. And now, yeah, Chovy has survived for a very long time. He has Vista there as well, but it's just not going to be enough as Nongshim will be able to win this game. Humble Life Esports, they did find themselves a few avenues in at the beginning, but Chovy now has to just watch his Nexus fall. Just not enough. Nongshim Red Force take game 1.
And it was a good start for Hanwha Life, and I still think that this team looks a lot more like the team that we kind of have been expecting, right? From the beginning of the split, where we were like, okay, Hanwha Life, they might not be the strongest, but they should consistently be able to maintain a decent form in the matches. We see a little bit more of that. Chovy looks back to his old self, because I think the last couple of weeks were a little bit rough for him, but this is definitely good old Chovy. The mid lane, the Flame Horizon, the pressure, the solo kills. But then, as previously, it goes wrong in transitioning that, because the cross-map plays, they work out early, but then once 2-3 team fights go the way of Nongshim, they came quickly snowballs out of control for basically the entirety of Hanwha Life.
And it just seems that, you know, Dudu falling behind and not being able to find too much. Deft also getting caught out of position multiple times towards the later end of the fight. It is, that's going to be much more impactful than a set going down 0-4 at the beginning of the game.
The painful thing is, I think like obviously in the mid lane that was Deft just making a mistake. But outside of that, I think it's just, that's just the champion. Like, I don't think Deft ever really gets to play that game if you have a Yuumi, even with the Yuumi on you, because the amount of like long range dive that's available between, as said, the Ziggs, Zed, Diana, Viego, it just, there's too much, right? Like, you run out of spell shields, you run out of heals, you run out of flashes, and then there's nothing you can do. I like the idea of the Sliver, but I don't really think that the concept of the draft really worked out. And Corey, you know, his early game wasn't great, but he did recuperate very well in the mid to late game and showed us yet again why Zed is so highly regarded.
Yeah. Let's have a look at some of the damage here, as Chovy did do the most on his team. Surprisingly, it's Rich. Does double what Dudu was able to put out there towards the top side. They were definitely fighting a lot, but Rich having another great performance here today. And he's just going from better to better, man. He's really, and on such a wide variety of champions. I mean, if you're a Rich fan, you're a very, very, very proud fan right now.
I agree, and I hope that the meta doesn't stray away too far, because I think in the grand scheme of things, what was Rich's one most iconic champion? The Aatrox,
yeah.
Right? And right now, it's Conqueror, Melee, Bruisers. Sure, it's not quite Aatrox, but I am happy to see him develop.
I think that Viego is just Aatrox that's easier to play.
Yeah, it works, but he does so well on it, and previously that wasn't always the case.
Yeah, I mean, easier to play until you get the resets, and then you need to know every champion in the game. So that can be quite difficult. Thankfully, his base kit isn't too difficult to wrap your head around. But speaking of, let's just go to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether Hanwha Life Esports can fight back against Nongshim.
여기 다이브 하자.
얘네부터 올게. 네.
11을. 아뭐 못해. 레넥 노플이고. 가자. 쭉 들어가자. 레넥 노플이야 얘들아.
풀렸어.
럼블 먼저. 레넥 노플.
타워를 해줄게.
나 초식에 있고.
잡을 수 있나? 미드 그냥. 나 집중 해줄게. 집중.
리신 잡았어. 끝내.
천천히 하면 끝내.
타워 먼저. 얘들아 어차피 얘네 들어올 거니까 그때 보면 돼. 그냥 끝내면 될 듯. 그래.
미신이 내가 됐다. 대신. 나
캐리.
야, 너무 미안하다.
잘했다 저기리. 뭐야?
허수,
네?
이번 판은 재밌을 거야. 우리가 한타 덧방이야.
저 전판 졸렸어요 여기.
알았어.
엄마 공파 될 듯?
여기 라칸 있어.
공.
좋은 거 같긴 하다. 살만. 나쁘지 않은데?
야, 잘 빨았다.
이걸?
털갖고. 다 땄다, 이거.
와 이거 뭐야 키아나?
죽여놔. 설계야? 설계. 나 혼자 암살 각이나 가야겠다.
나를 잡나? 와우.
나 물렸고. 아 나 원컵 나네.
좋은데?
키안 좋은데? 아 버스 탔네. 감사합니다 형님들.
나 이기고 싶다. 아 우리 미들 롤킹이야.
그래 이기자. 내가 잘할게. 내가 콜 좀 잘할게.
천천히 해봐,
천천히.
살면서 싸움 바로 돼.
떼면서 천천히.
죽어 싸움 바로 돼. 괜찮아.
가자 천천히 가자. 나이스. 야 미드.
아이 천천히 안 끝나. 침착하게.
아니야, 끝나.
실수만 제발 하지 마.
밀어내자. 나이스.
나이스.
야 중렬 억울 끌수 있어.
나왔어. 이겼어.
가자. 몰배.
골배 죽여.
슈퍼 캐리. 나이스 바텀.
쌈들게. 오케이.
미안하다 얘들아. 끝내.
타워. 제발 형들 타워 쳐줘.
얘들아. 이겼어. 나 진짜 나 울것 같아.
나 롤킹, 너네 나 못 이겨.
지우 형 헷갈릴 뜰래?
나 방판 올게.
형 뒤에 집에 찍은 건 뭐야?
집에? 나 널 지배하려고.
오. 아이 말래? 어? 앙? 되겠냐 이게?
왜 안 돼 이게?
지우 형 개 못한다 근데.
진혁아 시우 형 서포터라 그런 거 몰라.
그런가?
야, 너 싸가지 없는 말을 하나? 이래 짱센데?
이래 원래 세지. 그냥 5스택 이래한테는 덤비면 안 돼.
덤벼 될것 같은데? 너 잡았어.
아
뭐야? 5스택 이렐인데 왜 내가 이겨? 이나?
그러게.
리?
리.
일단 거긴데 내가 볼 때.
기나, 너 가만히 좀 있어. 탑에서 캠플이나 해가지고 궁이나 써라고.
그니까.
정글 서포 이래는 안 된다니까?
예! 너희가 아니란 생각.
잠시만. 이거 내가 이 맞췄으면.
나오세요. 갈게. 내가 2대2에 수고. 다음에 내가 일을 할게.
진혁이 부들부들.
혹시 물 하나만 줄 수 있나요? 카나 선수. 감사합니다.
빨리 끝내자. 나도 그만할 때마다 불안하다니까. 믿어. 나 소식해.
이거 나쁘지 않아. 싸맞아. 이길만해. 이겼어.
나
우리 천천히 해. 사일러스 죽었거든. 빼.
내가 흥분 안 하면 될 듯. 나 좀 침착해라고 말해주면 좋을 것 같아 한타 때.
얘를 잡으러 가야 될 것 같은데.
하나만 막아야 돼.
잡으면 장록이네.
나 잡으러 올 것 같은데. 이거 얘들아 장로 나갈 거야.
이거 나 지금 집이라도 꺼낼게.
발언으로 막자. 우리 또 싸움 하지 말자 당분간.
펜치공 3렙이 엄청 길지.
나 3렙까지는 안 해봐서 몰라.
길어.
오늘 이 판 이기는 사람이 오늘 경기 이길 거야.
화장실 가고 싶다.
쌈 보자. 죽어 쌈. 애들아 죽어 쌈 보면 돼.
갈게.
유산
노플이야.
그라스 노플.
드라부터 볼게.
그라 잡았어 얘들아.
나 일단 죽긴 하겠다.
안 죽으면 좋긴 한데.
잡아야 돼. 잡았다.
장로 30초.
머리 박았네. 왜 이렇게 불하냐.
궁 하나 되게 신중하게 써야 된다 이거.
이번에 진짜 끝내자.
위에 살짝 봐줄게. 노플.
그만.
오케이. 뺄게. 펜치공 뺐다.
클리어하자 다시. 잘했다. 맞았어. 아 괜찮아. 지금 가볼 생각하자. 앞으로 가볼래?
타워 쳐.
아니야 쌈바.
타워
얘들아
쳐야 돼.
세트 노플이야.
타워 쳐. 끝났어.
타워 쳐? 오케이 타워 쳐.
나이스.
아 진짜 얘들아 우리 집중하자. 우리 진짜 집중 못하면 이렇게 된다.
미안. 개웃기네.
and welcome back to the LCK Analyst Desk. This is the final day of the week and we are kicking off with Hana Life Esports versus Dongsin Radforce, joined by P3 and Nuclear. Dongsin Radforce is currently on the second place and they were taking on Hana Life with a huge momentum, and actually they were able to secure a win. And we saw Ziggs AD carry or rather bot lane coming out. This champion is proven on other regions as well, and this champion has taken off in the solo queue as well. So a lot of people were actually aware of the fact that this is pretty viable in the current meta. We were waiting for it for so long. Hana Life Esports is originally a team that usually played this champion, so it was really impressive to see that actually Dongsin Radforce decided to play this pick. Sivir and Yuumi also didn't have a lot of action to show their strength in this game. Another advantage that Ziggs brings to your team is that this champion can allow more of the options on the top side of the map. They allow their solo laners to play AD champions. So Ziggs looks like a very strong pick here in the LCK in the current patch, and together with Leona, he can stand in lane, but when Leona is away making some roams on the other side of the map, he has to be really cautious. He has to, hug the turrets, just farming the minions with his ability, but still, Dokdam in this game managed to pull off that play very effectively. Now here's the first replay where Hana Life Esports got overextended and lost the trade so bad around the Herald and also around the top lane. Chovy started off this game with a solo kill onto that set, so maybe they got overexcited about their power that they had. 3 of the players were invested on the mid lane, which means Dongsim can easily start off the Herald and use their Herald and make a rotation towards the top lane. Rumble Yuumi exposed themselves on the mid lane, which means Dudu is under a big trouble. If Hana Life, committed so hard on the mid lane and rotated to the right-hand side of the map, they had to either secure the Drake or at least try a gank on the bottom lane. However, Hana Life didn't take the Drake, they didn't exert pressure down on the Ziggs, who was left alone in lane. So it was really awkward to see this kind of a decision making from Hana Life Esports, and because of that, Ziggs was able to stay untouched by himself in that lane. And we also want to break down the rune choice of Arthur on Rumble. Usually, Rumble doesn't really take inspiration, Usually the mainstream rune choice is Ultimate Hunter in Domination in order to get some cooldown reduction on his ultimate. But this time around, Arthur took inspiration, the Cosmic Insight. This is a must-take rune as a jungler because of the cooldown on your summoner spell. However, because of that, in order to have their upgraded smite for the 8-minute Herald fight, so Arthur wanted to get some extra power for the 8-minute first Herald fight. However, he wasn't able to pull off the play according to his rune choice. So we also want to show if Arthur took Ultimate Hunter instead, he could have gotten 13 seconds cooldown reduction on his ult and then put that equalizer onto that low HP enemies. That 13-second cooldown was so big, that was right when Diana was running away under the turret. So if Arthur instead took that Domination Ultimate Hunter rune in this game, maybe Hana Life Esports could have earned more kills and scored more kills and extended their lead. When Pittori actually reminded me about this, I was so surprised. This could be a really useful tip for the junglers. You know, a lot of people are always so caught up with the first Herald fight. So if you are going to commit so hard for that Herald, well, you should take the inspiration room. But if you are looking for some bloody actions, maybe you should consider taking the Ultimate Hunter in domination. And here's the second replay where Nongshim Redforce secured their Dragon Soul. The best part of this fight was Nongshim always knew where Lee Sin was, and Dudu was always on a position of very disconnected from his teammates in order to find some access on the back line in order to get a kill onto the Ziggs, but which means Yuumi was always there with him together. So Hana Life had to fight 3v5 in order to pull off this team fight, because that Lee Sin together with Yuumi were always looking for a flank angle. And Yuumi was also a champion that Sivir only had to peel off one of the enemies' collapse. So Sivir was always left alone in the back line, always getting targeted by the set Diana on the Rift. So I'm a little bit unsure about Yuumi clinging together with Lee Sin, maybe staying together with Renekton in order to protect Sivir in the backline could have been a lot more effective. The player of the game on the side of Nongshim Redforce will be Peanut on Diana. Third POG of the LCK Summer Split. Peanut did a lot of work in this game, especially finding some solo kill onto the Sivir and also keep exerting pressure onto that lonely AD carry on the side of Hana Life Esports, and he made a lot of rotation together with Kellen on the other side of the map. This game started off with a huge loss for Nongshim Redforce for sure. Having a solo kill happening during the laning phase is a huge accident, but Nongshim stayed calm and they were able to find a breakthrough in this game. Kellen and Peanut together were so proactive in order to make counterplay into the playstyle that Yuumi could afford in this game. 6 out of 12 votes secured by Peanut, and Hana Life is a team that took down DRX 2-0 in the previous match. But this is a huge momentum swing for them if they get to lose this once again, so we're heading back to game number 2.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the amazing translation, as per usual. And yeah, a lot of talking about Ultimate Hunter throughout that particular analyst desk. I really liked the deep dive. And thank you so much, Ji-sun. That didn't sound very easy to translate that entire thing. So huge kudos. She's just so good. I don't think we deserve Ji-sun, to be honest. She's just too fantastic.
Does anyone?
That's
true. We
true.
just sit here. We make jokes about video games, but
then the real work gets done by Ji-sun during the break.
Yeah,
it's true. Let's try and up our game for game number 2, and let's hope that Hana Life Esports can do the same thing, because it was a bit of a rough one. Chovy getting those solo kills, really having that pop-off performance, and then, as is the way with Hana Life Esports, they sort of crumble. They sort of run out of energy halfway through the game, and it felt like they really did not have much that they were able to get done. And it was just a little bit sad. So let's hope that this time around it's going to be a little bit better, as Hana Life Esports are going to choose blue side yet again. And I'm very interested in the jungle priority, because I think that Diana is just, especially in the Rumble matchup, is just better with the way League of Legends is played at the moment.
I think it's Diana's set. I think that Diana without
we saw Diana Nocturne also do the same thing.
Well, yeah, okay, but like you should also not let Nocturne go through.
How many bans do we have though?
Oh, a limited amount, but like don't give over a combination of those, that's for sure. And they chose blue side, but I actually think that as we get deeper into the current meta, we have seen more teams opt into red side as a choice when they lose. And I actually think that is kind of legit, because you are pointing out very succinctly, like, what is the problem in the current meta? It's that, honestly, you just want one of the AP junglers that here we regard as high level, which will be the Diana and the Rumble, right? Neither of which are regularly getting banned. with a set. If you get that combo, it doesn't matter which of the two it is, like, it will do really, really well. And then for Nongshim at that Ziggs, because we didn't really talk about it, but I was happy to see that Kalen also got 3 or 4 votes.
Yeah.
Because I thought his Ziggs was really good, and it ties into a larger lack of flexibility that the LCK has traditionally shown. And when teams start picking up things like the Ziggs, I personally also would not mind the Swain, especially in the amount of ungodly dive that we currently have, right? Because, like, imagine playing Swain instead of Ziggs in that last game. Like, the matchup into, instead of Sivir, because the matchup into the Ziggs obviously is not the greatest, but like the dive becomes so much harder. You can buy Zhonya's, and we all know how good that item is, and it looks like we're gonna have the exact same thing here for Nongshim.
Ooh, thinking about Rumble instead of Diana. I personally think that that's not quite as good. Just because the set Diana is such a great combo that we saw last time, but it is still just going to be the Rumble for Peanut. Does have a bit more flexibility and just, you know, fits into more of these matchups. But let's see whether Humble Life Esports are going to pull the trigger on the Diana themselves. You could just go for something like a Gwen and then go the Gwen Lee Sin route.
Oh my
and then,
god.
Yeah, Chovy Zakali could come through. What is happening there? That is so cute. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we are going to get Chovy Zakali. So this is actually really exciting. It is going to be a bit of a change-up between Viego and the Lee Sin. Either of those can be top lane or jungle, theoretically, but we're expecting Dudu to be playing the Viego into Rich. And what is Gori going to be locking away now? They do see all of the solo lanes face up. Gwen LeBlanc being considered into the Akali. Okay.
So LeBlanc is kind of risen as one of the stronger picks into the Akali. Also, as you pointed out, kind of solidifies our theory that Rich will be playing that set in the top side, because I don't think that's necessarily a given. But I do think that with the lock-ins as they currently are, I expect that to be the case.
The Yuumi ban comes through.
Just to be sure. I don't think the Yuumi had the biggest impact last game, but it is a pick where if your team gets ahead and you're playing into Yuumi, like, you literally can't do anything. Now the real question is Nongshim going to ban, I want to say Lissandra, but like I can't even say it as a joke because the 3 lanes, like the top side is already locked in. You can't go Lissandra anymore, right? It's not an option, but it was just so good last time that we saw that I want it to be a thing.
No. Okay, so it could happen. Dudu's playing Akali. We've got Lee Sin Senna bottom lane.
Oh.
And Chovy plays Lissandra.
Thank you.
There we go.
Yes.
So it could happen.
Yes.
That's not a prediction because it's probably not going to happen. However, would be funny.
It could. Well, you know, you pointed at the Sivir today, Atlas, so thus far, you've been on point.
I think that maybe Senna Tom Kench is what Hanwha Life Esports are looking for. I don't know how I feel about it, but I feel like that might be where they're going. Soraka going to get banned, and that is telling me that indeed Tom Kench is a consideration.
And now as Nongshim, you can just lock in. Well, it's actually interesting.
Do you take the Tom yourself?
Go for here. Yeah, I'd say so. I think you lock in Tom, and then because Tom is really good into what Hanwha Life has. And then you can pick Jinx, you can pick Aphelios, right? Like, there's a bunch of options. So I actually really do like that.
Ooh, wow, picking away the Senna.
But that means that Rich might still pivot, right? Because that means that the set Senna is an availability now, because Kalen surely will do very well on that. So it gives you a little bit more flexibility.
Rumble Senna.
Sure.
That's, I think that was a thing one time or something like that.
Yeah.
And then, then they last picked Diana. As Kog'Maw Lulu looking to come in. I think Tom Kench would be better to deny that.
Yeah, I think so as well, but
they also put a lot into denying it, but it is going to be the Lulu. And now Nongshim just last picked Tom, I guess.
Yeah, it feels worse though, right? Maybe you just go for, I guess Seraphine is still open.
I want the Diana last pick, I really do.
Would be very cool.
It would be very cool. Whether it's good, I don't know, but...
Well, we can look at that once against Luxem, but I think it will just be Tom, and that doesn't feel great as Nongshim. But it doesn't feel horrible either. I think Tom still has a lot of value. It's mainly the fact that this Kog'Maw Lulu bot lane is going to just freely scale up. So does your Senna, but Senna also in this matchup specifically won't get nearly as much of the traditional Senna, you know, poke out as many souls as you possibly can into a double-ranged matchup that's a little bit harder.
Yep.
But the Tahm Kench is really, really good into Lee Sin, into a Akali, as it will be Arthur on the Lee, Dudu on the Viego top, which I think does make sense.
I think it's going to be a difficult game for Tahm Kench as well, because Whimsy, so the polymorph is really valuable to avoid the Devours. You can just polymorph the good old Tahm Kench and then burst down your target. And with a lot of, you know, burstability from this composition, it certainly is an option, but...
Yeah, it's a hard one for me, Atlas, because I do like the bot lane. I think the bot lane is an edge, but if you look at how these compositions function as a whole, we have the exact same issue. Like, Lulu is nice, but just the Lulu ultimate isn't enough against Zed, Rumble, and LeBlanc.
It feels like we're dealing with a matchup which is individually good on the side of Life Esports, but as a team good on the side of Nongshim. And unfortunately for Life Esports fans, the way you win is as a team. And Nongshim have certainly been demonstrating that that's been working. That's why they are second place in the LCK at the moment. And unfortunately for Hanwha, they are well and truly towards the bottom. But Chovy is now on the Akali. You can't help but get excited about that.
But even there, you're playing into one of the generally considered pretty decent counters into the Akali. It's not the be-all end-all, but LeBlanc has a rather comfortable matchup into her, has a lot of kill pressure, or at least enough pressure to keep the Akali on the back foot. Chovy also going to have to go fleet just to deal with the continuous damage that's going to come through from the LeBlanc, so can't go Conqueror, which makes Akali that more terrifying in longer skirmishes, which, again, with what we see here on top side, might definitely happen.
Whoa. Okay, Gore's going to pop on over, gets his ward down, and Chovy's like, hey man, I'm right here.
It's rude.
It is. As the present Amumu, Cloud Templar not working today, however, would appreciate any sort of Amumu reference, I am sure. As I'm a bit sad. Every time, I feel like Deft picks the Reindeer Cogmore a lot, and it just makes me remember the fact that Sona is just never played in this game, ever. Because their combo, the Silent Knight Sona and the Reindeer Cog, with being able to sing together, oh, it was so cute.
It is. Aww. Rip Sona. Remember Sona, Tarek? That was a dark time.
It was a dark time, especially for the LCK.
Yeah, we were not good at it.
We were not. Oh. There was a certain famous game at Worlds.
Do we have to?
Yeah,
do we have to talk about this, Atlas?
Yeah, sometimes you have to reminisce in a negative way.
I was still, you know, just an LCK fan back then.
Yeah, well, maybe not that day.
I still was, but it didn't feel good.
It did not.
It did not feel good. Quite the opposite, I'd personally say.
It was a different time. As we'll see how well Deft is going to do. Of course, Lulu going to help out in the laning phase quite a lot, but you can see that Nongshim get to that level 2 first and are able to pretty comfortably shove, even if Harmalife are dodging almost every piercing darkness that comes out from Doctor. Deft, do you mind? It's just, he's a very noisy champion, isn't he?
Ogmog, yeah.
As Dudu gets the dash, and Peanut spotted on that ward. Everyone has taken my favorite ward skin as well. I think maybe that's why sometimes it sounds like I'm biased towards Life Esports, because they all have my ward skin, which feels really good. As Dudu and Rich are fighting, but this is one that Lee Sin does not win, we know that, as Arthur is going to blast cone his way out of the way of Peanut.
Ooh, nice heat management as well from Peanut. In case that there is any contest coming through, can be dealt with quite nicely. Also, Peanut did go for domination after after hearing the casters. You know, maybe he was
yeah, maybe he was watching it. As for some reason, I decided to talk about the Viego set matchup like it was exactly the same as the Lee Sin Viego matchup, and it's somewhat similar with the amount of power that you will have as the Viego, but I imagine that Rich is probably just going to be able to try and weather the storm a little bit more effectively with his bevy of defensive options. Chovy, 70% win rate, not too bad. 10 KDA, that's some Chovy statistics right there.
Having the high KDA is one thing, but then also seeing like 70 free kills makes you go, oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Very good.
He's been pretty good at the Akali. We remember the utter domination of the Harmer Life Esports versus Gen G match. I think that everyone remembers the Yone game, but I almost think that the Akali game was more impressive from Chovy. Or it was definitely basically him winning by himself, but we've seen that that hasn't worked this season. A lot of people ready for Chovy to once again have a performance like that.
It's interesting, Death has gone for a couple of extra levels in E here early on, and generally, last time we saw him play the Kog'Maw, he went for the tanky build where you go for an early Wits End. Yeah. And generally with that build you go for the W max, so I wonder what the reasoning behind that E is, if you want to set up easier plays together with your Lulu, or whether there is any other. See if he's going to maintain that, or whether he will swap away and go for the W max, which is a bit more common.
And then he goes back to base and buys Doran's Ring Dark Seal, and we're like, what the heck? He's playing AP Kog'Maw?
Hey, it could be a thing, you know? I don't think it's likely. Is Peanut just completely ignoring Chovy? I don't know if
Very
that's
nice
the way.
of him, is it? Yeah. Big Raptor is going to reset, so Chovy did keep that one alive. Peanut behind Arthur a little bit when it comes to the farm and things like that, but not going to feel too worried about it as the chains will collect Chovy. He's almost made it out of the woods though, level 5 right now. So the Akali going to be pretty fine. Actually winning in farm, of course, because it's Chovy. Somehow these things happen. Something Akali's difficult in the laning phase early. Something Chovy.
I think we have firmly established within the LCK that normal rules don't really apply when it comes to Chovy in the mid lane.
And farming, yes.
Yeah, specifically. I mean, just in general, his laning is exceptional. Peanut's still level 4, pretty far behind with the amount of attention that he has been paying towards invading, I say, as he invades. Just to place a ward this time.
Alright, that's our showstopper as Dudu's going to dash his way out. Heartbreaker comes on through here as only level 4 for Peanut, so can't exactly drop a rug underneath the Viego.
It's also teleport already invested by Rich, right? So Dudu, it's actually not the end of the world. Like, this doesn't actually gain Rich anything. It was, I think, maybe an attempted setup. If Dudu tries to path towards the bot side.
This is aggressive, as okay, they are going to face check. Q lands, but Arthur not wanting to go for anything here, respecting that Peanut could have been in position for a counter gank, and with how they were walking, maybe that's what they assumed. It did look a little bit interesting for us.
Yeah, could be the case. Peanut, of course, coming up from a fresh back, so didn't actually, as you point out, know what he was up to. Has now hit level 5. And generally the Rumble is fine. It's the clear speed is just due to his early presence paid. And there we see it was actually just 2 levels in the E. Death now gone for the rest of his points into the W. Yep. So no big surprises there. Maybe a little bit more immediate trading and poking power early on. As we do see that as a whole, not a lot is happening. Chovy's up 10 CS. Half of the course, and the rest of the map, not too much action happening. We do see an invade coming down towards the top side, and Lulu roaming. Not necessarily the scariest, but still needs to be respected.
Yeah, Peanut going to come on over here. Spots that there is a bit of a problem happening in his jungle, and now just going to face check and likely die. Equalizer goes down, but it's just to have a bit of a party. Another Crab Rave comes on through here. As, yeah, Gori stuck in his lane, and Peanut falling early, and these rumbles that we see all the time, I don't know, man. Maybe the Diana would have been better. I don't know. It's weird, right?
I don't think that's a Rumble problem.
Yeah, I know. But it's just
he walked.
This is the Atlas result-based analysis situation, and it's like, I don't know.
I first want to talk about in earnest what happened there, and then we can talk about the Rumble versus Diana, okay? Yep. How Diana definitely would have gotten a 1v3 kill there.
She would have, yeah, 100%. I mean, actually, I just don't think that he's going to face check if that's going to be the case. Because he's Diana, it's different. No, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. He could throw a Q. Yeah. It could work. No, Peanut face checking when, like, you might not expect the Lee Sin and the Lulu and the Viego, but you have no prior on top side. Dudu was missing. You know your rep buff is up. You know that Arthur has been playing aggressively in your top side jungle. All that knowledge should be enough for you to at least go for a cheeky ward, but he didn't have one because
Dudu getting real stabby up here towards the top side. Rich is going to go home as Nongshim should be able to grab themselves the Drake. This is what HLE were unable to do in game number 1, which was trade the objective. And so Nongshim are going to be able to get something here. It is going to be the Infernal Drake next, and then a Cloud Soul for the back-to-back.
Uh-oh, that's a face breaker used. That's not good. No teleport for Gory.
Oh no, we're going back to early in the season, Rich. It's a bad news, Bez. He's definitely going to die. Can he actually take anyone with him? The answer is going to be absolutely not. Face break is kind of cool, as we're going to see a dive on the bottom side as well. A Cathian Rain getting a bit of use. Sorry, the Cathian Surprise getting a bit of use here from Deft on the bottom side of the map, but unable to actually grab any follow-up kills. So we're just going to exchange some dives.
However, if you have, if you're exchanging dives and you have a Rift Herald, then you are very happy. Because unlike the bot side of the map, where they get 1 plate, you get first turret block and like 2 more plates. So Dudu is now monstrously fed. Oh god, no, yeah, that was 600 extra gold.
Yeah,
it's Viego.
Yeah, this Viego is going to be a problem, one could say.
I am happy to see that we in the LCK have gotten better at Viego, because I think initially the pick was very often picked without really getting anything done. As you see,
대놓고 들어간 거야.
he knows there are people there. You see this Scry's ult getting used.
Yeah.
네, 대놓고 들어간 거야.
I mean, yeah, maybe he just thought that it was only the Lee Sin. I'm not sure. I like the kick for the execute as well. Yeah, no, I know it's bad. I'm just trying to. Yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to do. It's not working. Yeah, we get to watch this one again. Hooray. Rich just dead.
Yeah. This is also just... Oh, guys, why are we watching this? It's a Kog'Maw on his own.
I wonder whether they're going to be able to get this kill, as he doesn't even know who to hit with this passive. It's like everyone's at full health. Oh dear. At least Deft is up 80 CS to participate in the meme that's undoubtedly going on in chat right now. Every single time Center is in the game.
They always do.
Yeah.
No exception.
A little bit of a shame. I was thinking that maybe we'd move on, but just not today.
We are not the fastest to adapt in the LCK, and that also goes for...
That goes through our Twitch chat as well. Oh no, you can't do the collective like that. That's not fair.
Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely not. That's the worst part. You know, as soon as things are true, they hurt so much more. As Nongshim looking to clear out some vision that's inside their lane. Don't want to get teleported or anything like that. As Chovy just going to 5-point strike Gory. Ahead by 25 CS. That is extending as this goes on, but we'll be able to do it. Okay. Leaving Artillery, doing a bit of work here as Deft just chasing after Kellen. Yeah, the Kog'Maw doing pretty well. Has his Swifties as well. Love a good Swiftie. On Deft's side.
It's a double get Swifty in the bot side, yeah. Both of them not being too afraid. And the amount of hearts you see available outside of the set actually is fairly negligible. So I like it. I think it's a good adaptation. Does not save you from getting blown up by LeBlanc. So that's always something that you kind of going to have to respect. But Gory not having the greatest game thus far. However, let's not forget, I think there's a bigger lead for HLE, but this is eerily similar to previous game, where Nongshim, 2k goal behind, but they got the first Drake. They might be able to pick up the second one here as well, because the team fighting is still really, really strong, as double teleport is available.
Yeah, this is looking scary. I think wait a little bit before you go for that, as Jovi's just going to go for a bit of a ride on his Shuriken. And Gory's passive going to get procced. Certainly the LeBlanc pick into the Akali. Not really working out for Gory so far. I think there might just be a little bit of a gap in mid lane. It's good to see Chovy in some form as Gory teleports back into the lane. And Chovy just wants to go grab himself a plate. Isn't quite going to be able to do so, as, okay, now we're going to see the re-engage from Chovy. Ults to get out to safety, and that was a lot of work put into trying to get a plate, but is going to be able to get out alive.
Chovy will have tempo, because he's going to be able to back. Didn't hit level 11 though, that one is big, but probably... Ooh, he goes... Okay, so he wants to hit level 11 before this fight, which I think is quite nice, even though he won't have his ultimate available. Gory?
Yeah, there's the Heartbreaker. Gory's likely just dead. The flash comes in, but no, Doc Dom's going to be here and just bait it. underneath that turret. Dudu, oh my goodness. Not what you want to see, but great counterplay from Nongshim.
Oh, that's so crisp. Because I get it as Dudu, because if you get that kill, you get Drake, 100%.
Yeah.
Like 100%.
But also if you die, you don't get Drake.
Yeah, well...
Well, actually, Gory does have to go home, so it is going to be a man equality here. There's Rich. He teleported in behind, and oh no, Death's going to have to flash. Arthur's here for a bit of peel, and Vista with his ultimate is going to be able to keep himself alive as Chovy doesn't have his ultimate, remember. The teleport is going to come back as in goes Chovy. Finds the Shroud into the backline, but there's the showstopper. Kick back onto Rich. He's going to get taken down, and somehow Chovy survives as Dudu's in the front line, and Humble Life Esports, with the fact that the death timers were low and teleport was available, they saved the situation.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, Equalizer comes on down as now Humble Life Esports are trapped. Oh no, and the Dragon's stolen away as well. Cathian Surprise is going to get so much value here, but Kellen's not going to get taken down. It's an Ocean Soul, thank goodness, so I'm not able to get my predictions in today. But Chovy locks down the kill onto Peanut. Humble Life Esports not able to find anything else.
Oh, not a tense game here, Atlas. As we see, it's a favorable trade for Nongshim in terms of gold and kills, but, or sorry, for Hanwha Life, but Nongshim do secure the Drake. As we take another look at this play, and man, Doctor, flash, kill.
Did he flash in to get? Yeah, it was
He's right.
He was off screen, right?
He's right. He's right. He is the carry. And then, as you pointed out, beautiful fight there. Really important kick there from Arthur as well. Because if that
the haymaker value could have been a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's disgusting. However, and this is key, Equalizer is still available. And that's why Nongshim is even thinking about contesting this. Peanut, great Equalizer, then gets the smite steal here as well, which is really, really big. Because it sets up for Nongshim being able to, even if, as long as this doesn't go horribly, this them running away, it's a good trade, I personally say, because I think that we have seen that you can come back from a couple of K gold deficit, but you can't come back from being down a soul. It just doesn't work.
It is more difficult, however, we are getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. It's only a couple of Drakes, and Humble Life Esports have the opportunity of stacking up 4 Oceans, which, you know, if you're Death, you're feeling pretty good about that. Imagine that, Cogmore, 4 Ocean Drake Soul. Good.
But what
good
happened
Lord.
last game?
Yeah, I mean, that was last game, though. And I'm going to throw out some optimism here and say that Humble Life Esports saw what happened last game, and they're going to say, look, maybe we won't throw Dudu's life away before the very pivotal Soul Point fight.
You say look, I say listen. I think that Hanwha Life might make the exact same mistake that they made in the previous game.
Together we're a fairy from Ocarina of Time. It's great. No, well, I'd have to be Hay, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to be Hay.
I can Hay. That's okay.
No, you already listened, so that's
yeah,
fine.
but your look.
Yeah.
One of us is gonna have to assume double duty.
We don't need the look here, so I can just Hay. Okay, Dudu up against Gory now on the bottom side of the map. A lot more plate gold going over to Humble Life Esports as we see. 4,000 gold to lead. Humble Life are in a great spot. And we need to shout out Arthur as well. He's been able to get a lot of work done in the early stage of the game. Fallen behind in farm just a little bit, but that's okay. Just wanting to get Deft into a good spot where he can actually get some stuff done as this game goes on.
Because, as you pointed out, I was joking about the previous game, but the current state of the game is fairly favorable.
Hey guys, Deft going to take way too much damage here. He will get taken out as Arthur comes on over, but he's not going to be able to get there in time. As Cathian Surprise just going to take down the minion wave. That is 3 Cathian Surprises so far, so Deft definitely utilizing that passive very effectively. We remember Ruler played some pretty terrible Cogmore by never dying a little while ago. As Chovy, he's in trouble, going to backflip his way out, so he's going to be all right.
What do you do as Deft? Like, you're sitting underneath your turret, out of nowhere comes a Kenshi, and you get blown up. And this is the problem that I pointed out earlier. I think the composition from All Life is really strong, but it does have some vulnerabilities. And I think the biggest surprise here is that Nongshim is actually exploiting those vulnerabilities, because this is not a team where you'd necessarily expect this. And we've talked so much this LCK Split about teams being proactive. You put it very nicely earlier tonight when you said we want teams to play to win, not to play not to lose.
뺏어갈게.
And Nongshim does that consistently.
해볼게.
노플이야. 노플이야 노플.
And you can say a lot of things like, yeah, they didn't have enough, it
Okay.
didn't matter. It's just Kellen walking up and then ulting under the tower.
It's like, oh no, we
Yeah.
can do this. Yeah, easy. It's like, whew.
He wasn't wrong.
And that's really what kind of scares me about the current form of Nongshim that we're seeing. Like, if they're willing to go for plays like that and execute them well mechanically, it means that the longevity that you have in its game is really impressive. But we are going into that third fight. Last time it was enough. I think this time the teleport comes in, Chovy has the stopwatch. I don't think you can contest this one as Nongshim. I think that you are currently too far behind. You're waiting on a couple of spikes. And they might go for it, but unlike last game, the poke not quite as good. Not really in a position to do anything about it. Maybe Peanut can find another great
Yeah, I
little
think with
steal.
Equalizer, you can always fight around a dragon, right? You're always feeling like you have that opportunity, but they don't have a lot of vision. And look at Chovy. He's going to land the backflip onto Kellen, and Hummerlife just wanting to get them out of here already. As there is still vision, actually, for Nongshim on this dragon. Teleport to come forward, living artillery just to try and poke them out as Chovy still looming. Lands another shuriken. This is Akali, the poke champion. The chains are going to connect, but not going to go off. It's okay. All 5 of Hummerlife Esports grouped up. It's not the same as last time around. Arthur's really got to nail this smite if they're going to go for the 50-50. We do not want to see a repeat of last game. This is very intense. Almost half health now. Is Gori in trouble? Chovy over the wall. That's a big old kick as Gori comes on in there. The perfect execution's very good. Haymaker's going to keep Rich alive, but Chovy is just blasting the bottom lane. Dudu turns into a Tahm Kench and saves his mid laner, and that is going to be Hummerlife Esports denying Soul Point and only ever further extending their lead.
And there was a crucial fight. Last time Hummerlife failed the test, but this time they executed beautifully. Get 3 kills. Don't give up anyone themselves, and they might just turn this in. Yeah, I think it is. Peanut's still alive, so maybe you don't take the risk. I wouldn't mind them not going for it. I think it's way safer not to, and it seems like they have decided that themselves as well, which I'm a fan of. Yeah, Chovy on a pick with agency.
It's weird, right? It works really well. Oh, crazy. Let's have a look at this one more time. Chovy finds Gori and then just goes in.
Chovy used Gori poking him as
a taxi.
As a taxi for the first activation of his ultimate. Like, that's actually insane.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
세트 정면이야.
Look,
세트 정면이야.
Yeah, let's watch it again.
Because
나
he has no
아,
vision.
못 들어오겠다.
You. Okay, he does. Even.
I mean,
나 르블랑 치고
Gori
시작할게. 보자.
dives in on top of him, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but like it's not like a shuriken flip, right? Like he actually, because of course the initial
And then nails.
targeted.
He landed like the last 4 shuriken backflips in a row.
Also, very happy to see that in 11.13 we won't no longer
we
have
won't
to see
see that. Yeah, the Viego Tahm Kench nerf that comes through can no longer use Devour. Silas buff incoming though, can now Devour. It's actually kind of cool thinking about what Silas is going to be capable of if there's a Tahm Kench in the game, because then you get Devours on both sides.
Does need a Tahm Kench in the game, which I don't.
Yeah, I mean,
going to see competitive.
We're the LCK. Tahm Kench will never die.
Surely, Atlas. Surely he will not be picked up anymore.
I mean, it's just switching buttons, man. I don't know.
It's like 2-minute cooldown.
Yeah.
Power.
It's on a really long cooldown now anyway. It's okay, Dr. I'm going to take a lot of damage here. His Depth's pretty angry. Does have his Gale Force now online. A little bit of extra mobility there. And yeah, Chovy once again moving towards his Flame Horizon in 23 minutes into this game. As Dudu in a whole lot of trouble. He's going to heartbreak his way out of this one. He's going to go make things a bit misty as he flashes onto his mist on the other side, but I don't think he's going to be able to escape this one. And Hummerlife Esports, in the meantime, are just going to take the Baron, as that's 3 people bottom lane, and they have so much vision, as you can see. It's a Cogmore, remember, so does do this Baron pretty comfortably. It's okay. Let's see whether they actually manage to take this down in time. It's not exactly going down all that quickly. Peanut should be able to get over here. Okay, they should be able to burst this one down. Can they actually get out in time is going to be the question. And Chovy is going to be able to backflip his way out. Gori hops on over. I don't know whether you win this one, mate. And he thinks so as well. as Summer Life Esports grab the Baron and get out. It's a beautiful cross-map play.
Works out really, really well. Everyone gets out. You give up a single kill, that's no biggie. And if Kellen didn't use the ultimate there,
yeah,
the Abyssal Void to set up this play, which in which case Dudu wouldn't have died, clearly, but you might have been fine.
But also if they kill Dudu in the initial incident, like Dudu buying so much time here is what's most important, because as you see, Summer Life have already started off the Baron.
It's just a couple of seconds, right? Like, it doesn't actually take that long. Really nice cross-map play from Summer Life, the immediate ultimate from Vista. Took himself alive. Chovy, yeah, Gory's like, oh wait, actually no, I don't want to go after that Akali. That is very scary.
Chovy uses the first part of his ult in order to create distance, and then I imagine he's thinking, oh, I could just kill him. But Gory understands that as well. He's going to get out. It's going to be okay. So we're about a full item ahead on Chovy. Gory not having exactly the series of his life.
He has 2 components, so yeah, it's not great.
No. Oh, double stopwatch for Chovy as well. This next fight is going to be pretty difficult. Ooh, almost alcove gaming. As Deft is by himself, wondering where everybody else has gone, as he's just going to take down the inner turret. Chovy does the same thing, and everyone on Nongshim's like, but we can kill Dudu, right? It'll be fine. We can kill Dudu, right, guys?
Right?
No, you can't. You just lose everything.
Gone.
Oh, dear. Okay, but it is, Summer Life Esports with a 9,000 gold lead. Sometimes you got to go for a Hail Mary to try and stop the onslaught. And now Summer Life Esports, they go for a reset. 13 seconds before this Drake is available. And because they managed to secure the last one, even if Nongshim get this, it's only Soul Point, not actually the Soul, as they will get here first. 2 seconds, and I think that Nongshim should just be able to take this.
Yeah, I think so as well.
They do have vision. Peanut sidesteps, so Arthur not able to queue over as they get on in there. In goes Chovy. The perfect execution is going to be very scary, as it is going to be Peanut knocking out another smite, which is definitely very good. Chovy uses one of his stasis. Not going to use the next one, and Nongshim, they just get in, grab the Drake, and get out. I like that. Good defensive play, but they are still very far behind.
Oh, I didn't like those back timers from Summer Life. I thought they were going to double teleport to still maintain tempo on the map, but they all back, like, I think it's 20 seconds, 30 seconds before the Drake. I don't think this is going to matter. I think this is really greedy, like going in like this. Peanut with an immediate ultimate to make sure that they can't just walk at them. And if that second shuriken hits, I think that Callan might be in trouble. Not Callan, but his backline might be in trouble.
Yeah.
But this does feel like the type of play where, like, if it's one of the 100 lines where you do win, you go back to that moment and you're like, that was it. That was where it started, right? And I don't think it's going to be relevant.
Whoa!
Chovy!
It's one flash. What's better, 4 people or 1 flash?
Wow, it's just an
3.
Abyssal Voyage, right? I think it's actually...
Yeah, that's a good trade for Nongshim, to be honest.
Nongshim up.
Kellen has been utilizing the Abyssal Voyage very effectively. I've been enjoying it. His death is on a ward, but no one's going to be able to stop him from taking this Krug.
Yeah, I think
the Grump.
Carrier still feels like the strongest carry, Kench, but I feel like Kellen's cross-map plays as Kench are actually just the best.
It's like, Carrier's the micro play Kench, and Kellen's the macro play Kench.
Yeah.
And Noah's the new Kench, because his Tahm Kench is also very good.
Yeah, you have to throw him in there. We don't quite have a designation for him yet, but I'm sure we'll get one eventually. Actually, you won't, because Tahm Kench is getting removed.
Yeah, sorry, Tahm Kench.
Maybe that will be what forces the LCK to be proactive. And as I say, nothing will. Who am I kidding?
Yeah, no, that's ridiculous. How dare you? We've seen plenty of games with no Tahm Kench and no action.
And
hey, at least we had first blood before now.
Okay,
that's good. That didn't happen yesterday, almost.
Just that it was a tough series, Atlas. I know. I know.
Me and Wolf, we made the most of it, though. We had a good time.
You had to. Yeah, you were forced to, honestly.
I hope you guys at home enjoyed the Renekton lore that we found time to read out during the broadcast. Good. That sort of summarizes how things went yesterday. As Summer Life Esports with a 10,000 gold lead, feeling real good about how this one's going so far. And Nongshim going to have to contend with this Baron that is going to be spawning in 15 seconds time. Phantom Dancer done for death. 3 items completed. He's got himself a stopwatch. In fact, we have Zhonya's stopwatch for Chovy. There are 5 stopwatches available. It is just Vista who does not have one.
We are getting close to LPL status. Now we just need to also turn them into actual Zhonyas.
Yeah, we need to actually get the Zhonyas for everyone.
Yeah.
Those Viego AP scalings going to really be utilized effectively there. I like it a lot.
I mean, they built it on the Lethality Varus, okay.
True, true.
We're joking around, and I think that Hanwha Life is still in a fine spot. I don't feel like, obviously their comp skills insanely well.
I mean, they got a 10,000 gold lead. I think fine spot is possibly an understatement.
I want to say so, yeah.
Do you really not think this game is over?
No.
Wow.
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
If you hadn't noticed, bit of a lack of faith in Hanwha Life.
That is definitely that's a tell right there, as Rich is likely to die. Chovy going to dive on top of him here as Doctarm gets the Piercing Darkness. There's the Devour as Chovy ults to just close the distance. 5-point strike doing some work here as in they go. Face Breaker's decent as finally they manage to take down the set. And now Gori looking to poke this one forward. 5 versus 4 though. Deft is still very, very strong. Now they'll move back towards the Baron. Peanut's still alive. And if I'm Hanwha Life Esports, I'm not taking any 50-50s because Arthur has lost every single one of them so far this season.
Oh, don't do it. Don't go for this.
This is rough. No equalizer, but it will be available pretty quickly.
No flash as well, so I think they're fine.
Potentially, no blast cone, of course. They are going to peel. Dudu gets on in there. Another Devour comes out as Peanut in trouble. Does go golden as the Tahm-Kench will fall down. Death grabs the double kill, though. Gori has to get out of there. Loved the turn from Hanwha Life Esports. They've got some real heavy wallets. This will be Baron and most likely the game.
Okay, I believe. I retract my earlier statements.
I understood the fear, but the game state was a little bit too Hanwha Life-y, you know?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think that if Nongshim doesn't move forward here, which they want to do because they want to make sure that the Baron is not being done, but at the same time I think you can do a little bit better in terms of how the overall state of the rest of your team is. Because I still think that these fights are closer than they should be. However, this one is not happening. You need your sets to have any sort of chance, and you need an equalizer. You have neither here. Which is why this fighter does want some.
Oh my god! What a disaster! Arthur wasn't here, so he can't actually be blamed for that one. It's a 1-for-1 in the end. Support for mid laner. Sorry, support for top laner as Rich once again dies.
I retract my retraction!
So that's Ocean Soul that was just stolen by Gori. Oh no, and is Chovy just dead here? Oh god, okay, that's 1 Zhonya's. Okay, smoke screen's down. He'll be able to backflip his way out, so Chovy will survive. And that's only the Zhonya's, so still has double available as... Don't go breaking my heart. You know, that's what I'm sort of thinking right now, because it is a 13,000 gold lead. And yeah, let's have a look at this one more time.
So well done by Gori.
Yeah.
Flashes as well.
I mean, Hanwha Life just a little bit greedy there, right? Because they were going for the Dragon without smite.
나이스! 버려. 야, 르브나, 야, 아카이 텔 탔다. 우와, 잡았어. 오케이, 너.
That's a very happy Peanut.
부족했다.
By the way, if Hanwha Life Esports wins this game, then we go into Peanut's 300th game for Game 3. So that's kind of cool.
That's really cool.
Yeah. What a weird game we are in right now. Okay.
You get why I was hesitant? Like, I've seen the LCK lose, not even Hanwha Life specifically, but
I mean,
they still have
definitely Hanwha Life specifically. Like, if there's any team that's capable of losing something like this, it is them at this point in time. But Chovy's trying to say no, as he's just going to backflip back to his Shroud again. Chovy's just too good at Akali, to be honest, guys, as this inhibitor is not long for the world. And yes, we're back to believing, I think, in Hanwha Life, moving us to that deciding game. As there's the mini stun of the wall, Doctarm just dead. That's a big one as we've got another center. This time it's on Harmer Life's side as Gori avoiding the living artillery, but it's a double kill for Dudu, and this is going to be the end of the game. So some shenanigans, a soul being accidentally thrown over to Nongshim, but unfortunately they can only really use that to heat up their noodles. Alongside, you know, of course, they've got a stone bowl. They heat it up with the Infernal. They've got some water in there, so the noodles are going to be fine. But unfortunately, their Nexus is not. Nongshim going to fall, and game number 3, Peanuts' 300th game, is now incoming. We'll see whether Harmer Life Esports are going to be able to make it a sad one for Peanut, or whether it's going to be a good one for Nongshim.
You called it a weird game? I think that's apt. It was a weird game in many ways. We did see the highlight performance from Chovy for the second game in a row. This time on the champion that can actually hard carry games.
Yep.
Whereas the Renaxon made it a little bit more difficult. And
is Peanut just the best smiter, or is Arthur the worst?
no, I think Peanut's really good at smiting. But also, for like the most pivotal steal there, he wasn't available, right? Like there was no jungler available for that one play where the soul got given over. Which is, yeah, it's not great, but it doesn't matter. As you pointed out, the wallet's too thick, Chovy too fed.
Yeah.
But it's still a game where I think as Harmer Life, you identify, okay, we got the win, we played it well, but we still need to be very mindful of what can we do better. And I think that's also, you see the players, like they know the war isn't won yet.
No, of course not. Also, I mean, we have to look at the caliber of champions that they're able to pick up as well. I mean, on this patch, Lee, Akali, Viego, pretty strong. So certainly getting a lot of power in the draft, but then also being able to translate it effectively. The counter pick, in air quotes, of the LeBlanc was forgettable. It's probably the best way to say it, as Def did a heck of a lot of damage. But he was free to. He was allowed to, because the rest of the map did much better this time around. Shout out to Rich, actually did a lot of work on his set, despite the fact that he died, like, what was it, 6 times in the end?
I'm keep
Look at this gold graph, Chronicler. That's basically linear. We like that. If you're a Harmer Life Esports fan, that's the kind of gold graph you want to see. You know, this was, we kept winning a bit more and more, and then the game was over. But that's not how it felt in the game whatsoever.
That's the kicker. But as you pointed out, while I do think that Nongshim showed how scary they are as a team and the moments of life that they consistently had, that was really what Harmer Life needed. It was a game that it took them a while. There were some scary moments, but as a whole, they were firmly in control, and that is going to feel good going into this one. Because let's not forget, Harmer Life are 2-5. They need this.
Absolutely.
Next win.
We'll see whether they can make it 3-5 with a win after this short break.
탑에서 다이브 어때?
세트 노공이야.
탑에서 다이브 어때?
해도 돼. 세트 노공이야.
럼블 세트 르블랑
가볼게. 야 이거 봐줘라. 세다.
까먹고 세나?
나 안 죽어 나 안 죽어.
세트 좀.
세트.
이거 타워 끝내자.
형만 지켜줘 형만.
내가 줄게. 잠깐 내가 오면 번이 걸어줄게.
나 헬리를 떠있어.
미드라인.
그냥 탑으로 가자. 천천히 해. 30초 남았어 30초.
그냥 내가 르블랑 변이 걸어줄게.
나 소식에 있는 거야. 나 안 봐줘도 돼.
타워부터 쳐 우리 타워부터.
나 안 봐줘도 돼.
끝냈다.
야 죽이자.
다음 판 잘해보자.
바다 형 뺏겼네 미안.
아 근데 이거 내 유물 너무 했어.
Going till there ain't nothing, keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing, keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't
Welcome back, guys, to the LCK Analyst Desk. And Hana Life got the dub in Game 2 over Nongshim. Hana Life decided to play Akali, a champion that actually had a pretty low win rate here in the LCK, and LeBlanc was the counter pick chosen by Nongshim. LeBlanc is a classic counter into Akali, especially during the laning phase. But Chovy, he kind of erased those moments in this game. Later on, he was able to have a sole control over the map, and the way he executed and allocated his skills in team fights, it was so awesome. But it also kind of sends us a very meaningful message, because unless you can play this champion, pilot this champion to this level, I don't think this champion would be pretty viable in the current meta. Hana Life had some great draft. They had stronger laning champions, and also they were able to have a dominance in the team fight as well. It was a very impressive bans, actually. Soraka and also Yumi, something that is not that common here in the current patch. Kog'Maw Lulu, well, was not the main carry in this game, to be honest. But those are also very well proven duo. But looking at the draft in general, Senna Tompkins was not able to outlane the opponent bottom duo. And Hana Life Esports was able to play out the comp really well, because looking at the top lane, Nongshim was able to have a decent pick for the top lane. However, they were not able to dominate the lane. And looking at the mid lane, well, even though Chovy had the losing side matchup, he still was able to come back stronger and exerted more dominance in teamfight stage. And looking at Nongshim's comp, we don't really see any hyper carry in general. So here's the first replay where Peanut's Rumble died early on in this game. Because Dudu had a very strong lane priority, he made a rotation into the enemy jungle, and Hana Life had this information, and also Nongshim was also aware of the fact that they are invading their jungle. So Peanut also made a rotation over to that red camp, and also Senna and Tompkins were also making a rotation over to the left-hand side of the map. However, Rumble goes in too early and gets popped immediately. And because the jungler died, the rotation from Senna Kent becomes meaningless, and also it means that it's a free herald for Hana Life as well. And also Lulu is a very strong champion when it comes to those kind of early skirmish, you know, all the skill set she has exert so much power in the low level stage in the game. And Senna Tompkins were also invested to participate in that fight, but fight actually broke out before they got there, and which means they were actually naturally losing the lane priority, because they were wasting a bit of a time making some rotation to the upper side of the map, and they returned back without picking up any points. And here's the second replay where Hana Life Esports played this team fight way better. And Chovy had this confidence, as we heard from the player comp. He was sure that as long as he can zone out the LeBlanc, he knew that it's a winning team fight for Hana Life. So Akali uses LeBlanc to find a way to get on top of the enemy, and not only that, Seth got kicked by Lee Sin and placed in a very awkward position, and some funny interaction from the Viego turning into Tompkins saving that Akali was also pretty interesting. When it comes down to a teamfight stage, Chovy, when he gets to play that Akali, a champion that can, you know, stir up the enemy, he can become more proactive. And he was the one making most of the calls for the team fight. Looking at the team fight stage, Lee Sin was so effective, you know, denying some of the entrance of Nongshim Rat Force. So Lee Sin versus Seth, their mind game was also super vital to the victory of this game. Nongshim did try to make some counterplay throughout the game, but it was Hana Life Esports staying strong and securing the win. And Chovy will pick up the the POG as we all expected. And Chovy has proved that if you get to play Akali, you have to put up this much of a show, or it's gonna be so hard to win with this champion. This Akali was not about, getting kills early and outplaying the opponents. It was more like staying well and strong during the laning phase against a champion that can be a counter pick for her and exerting pressure based on the farming power she had. Other than that, I think most of the Hanwha Life esports players were doing a fantastic job in this game. They were working as a well-oiled machine, and perfect vote secured by our POG Chovy for game number 2. It's game 3 of Hanwha Life Esports and Nongshim, and game number 300 of Peanut as an individual player as well. So congratulations on that, and let's see if we can celebrate that one with a victory. Back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Ji-san, as usual, for the analyst desk translation. And yeah, here we are for Peanut's 300th game. I feel like whenever Peanut has a milestone, often it's a bit sad for him, so maybe that doesn't bode well for Nongshim moving into this game. However, now side selection goes over to Nongshim. They're able to choose the blue side, which is exactly what they have done. And let's just see how the draft turns out on the other side of things, because it was twice in a row Hanwha Life Esports with the blue side, as Chovy fans in the audience obviously are just very excited about this one. As you can see, the Chovy call right there.
Not even the media will deny Chovy his
when Chovy plays like that, everyone gets on the same page. And it's 400 games, not 300. That was actually a typo. It was written down as 300, and I was like, that doesn't seem like the right amount of games, but it's 400, in fact, so that makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, I was about to comment, like, that doesn't feel like a lot, because Peanut has been around for a long time.
He has. Did spend a year over in China, of course.
Even then, right?
Yeah. So slightly off, but thankfully we sorted it out, and we've got fans in the audience that know the correct amount of, of games that he's played, as Deft has played more, as it turns out. Was, I believe, on that list ahead of Peanut.
Oh yeah, very far. As even he with his year off, which I know you have very strong feelings about.
Yes, I do. Deft, of course, playing for Samsung Blue before he even left to go over to China as well. So, yeah, he's just played a lot of games of League of Legends professionally, has good old Deft.
He's been looking really good.
Yeah.
I think that Sivir game was not the best, but like I said, I think he made 1 or 2 mistakes in that, and the rest was him just being Sivir
in that game.
Into that enemy team. Not a lot to be done, and I do think that while it wasn't a straight-up draft diff that made that game go the way it did, I actually think Hanwha Life played very well. It was a way better game coming through from Dudu. As you already pointed out, there were a little bit too many power picks being given out.
There was a lot of strength. So now Hanwha Life Esports will be able to still pick up 2 pretty strong ones, but we'll see how Nongshim utilizes first pick in order to get themselves some extra power. Because I'm a little bit frightened of the Rumble first pick. I don't know whether it's necessarily as powerful as something else.
I think it will be Lee first pick.
I think Lee first pick does make sense.
Yeah. Ooh, okay.
That's definitely saying Lee first pick even more.
It is.
As Viego, of course, does lane quite effectively into good old Lee Sin.
You know what this is looking like? It's gonna be the Lee pickup.
Yeah.
And then Hanwha Life picks Diana Rumble at the NS set, and then the Nongshim Renekton locking comes.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that seems that's a good band though. That's a band that we want to see. Chovy, of course, not impressed, as he generally isn't.
Just doesn't react to it at all. He is surpassed human emotion, as it turns out.
Only game.
Indeed.
No emotion for Chovy. Lee first pick, surely coming through here, and then the real question is what the pivot from Hanwha Life is going to be.
Nocturne is available.
Nocturne, it's true.
Like Nocturne set could come in, Nocturne Diana could come in, Nocturne Rumble could come in.
Yeah.
I think Nocturne Rumble is pretty likely. I mean, that's just like guaranteed kills post 6 in a lot of situations.
But then you give over set Diana, right?
You do.
That's kind of the problem at the moment with how many broken picks there are. I feel like last game it was very much tilted towards Nongshim, or towards Humble Life rather, but I feel like
I think also at the moment,
harder.
Lee and Rumble together are like 6-1. It took its first loss in game number 1 actually, so that's still a really powerful combo. So there's just a lot of really strong picks still available. I think the Nocturne has to be picked up here, and Instalock on the Rumble like we were talking about, and then that set Diana like you were talking about could come through. So it's just a lot of power. We'll see whether Humble Life Esports do decide to finally put a little bit of priority towards that bottom side, as of course Deft's Ezreal still available potentially.
I wouldn't mind an Ezreal pick away actually. I think Ezreal is pretty nice.
Ooh, speaking of Ezreal.
Yes please. Quite like that. Pick up the set. Although you can go for the Diana as well. I think the Diana is a little bit safer because you might want to look into some more balanced spreads of damage. However, you do have a lead that is flexible into free plays on the top side, and you give very little information about your composition thus far. So I actually like this from Nongshim because Humble Life on the next 2 picks is going to really decide what kind of composition they're drafting, right? Like they're gonna have to kind of opt in. You can keep some information hidden, but I think they'll pick up a mid lane here, although the Nocturne could be mid and it could be a top laner, but another solo laner here is my expectation. That will be one.
That's a Rumble. Sorry, that's a Renekton. And it's just going to be locked away. So, okay, that's fine. Now, at least they don't need to ban Set necessarily, just because, as Chovy has demonstrated, he's pretty comfortable on the Renekton into Set. Deft being pretty vocal right now during the ban phase as it does start off. And we're going to be focusing on solo lanes here, most likely. I think Diana could be a good couple of bans to come through here for Humble Life. I think the Diana ban is just too good to pass up, personally.
No, you pick the Diana and then you pick up the Senna last, and then you go for
Where do you
Renekton
put Diana?
in the jungle. And then you go Rumble mid, and you go
Rumble.
You go Rumble Senna bot lane. Of course, come on. Alex, keep up.
Yes. That sounds like a good way to lose the draft.
Hey, I'm just running with your idea from game number 1, okay? Don't pin this on me. Don't you dare.
I'm not pinning it on you.
Yeah,
You literally just said it.
But it was your idea. I'm just throwing your idea back at you because I didn't really have the time to respond back then, and now you know how I felt when you came up with it. LeBlanc ban there. I think that Gory didn't have the most impressive game, but
I don't know how you don't ban Diana.
Yeah, no, I would have preferred it as well. Because I think that Nongshim can now just... Oh, that's a good ban. That's a very nice ban. I like that. Because now there is... Maybe you can go for like... If you want to go for a scaling bot lane, you could go for something like the Soraka, but a lot of good picks are taken away. The Yuumi, as we saw in game number 1, I don't think the great...
Yeah, there we go.
There it is.
He's, this is Deft. Just going to teach those youngins how the Ziggs is to be played. Although Dom played extraordinarily well, so I don't know whether he necessarily needs the lessons. But this is fun. It is going to be that Lee Sin Gwen combo potentially, which would put the Lee Sin in the hands of Peanut, and also allows Gory to go for more of that mage style pickup in the mid lane. See what Gory is going to employ for himself right now.
Still a lot of ways that you can go with this draft, because this leans towards us also picking up a mid laner. Maybe they want to go for something really classic like an Orianna, but playing that into the Renekton can be a bit iffy. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, okay. The Emperor of Shurima.
I think it's really good into Renekton Nocturne. Obviously, the spell shield from Nocturne can be very clutch, but generally into like those 3 champions, I think the Azir is really solid. But as a whole, it does make the composition feel a little bit disjointed. I'd personally say, as well, you're playing into Ezreal and Leona, you don't expect necessarily the greatest of lane pressures, but counterpicking yourself never feels great.
Yeah, it's probably not what I would have chosen as option 1, but it's fine. You can basically just rely on Deft to take care of the lane by himself, and Vista will be roaming around majority of the time, and is going to be able to assist Chovy with those diving maneuvers utilizing the exceptional amount of mobility that Rakan does have. So you can understand why it's being picked up here. Also, you can hold people in equalizers quite well with the Grand Entrance, and especially with the quickness. Like that. Also pairs very well with Mega Inferno Bomb. So Mega Inferno Bomb plus the good old equalizer is a lot of very long range big damages, which is cool. How you feeling about it? Who do you reckon wins out on this draft?
It's a hard one. That's why I was really deep in thought. Because I find it hard. I think I would give an edge to Hanwha Life, but I simultaneously think that if you get to a late game scenario, the combination of Ezreal and Azir is
and
just...
Gwen.
Yeah, but Gwen in a different way. Like, Gwen is really strong in the 1v1, right? And like, her team finding presence is okay, but it's more about how well does the poke of Ezreal and Azir stack up against what Hanwha Life have. And I think that Hanwha Life later in the game are going to have a hard time actually playing into the composition that Nongshim have provided. But I think that early game is way stronger, right? Between the Nocturne, the Renekton, you can snowball the top side and the objectives so hard with this Hanwha Life composition. So if we go to the mid to late game on even footing, because I do think the top side is very favored towards Rich. I don't think the Renekton is a good matchup into the Gwen at all. And I actually think that is going to be a painful matchup. Based on what I've seen of it recently.
Which makes you feel very bad for picking Renekton in general, but we often feel bad about that anyway.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's ostentatious Rumble again. Dr. Robotnik Rumble. Just not
Where
exactly
is my Pina Colada?
Exactly.
We've had a lot of Ocean Souls, you know, we can dance in the rain.
Yeah.
It's great. Why wouldn't you opt into that?
I mean, Peanut could have had one if he was playing Pool Party Lee Sin as well.
Double Pool Party Leona?
Yeah, we've been let down in multiple different areas. As Dudu's Renekton skin looks really cool, so I guess there's that. There's the small victories. There's Chovy, not spooky, but this is a cool skin as well. That's fine. Let's see how he does in this lane against Gori.
I have a personal preference for the medieval Nocturne one.
Medieval one?
Yeah, it's like old-timey Plague Doctrine medic.
Oh, yeah.
I like the hood.
Yep.
That one I think is very cool. As neither laner picks up NECS yet. Chovy gonna use the Umbra Blaze to get that one easily. But of course, early on this is ranged into melee, so expect Gori to have control of the matchup.
Okay, we've got more fighting here towards the bottom side as well, as Doctarm taking down a half health prior to this. As Deft looking for some bouncing bombs onto the Ezreal here in the early stages. And Rich and Dudu just battling one another. See the Gwen having a great time like you were predicting earlier. Does make it to level 2 first. Dudu should be able to just pick up most of this farm as the wave crashes forward. One melee creep will be taken out. No harm, no foul. Should be okay. As we've got a pretty early action here. As we're checking out the Renekton stats again. Pretty sad as there's the flash to be gathered. But it's trade. As, okay, the Ignite goes down onto Dudu. Rich, he had the snippety snip stacked up, but I don't think it was off cooldown just yet. As he goes to Xenoblade one more time. Good satchel charge there from Deft to deny Doctarm any follow-up. As, okay, here comes Arthur. They're looking to try and grab Rich, but good vision available. And they're not going to be able to get him. So, teleport down now, but no Ignite for Rich for the next little while, so maybe Dudu's going to be feeling a little bit better.
A lot of action. Weak back coming through for Dudu though, only able to pick up the refillable pot. Oh, Chovy did go for the aggressive flash. Maybe Peanut looking for a punish here.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to risk it. Wants to make use of the farming time that is available. And yeah, that touch charge was really big. And the early survivability, especially when Ezreal doesn't really have any reliable damage yet, into a Rakan with Guardian and the bone plating and Deft still having a summoners isn't the greatest. So gonna take a bit, maybe with a Sheen, you know, hitting some missing shots back to back, you might be fine, but this early on, not really going to happen.
Yeah.
And I would love to see Hanwha Life make use of the priority that they are expected to have in the mid lane in particular to get that pressure of Chovy around the rest of the map. Him and Arthur together are terrifying, and any early objective fight should be really hard for Nongshim to execute on.
Yeah, I mean, it's like 2 spells away from Doctarm just being dead in this lane right now.
Yeah.
It's not exactly the greatest. He's going to go for that back. As Life Esports might be able to just shove this wave on in, grab themselves a little bit of a recall as well. The Sheen pickup does come down for Dr. So when he comes back, he's going to be feeling all right. But Deft has teleport as well. Wait, okay, looking for a bit of a dive here onto Rich. ㅣ with a level advantage as well. This minion wave hasn't been picked up just yet. A lot of teleports to come in as ㅣ flashes out of the way. They do manage to lock down the kills. As now, after the teleports, now Gory, oh, they just wait. Oh no, it feels so bad as Chovy even survives. Oh no. Another teleport. But with Chovy at half an HP, they're probably not going to stick around, but Rich will be able to at least pick up a bunch of this CS.
And I really wonder what happened to the lane state to be that bad. Obviously, the teleport on the level 4, it feels really bad. It's understandable that you want to go for that, but really you shouldn't, right? Like, you don't have the early game power to really get anything done there. You're not a champion that this early provides anything. You don't even have your ultimate available, so there's just no way that that ever works out. But I want to know, because Rich had early control of that lane, right? How did that wave get stacked up so high? Because it was like 3 waves, right? And it was a really, really well executed dive there by Hanwha. Like, very happy to see them, because that's what I said. I want to see Chovy use his presence around the rest of the map, use that prior. Well, he didn't even need his ultimate to do that. Yeah. And I want to know what led to this, right? And I think if Rich might have just gotten greedy and not use his teleport, try to hold on to that, and because of that, ㅣ was able to stack a really big wave. And you see some of the sustain come through, but if you have Ignite, maybe you get a kill here somehow, trade kill.
Yeah. As we got another fight here towards the top side as Rich is in trouble, and ㅣ is just going to grab the solo kill. Oh no. Level 5 to level 6. I don't know why Rich was going for that one.
Now it's just back-to-back mistakes and really good punishes coming through for Life again, and really strong early game lead. And oh no,
it's a plate party up here towards the top side. Life Esports. I mean, this is largely about Nongshim making some errors, especially in their management prior to any of these micro situations, right? It's not even really about how they play out said dive or said situation. It's about the preparation that was put in by Life in order to make these things happen. But it's pretty unforgivable, honestly, for Nongshim to let that sort of setup happen and do nothing about it.
And there's no punish available either. That's the real problem, because we're still early in the game. Peanut can't really single-handedly go for the... he's level 4. You know this level up is coming as Gory.
We're going to have to hold that thought, is getting a little bit scared there as Arthur goes through and baits out an ultimate, I guess, with his flash. Probably wouldn't really look for that trade personally, as Gory didn't have his flash available. Chovy just going to be able to get this shove, and unfortunately, no joy there on the gank.
Looks a bit weird from Gory, but I don't think using the ultimate there is the biggest issue. I don't think you want to go for the contest here.
I think it looked a little bit more weird from Arthur flashing in.
Yeah, there's no way that you ever get that.
Yeah.
Well, Peanut sneaking in. I like this. Maybe they can bait something out. Big wave is going to go into the turret here, but Deft will be there to pick it up.
Oh, that's a huge flash forward. Vista's going to be here. Battle Dancer's on top. Huge value from the grand entrance as Kellen's definitely dead. Deft surviving for so long. Mega Inferno Bomb gets rid of the minion wave as now tries to hold the wave away so that they couldn't get underneath as Deft. Now the fancy footwork has to come in. Peanut will survive as Chovy will turn up. Paranoia not available. He's going to eat one of those as it's actually Peanut's Q that's eaten by the spell shield. Not exactly the optimal situation as Chovy grabs that kill. Grand entrance is fantastic, but no follow-up. Still, it's going to be Life Esports winning out on the trade.
Life just playing this early game so well, and after game number 1 where Life was able to trade evenly in the early game, now they are just out-trading Nongshim everywhere on the map continuously, and that's a greedy dive to go for, right? All the summoners available. I think that was a bit of desperation from Nongshim there. And on the top side, meanwhile, waves are being proxied. Could have been way worse. Yeah, as you pointed out, Arthur, you're also overheated. You know, he hasn't used his ultimate.
There are a lot of reasons why that was suboptimal choice to be made. Yeah.
And this is just not that cleanly executed. If you wait a split second, as Kellen there, Peanut can actually connect immediately, because the reason why this goes so horribly is because they have to wait really, really long for this to actually work out, right? And if Peanut can just get a Q on to the Ziggs, then It's a lot cleaner. Instead, ㅣ picks up a return kill. It's a 1-for-2 trade, not one that you ever want to take, really, especially because on the top side, as I pointed out, Dudu is just proxying waves for free against Rich. Now, Gwen is a champion. So I'm sure on her next
she
back,
is indeed.
On her next back, she'll still win the 1v1 against Renekton, because that's just kind of how it goes. But
maybe not with this level of disadvantage behind a level at the moment.
I'm never. I've learned. Okay, Atlas. I've seen Gwen's 0-3 down an item and then still, but she does need a Rift Maker.
Yeah.
Or at the very least an initial item if she wants to have a chance.
Right now has a small sword, a ring, and a red rock. So not really at Rift Maker territory just yet.
No. Don't die.
Deft is in trouble, but certainly able to clear out these minion waves and just wanders away. No true shot barrage as we know. So we'll be able to get the back off here. Kellen was wrapping around, but not quite able to find too much as it's just going from bad to worse. Dudu's just so strong on this Renekton. And we know that, like, I'm really glad that Dudu's able to do this because it's demonstrating what Renekton is capable of. As, oh no, Rich stuck around. Peanut is going to turn up as Dudu flashes away. Can't really tank the turrets too much longer, and that is just going to be an overextension.
Oh, that was so good. God, that was good, because Penis was waiting there for, he doesn't know.
Yeah, okay, here goes Arthur. Kick out immediately. As Arthur, he had the Rift Herald, he was coming up to try and prepare this one for Dudu. Thankfully, there is a teleport, and it's only half the cooldown of the Rift Herald as well, so likely that it still does turn up there. Unless we decide we want to throw it down in the mid lane and give ㅣ a little bit more. As ㅣ is bearing the brunt of Nocturne versus Azir, is currently behind his farm, which is a very un-ㅣ thing to happen. As, okay, in comes Arthur. Now looking for an opportunity. Flash available from Gory, and he shifts some sands. It's going to be A-OK. Dudu teleported back towards the top side. And let's see whether he can just take this turret. Yeah, you don't even need the Rift Herald because this Renekton has already taken 3 plates. Oh my goodness. So they did manage to get the kill. Shutdown gold goes over to Peanut, which is not exactly the ideal situation. You probably want it on Rich. 2-level advantage. 3 levels up onto Peanut. As now, maybe without the tower, still going to be a rough time as Dudu goes in for a pretty good trade, you could say.
Again, Peanut's like, I really want to help my top laner.
Yeah.
I really, because it's a Gwen, and I really want him to be relevant. And yeah, I love it from Arthur. I think that it's really easy for you to get his bot side turret, and Kellen alone, you can't really do a lot about it. You need help.
I really like this for getting it down here. We were talking about this before, the satchel charge.
Yeah.
Certainly means that Shelly gets all of the value you could ever want. 12 minutes into this game. And looks like Life Esports are even going to prioritize a dragon. My goodness, what has happened to this team? They've turned it all around. 3,000 gold the lead, largely because of the Crocodile being so dominant in the early stage. And they've started off the Drake, but it's not going to be given away for free as in goes the Lee Sin. But Def just gets himself over the wall with his flash. Now Nongshim, they have control of this Drake area. Teleport to be utilized from Gory towards the top lane, and ㅣ is just taking a plate here in mid. They will give away the Drake though. So not exactly the greatest from Life Esports, but they do take things elsewhere.
We see Nongshim yet again. I think they are probably the team that prioritizes Drakes the most, and I love this bait because Pina has been waiting here for like 20 seconds because he knows that Dudu is going to be looking for it.
Yeah,
Dominus is available. Honestly, as Dudu, you probably still try to just go for it, but I think Rich had 5 needles stacked up, so like it looked, maybe you kill him, but there's also the chance that he just uses R on you. And then Rich gets the kill, which is way worse. Here's Rich.
Yeah, not going to be able to dash his way out of this one as, that red carpet, not the one that you want. Doesn't even have an Oblivion Orb yet, but still not able to needlework your way out of that one. Life Esports lock down Rich one more time, 0-3. Rich not really having the greatest of series. Did have a good game 1.
Yeah.
Hasn't been able to get back to that.
Yes, unfortunately. Hard game for Nongshim, as giving up these random kills is really what is going to put Hanwha Life, oh, that's sad, in such a more comfortable position and something that should be avoidable. And this is something that Nongshim was able to avoid in some of the previous series, right?
Yeah.
And it's a bit unfortunate to see a return to form in that regard for Rich. On the other hand, Hanwha Life, they're more proactive. They're setting up, sure, you know, like mistakes like Dudu going a little bit greedy there without knowing where the enemy jungler is are unfortunate. They're not the end of the world, and the rest of the team is making proactive plays, not just ㅣ. And that's a way better look than we've seen in recent times from Hanwha Life. So this is looking a lot like game number 1. And that time it was Nongshim that was able to get the lead. This time I feel like the lead from Hanwha Life at this point, 4K, 40 minutes in, that's huge.
It's a big one. They do have Azir Ezreal, so, you know, the late game is something I guess we can talk about, but this Ezreal might just be dead here as ㅣ does still have the ultimate available, remember. He gets stunned up as there he goes. In to look for this kill. Oh, gonna get very, very close, but now Callan has to flash in order to try and get out. The fear is going to tether. Duskbringer comes in. I don't know why you'd break your stopwatch for that. That's actually gonna, yeah, bit of a disaster.
I was gonna go Zhonya's, clearly.
Ah, yes, there we go. Not going to have that one for a while. If he indeed does, as Peanut now in trouble. Mega Inferno Bomb not doing too much as Dudu is just, he's having the greatest time ever on this Renekton. It's been a while since we've seen a Renekton this happy. Is now Def, looking to see whether he can get something done, but now he's going to get thrown underneath the turret. Now, yeah, it's just no real place to go. Looks a little bit silly at the end of that one, but the rest of Hanwha Life Esports is going to keep trying to press forward.
And sure, that ends well for Nongshim rather, but you've given up like 2K more gold for no reason, and it's just it's just continuously like.
Rich is down 60 CS Chronicler. It's
ㅅ gets a play on bot side, then immediately teleports towards top side, uses.
Yeah. It's still a weird game. It's a hard one to really process, isn't it? Because we have a 7,000 gold lead.
Yeah, this
for Hanwha
one,
Life Esports.
this one should be
넘어갈까? 예,
not
둘밖에 없는데.
playable
Yeah.
from this point on.
But also there's like Def
Shadow,
making
well,
really
that's
odd
more
decisions and things like that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, but I think the chaos that
나궁
this
있어.
kind of permeates this
보자,
series is still a better look for the LCK.
Oh, absolutely. I think so too.
As yeah, there we
Doing
go.
stuff is good.
Very nice use. Just
Okay,
going for the
okay.
safety flash there, right? Don't want to get mystic shotted into death.
Yep.
Also
형이
the
뭔데?
nice use of the
형이
Gore Drinker. Yeah, this is, as you pointed out,
나이스.
not sure why you go for the stopwatch. And then he backs, and then we'll immediately teleport into this top. Does he even back? Might just teleport straight up here. There we go. Yeah, just a straight up teleport, and you don't have items on Rich. You've already lost your Lee Sin. You don't want to go for this. It's just, and Deft also doesn't want to go for that.
Yeah.
That's the biggest question mark. If you don't have flash even if you do have flash available, like it will be flash for flash. Doesn't feel great, but if you do not have that, you can't go for that. However, I am starting to put some serious question marks regarding Nongshim's early game decision to go for every single skirmish with a composition that doesn't need to. You have a Azir and an Ezreal, and it's not good to just wait, but if you're this far behind, then hanging back a little bit is fine.
Yeah, we'll see whether they're going to continue to do that or whether it's going to be more proactive play. Like the proactive players, Shirley's going to just take down this tower very comfortably. 4 seconds on this Ocean Drake, and hopefully Hanwha Life Esports can actually pick that one up. As now, if Dudu rotates into the jungle and finds 3 people, he probably kills them all. And so it's not going to be the same as game number 1, as Arthur will start this one up.
God, he has 2 items 18 minutes in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a powerful crocodile. It's a very powerful.
Okay, Nongshim. Fortunately, you have a game plan. Tried and true. The LCK special. So wait for 25 minutes. See what happens. That's always there.
Let's flip it, boys.
You know, let's just go back to the classics and what works for us. But Hanwha Life with this lead should never let it happen, right? Because Hanwha Life with a gold lead this big, as we see, they should win basically any skirmish, provided it is an actual 5v5. There is no combination such as, you know, the Rumble ultimate is set. Like, these Nongshim picks are strong, especially on the top side, but when they are so far behind in terms of items, it's going to take a really long time to be even remotely relevant. And they're very far off that point. They're going to need 2 free items. Yeah, that is... I mean, he doesn't go for it because he has no vision. so it's good. But he could go for it and probably like 1v2, 1v3.
Yeah, I think I don't think Rich is playing Gwen this game. He's playing Gwe. He's just half a Gwen. I'm gonna give him half a Gwen at this point.
Would you just go with N?
I mean, you can go with N. I was gonna go with the first half. I like it because it's 2 consonants, so it's very difficult to say together. Gwe. Yeah, that's I'm locking it in. Locking it in. Committed to the Gwe.
Well,
what does the collective think? Does the collective think it's Gwe?
Well, Gwe still doesn't have a second item and is not anywhere near. Has just now finished the Rift Maker, so he's not going to be able to deal with this crocodile. Like I said, I said joking 25 minutes, but that's actually the timing I'm looking at. By that point, Humble Life will have a Cloud Soul. They will probably get the inner ring of turrets as well. They'll pick up every single Baron, every single jungle camp, and just choke out Nongshim, and they can also just go for dives, because I think that the lead at this point is big enough that you do actually get away with those.
Yeah.
However, you know, we've seen teams in any region throw away leads big enough, so I guess it's
7,000 gold leads in 20 minutes. That's a big old throw.
What was the gold lead that G2 had last night? Like 10k?
Yeah, I don't know. I was sleeping.
Well, yeah,
thankfully,
but
I didn't have to witness that one. As Peanuts down here, let's see whether Dudu 1v2s this. Doesn't have Executioner's Calling, so there's a possibility that Rich is able to actually, alongside Peanut, take him down, but or maybe not. It's a 2-level advantage. Okay, let's see whether they can do it. The kickback. Okay, Ragdoll Crocodile is now. Maybe we're just going to go for it. Paranoia comes on in. Dudu's going to flash away. Turns the lights off as well as Chovy now looking to try and keep him alive. Oh, he almost had that Q in range of someone, but it is going to be a 1-for-1. Gory's just well and truly dead. Deft picks up the double. Peanut, walking away from these bouncing bombs, and Humble Life Esports not going to overextend. So in the end, it is a 2-for-1, but on Nongshim's side, they did do what they set out to do, which was kill the crocodile. Nice one.
Might get more.
Oh yeah, potentially. As Deft going to stop the back. Bouncing bomb comes in. Hextech Minefield in position. And yeah, True Shot Barrage does a bit of damage there to Deft, but otherwise nothing doing.
Playing into Ziggs.
It's a tough life, isn't it? Oh, he's backing on a wood. Oh no, Solar Flare comes in. Yep. Yeah, that's going to be delivered over to Docdam as well.
And that's actually a really big shutdown. Okay, Humble Life, I know I said, you know, this is a great situation. Tidy it up a little bit.
I'm going to say the boat's rocking just a little bit. However, it is a long way further ahead of Nong.
It is still a very nice yacht that they're sitting on.
It is, indeed.
And the crocodile gets dispatched. Takes a little while. Really nice stalling here. It's like the combination of Dudu using his sweeper to deny vision, combined with Chovy's paranoia, that makes his play go on for as long as it does. I think also surprising amount of damage coming through there from Deft, because Gory did have flash, did not go for it.
Yep.
As Chovy back on the ward. Nothing that can save you there. Also, like I said, it's a bit greedy, right?
Yeah,
like,
it is.
No,
you could just walk to your turret, maybe.
Yeah, and then you're fine. So that's not necessary. Does die there, and that is a big shutdown, and that is going specifically to Docdam. And there are 2 people in this game that can still pull it back for Nongshim. And it's unlikely, but it is the mid and the AD carry, right? And Docdam getting a big shutdown on one of the most fat members of Humble Life is actually big, because look, the gold lead that was there for Ziggs is now basically
I mean, you say
gone.
one of the most fed members of Humble Life. He's the 3rd most fed member of Humble Life.
I mean, I was talking about Chovy, right?
Yeah,
is he
Chovy's 3rd most.
Well, never mind.
Arthur is like 1.4k, and Dudu is 4k ahead. Close to 3.5. I'm going to call it 4 because that's just more impressive. Sounds really good.
Well,
yeah,
that's dire.
It's the biggest old crocodile you have ever seen. It's actually the most fed we've seen Renekton all season. As now Peanut's going to go for it again. Another kickback. Now it's alongside Gory. Slice, dice, Dudu, absolutely fine. Doesn't have flash, but that's okay. Arthur, in the meantime, going to be grabbing this Cloud Drake, a Rumble's best friend. I think that, honestly, Cloud Souls for Rumbles, just the best possible option. And this is Arthur now, who relies on it. Doesn't have Ultimate Hunter, like we learned in our League of Legends lesson that we had from the Analyst Desk earlier on today.
Thank you, Analyst Desk. And thank you, G-Sun, as per usual. Yeah, and just literally everyone on Humble Life uses Ocean Soul well. Like, literally everyone.
The Cloud Soul? Yeah.
I guess Deft isn't amazing, so that's one.
You can Mega Inferno Bomb for the escape.
you can throw it to a sideline and then get to the actual fight faster. So that's something, but that's not what you get it for. Everyone else, though, certainly strong. And as a Nongshim, your plan of, you know, when I said it was 18 minutes in, you've now passed 6 minutes. The gold lead hasn't grown. So
there we go.
All according to plan.
Nailed it. Well, Chovy's going to press the ultimate button, and it's going to go dark, and then the sun comes out again, and we're okay.
If only he had the far side trinket. You
Yeah.
know? It's the tech. You get the kill there. If you do, just saying. Doesn't actually provide you with any value whatsoever outside of that, so I'm not being 100% serious. It is a solo queue staple, though. Very, very nice if you play a Nocturne, which you should on 11.13, because Champion is super broken. Second item now finished on Gory, which means that his consistent damage is going to be a lot higher. However, I think it's not going to be until the third item, because he has also gone for double mask, which means that, yes, his consistent damage is nice, but it's not going to be as explosive as some of the other builds that we see as... Oh, don't...
Oh, Kellen, yeah. He's going to burn. Gets only taken down to about half health here as Mega Inferno Bomb. Kellen taking a lot of damage. Solar Flare is a bit of a party maneuver as that is going to be recon traded. So we don't have any more supports in this game as Dudu turns up. Rich is just going to be dead, but Docdom picks one up as well. Rich stays alive forever, and is this the turnaround? Have we hit critical mass? Oh, dearie me. That gold lead's starting to dissipate.
It's only 6k now!
Is this Baron? Is this Baron? Chovy now has paranoia. As okay, yeah, Rich could be in trouble. Chovy might be the one just dead though, as Rich still alive. Bouncing Bob unable to find Peanut. He is going to die to the Baron.
Yeah,
and so they can't do that, but... Oh, Gwen. Oh, Gwen. No longer is he just Gwen. He has evolved into Gwen. Oh, no. Still only had the Rift Maker, but this is why someone needs to have some sort of heal tonight. I mean, Arthur did, but I'd like to see the Executioners calling on Dudu as well.
Rich is going to die here, isn't he? He's dead.
Yeah, Vista's going to, find it. And Deft is here as well. Deft not going to be able to actually do any damage to Rich until he gets into that circle, does so, and that's a dead Rich. So maybe he's back to Gwe. Maybe this is...
He doesn't devolve, okay? Like, oh god, he bought a straight up Zonya stuff of that. So that's actually
he had a lot of money. Okay, so Gwen reinstated as Gwen.
This saves me the explanation, because for everyone who was watching was wondering, what is this? What is the guy talking about? How can you win fights? Well, if Ezreal and your Zir stay alive, you're good.
Yeah. Also, the Ezreal's 4-1 and 2. Like Docdom's huge.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's super fat. He's hit his free items. Probably gonna buy, you know, a mole next. I would like that into the amount of AP damage that's gonna be flung at him. But yeah, so it's still a really hot position. I still think that Humble Life is favored to take this game. There's still 6.5k gold up. They're still gonna be able to pick up a free soul point coming up hot. Yep. But it also identifies us that they cannot mess around. Like this composition from Nongshim, one of the greatest.
You also can't be setting up for plays like they did in the jungle without Paranoia available, right? Like, this with Paranoia is Kellen just dead instantly and no follow-up because no one can see anything. But instead, like, the turnaround's just way too comfy.
Yeah, the damage is insane, and Rich is able to stall for a really long time because he is Gwen. Stays alive there on top of an equalizer, and just, yeah. And I think that if Nongshim just take it, they will be fine.
나 스마
This is a
7초.
big read.
야, 쌈 보자, 쌈 보자, 쌈 보자, 쌈 보자, 쌈 보자. 잡았고.
Throughout the soul, Peanut's still tanking it. Yeah, he has to move back there, right? So it looks more troll initially than I thought because the bouncy bomb is coming out.
That's a whoopsie.
Yeah. I think if you like, you could probably live there if you go for like a flash. This is really risky, and Humble Life back off. Very good call.
True Shot Barrage finds Dudu. A little bit of damage. Chovy does have that teleport and the lights off.
You know, wanted to go for
on
that
the bottom
one.
side.
You know he did.
Yeah. Imagine getting this sort of like comeback win on your 400th game. That would be pretty cool for Peanut.
Well, they get Drake. So that's a start.
Yeah. As our Vision's going to be given over. But yeah, it's only going to be the second. It's just a measly Cloud Drake, so not really too much of an issue. As Life Esports with position around the Baron, Deft setting up, just making sure that he can take out all of these minion waves. And we'll do so comfortably. But when do we start talking about the fact that Nongshim have this, you know, Azir Ezreal late game type situation and Gwen in a side lane and all that sort of stuff? When are we scared? Because this is...
We are.
Yeah. Are we scared right now?
I would be. Yeah, it's a level 16 Azir.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't... Like, I think that the game state is still favorable to Humble Life. But it is also about, like, think about what losing a team fight like it does to you and your confidence, right? Especially because Nongshim, do they really need this win? It will be nice, but they're in a great position at the moment within the standings, right? Like, they've been playing well, they've been feeling great. For Humble Life, this is not quite, you know, end of the world if you don't make it, but it's pretty close.
You got to start getting wins sometime, and a win against the second place team does a lot for your confidence.
And just in general, right, like, you need wins against teams like Nongshim. Like, you can't keep dropping games against them.
Oh dear, okay, not going to be able to close the gap.
Ooh. And now, I think once Doctom hits his fourth, Gory hits his third item, I think the team fights are just going to be on relatively even footing. Because, yes, Deft is insanely big and it's going to be just fine no matter what, but Dudu, Arthur, and Chovy are going to expose themselves to considerable amount of damage if they want to get anything done. And they're playing that into a Gwen.
But we also we want to see more of these like long range engages and things like that, right? I mean, Rich, not exactly the target you want to be going for. As Arthur moves out of the way, I don't think Rich saw him. He knows. His senses is tingling. As with the Rumble on the bottom side of the map, this Baron could be an option. As Peanut's going to walk through the minefield.
It's all worth it.
Yeah.
He got Skirtle. He got the Krabby.
The Shellfish reward. As Humble Life Esports looking to take down this bottom inner turret. As, okay, Arthur down to 50%. They do give up a lot of control around this Baron area. You can see triple control ward in their own jungle, so they can actually walk up and check it out. Still, it is over a 6,000 gold lead for Humble Life Esports, but they need to start doing stuff with it. And because the snowballs kind of hit some trees, and it's stopped rolling down the hill. Yeah.
And with one get engaged, like, this game can be over. Because if you blow up Doctom, you're fine, but it's hard. We see Dogdami's now going for Cyrildas. Just picked up the Hex Drinker. Not going to build that into a mod just yet, meaning that he will be prioritizing the damage, which I think is good. I think that the extra...
4 items on Deft.
Yeah.
Scary.
But 3 items done for Rich now. He's also level 17, so the lead that Dudu had has literally evaporated. It's like 3 items against 3 items now, and I can assure you that Gwen with 3 items is a lot better.
Yeah.
Than Renekton with 3 items, so that sideline pressure is basically gone, but the collapse is still available, right? 3 teleports for Humble Life. They have the Paranoia.
Dudu's coming on in there. There's the Paranoia as in goes the quickness. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in and they get rid of the Ezreal. You said this. That was their job. They are going to be able to get that one done. Now Rich is going to be the next target. Oh my goodness, the Leona just dies as an afterthought there, I'm pretty sure. And Deft is at full health. That was the trigger that needed to be pulled, and Humble Life finally pull it.
Haven't finished my sentence, though. They do exactly what they need to. You need to kill Ezreal. They do. Everything gets thrown at him, and there is nothing that he can do to get out of that one. Just too much EC. Really nice engage set starting. Initially being set up by Vista. Too much AoE in that small space. That's going to be Baron and Humble Life. That's what the Doctor ordered. That's what you really, really needed.
Deft did so much damage. Let's have a look. Let's just watch this this from half a screen away Deft damage. Boom. Yeah. Goodbye, Mr. Ezreal. These satchels. Bouncing bombs.
I'm still... yeah, that was ridiculous. I'm still giving that one to Vista, though, because he's the one who flashes on top of that Ezreal.
I'm just saying, just for straight up damage, it's comical the amount of damage good old Ziggs does. Glad that we're seeing him finally employed on the bottom side, something that's been going around for quite some time. This is, of course, the last day on the patch, so obviously it's been pretty good for a while.
He's even going to be better on next patch, right?
Yeah, right.
So, like, I think he should be just fine. It's a nice parody as well to seeing first Doctom play, one of our best up-and-coming bot laners.
Yep, to our original Ziggs bot player. in depth.
That's nice. I like that a lot. Yeah, Doctom really getting the same experience as Chovy.
Yeah, that's a pretty good spell shield right there. Does turn the lights out as that's going to be the mini stun against the wall. Avoids the true shot barrage by getting in on top, and double teleport means that Nongshim have to get out of there. Oh my god! Gory almost dies from 2/3 health, but he doesn't, so that's the main thing. Satchel Charge would be able to take this one down, but so is a couple of autos, as there is the second Cloud Drake to be picked up from Humble Life. Great response to make sure that they keep Chovy alive, and now Chovy's bottom lane taking an inner turret.
Nice use of the Baron buff. Every single lane getting buffed up here behind Humble Life. They're putting pressure. The most mobile member in the mid lane who can easily rotate to either
side. I like this 2-1-2 that they're running with Vista in the mid lane.
Yeah, he's
just giving the Baron buff. I like it.
He's so mobile.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to collapse on him.
I wasn't kidding. I really do like it. As we're at about an 11,000 gold lead. We're still not feeling fully comfortable. If you are a Humble Life Esports fan, as Arthur should be able to just smite this one away. Yeah, very, very comfortably. He's does a lot of damage just now. So, Mega Inferno Bomb on to Gory. Almost called it Super Mega Death Rocket again. Thank you very much, Jinx. That's okay. That's Paranoia. Just pressed a zoning Paranoia. Is an interesting one. It's a lot of damage onto that turret, my goodness. Okay, goodbye. Base broken now in the mid lane, but they're not able to actually grab the inhibitor. Summer Life Esports don't have Paranoia now.
Doctom, who I thought was going to finish his Cerillas first. After that last fight, I decided, oh,
yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, I'm going to need that more about Mortius, I think.
Yeah, really nice spells about Chovy. I think that if you bait that out, maybe you get a little bit more damage on him, but he's so tanky at this point in time that I don't think you ever realistically kill him. Do get a terrible teleport, but that's big. Probably you just lose the game if Corey dies there. We don't lose, but you definitely lose some inhibs, because that's a big thing, right? Like, there are still inhibs available.
That's how you farm, by the way, everyone. You just throw bombs from half a screen away.
You have enough cloudies, you know? You're going to get a third one momentarily, so that cooldown, it's pretty good.
Indeed.
But this is a hard game, Atlas, because I think that Humble Life are ahead, but they're not as far ahead. Yeah, that's 40 seconds. They're not as far ahead as you might initially think if you just look at the game quickly, right?
How much is it? With Rabidance that is building next, that Mega Inferno Bomb's going to do, what, 1,500 damage?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's disgusting.
Jesus.
And it's one of the main reasons why I'm like, you know, yeah, the scaling is nice from Nongshim, but also Ziggs. So
yeah,
that's a big one, and just the amount of dimes available. It's just poke. It's just more poke.
Oh no!
And as Nongshim, you're kind of in a situation.
28 seconds.
Yeah,
we'll do it again.
Where you do want to go in, but also you can't really. 20 seconds. God, it's not fun to play into. Oh, look at this flank angle though. Yeah, Allen looking for it, and Nongshim is still really, really strong. They
have Paranoia available again though, and it's as a counter engage option, it certainly is scary.
Oh, that's going to be Death Cap, isn't it?
Oh
yep,
no,
that's 700
let's have a look.
AP.
Can we, we're teleporting back, Mega Inferno Bomb available again. Come on, Jonas Strong, can we hover over it? I want to have a look at that damage. Give me that damage. 717 AP, 6 items on the Ziggs.
Show us.
Please. Please show us. Please hover. Please hover.
Please.
Please, Jonas Strong, please.
Just a quick hover.
Please.
Show us.
Please.
We want to know.
Chat, can we add some pleases?
We need to know.
Oh, no!
We don't know.
We don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
120, and then we've got that Cloud Soul available, and that is only going to make this Ziggs even more ridiculous. As now it's more like a science experiment to see how low we can get the cooldown on Ziggs' ultimate. Deft hasn't used it yet, so yeah, there we go. As I say it, Gory loses half of his health bar.
Yeah, that was like 1,300 damage, and that's excluding the burn.
And it continues burning, and Blue Leandry is going to make him even more sad.
Venus like, I don't want any of this. I'm building Force of Nature, y'all.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now Gory, if another one of these bombs comes above his head, he can at least go golden, because he's completed his Zhonya's. Not exactly the optimal use of his Zhonya's, but it may be necessary to keep him alive.
Yeah, you're probably going Banshees, right? Just to not have to deal with that.
Okay, Vista can battle dance to get himself out of the way. Hextech Minefield, pretty scary. Level 18 Ziggs.
So we have the age-old question: what skills better, one Ziggs or an Ezreal and a Zir?
Yeah, I don't know.
And right now, with how well Deft has been playing, I'm leaning towards the Ziggs, especially because the rest of Humble Life is still fat. This is a really big gold lead.
Yep.
And Nongshim, it looks like they want to contest. Rich.
Yeah, Rich does find Chovy, and he wins this 1v1. The fear is good, as Chovy's just going to use his Duskbrain to get out of the way. Teleport available for both players, as Humble Life Esports to get rid of some vision around this area. Running out of item slots though, there's only one control ward available here that Vista has in his back pocket. True Shot Barrage. Arthur just going to eat it as, okay, Mega Inferno Bomb, just the edge of it, does a third of Kellen's health bar, but that one's suboptimal. Deft will have that one up very, very soon, as Arthur should be able to grab this Cloud Soul right now, and it looks like Nongshim are not going to fight for it.
As I don't think they should. We are getting slowly to a point in the game where a single solo kill can basically doom or win the game for either team. So I would really like to see teams be very, very careful. In case of Nongshim, they need to be respectful of teleport flanks, as well as a possible paranoia, as yeah, there's no way that they're gonna go for this.
Oh, after this, we're gonna have a look at the 8:28, and now let's hover. Let's hover. Jones Strong, come on.
Yeah.
Yes! 1500 on the dot, almost 37.6 cooldown on the ultimate.
Yep.
Alrighty. What's the cooldown for the movement speed? Is it 30 seconds?
It's a good question.
I'm pretty sure it's 30 seconds. So that feels pretty good for Deft.
He'll be fine. Yeah.
Basically gets to use that movement speed off cooldown.
And while all of this is happening, Gory hasn't really been able to advance his build whatsoever yet. I think if he, actually, never mind. He just bought the Void Staff. I'm looking for a. Didn't he have the Void Staff already? Wasn't
No, he bought the
fourth?
Zonya's third item, and
there you go.
Void Staff came in next.
I find it really hard to call because I think that if you get Poke, it's the freest win ever for Humble Life, but you also have like 6 item Ezreal and a 5 item.
Oh! Yeah, Paranoia comes in. Deft has to flash. Now Chovy looking for his opportunity. Arcane Shift. And Rich, oh dearie me. That's not the engage he was looking for. He's down extraordinarily low. That's double stopwatch though. Buys a lot of time. However, as I say it, Dudu is just massive. Gets underneath this turret. Kicked away though, but they've got a lot of re-engage options. Emperor's Divide used defensively, but Deft does so much damage. Look at these bouncing bombs. Everyone's a ragdoll. On Nongshim's side, they've lost Kellen, they've lost Rich. And they should lose the Baron here as well.
Really nice force there from Humble Life, able to get Nongshim in an awkward position. That teleport from Rich, very, very over-enthusiastic.
That was a good teleport, I think, as the Baron will get just blasted down.
Oh, Peanut. Peanut.
Oh, 400 game buff.
No way.
400th game buff. I don't know. This minefield, he might actually just die. As, okay, there it is. Paranoia comes on in, and Humble Life Esports, they're not going to take this one. As Vista, Mega Inferno Bomb just kills the jungler of the back end as Deft tries to get himself out of the way of Gory. Yeah, Doctor doing some work here as Arthur flashes, and they both go golden. Now Dudu turns up. True Shot Barrage is not going to be able to find it. Now 3 versus 1 for Doctor, but we do have some respawns coming on in. This game is ridiculous.
What is this game?
In the meantime, Humble Life Esports are like 4 billion gold ahead. So we're talking about this like Doctor might be able to win, and he might, but it's still a gigantic lead for Humble.
I love that play from Callum, but that doesn't work out, and that's very, very sad. And this bomb from Deft, that's why this looks so bad for Rich, right? It's a combination of him going in for a teleport during a Paranoia, and then Deft single-handedly splits the team fight, because you cannot stand in that bomb.
Yeah, that circle is a real scary circle, we know that.
Really, really well, and it's exactly what you pointed out. That's what you want to see. However, to then send 2 of your members into a 6-item Ezreal in an attempt to kill off just Peanut is not the play.
Yeah.
Because this is not a full damage Ezreal. He is frozen hard.
Oh, and Chovy flashes on top of him.
Yes.
That ain't what you want.
No.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Why do you think I was like, Doctor?
Yeah. I was focusing elsewhere.
I get it.
With the 2 golden.
That was a lot.
Yeah, the golden folk and Deft just popping off. Mega in front of him.
It's like a
second time.
nature.
Yeah.
The problem is that, yes, there is a big gold lead for Humble Life, but at this point the gold lead also doesn't really matter anymore because most people are hitting full builds.
Yeah, Deft is just basically Moses this game.
He has 6 items
tells
as well.
people to move.
Oh, well, Peanut doesn't win that though.
He does have an Azir in the area, so Pigeon
can
plus
go.
Blind Man might be able to do it.
But is that enough? No.
And also, like,
Now
okay,
what?
there's the Paranoia, and do you know what? Now what is Inhibitor goes down in top lane, and likely the mid lane. That's the outcome.
How do you get fully commit to
Another
that?
Mega Inferno Bomb. Doctarm going to burn down for a little while.
That's the value. There is, I mean, surely Doctarm is going to sell his shoes and get like a Ravenous Hydra, right?
I'd hope so.
That's what I'd expect.
Or a Banshee's Veil. Or a Sonya's.
Just get Sonya's.
Just get Sonya's.
Peanut?
Yeah, Peanut going for one heck of a flank is, okay, Satchel Charge from Deft, pretty strong. Grand entrance onto Peanut. And Dudu going to teleport back in. Some jostling for position here as Nongshim not going to get punished for that particular move. Mega Inferno Bomb, very, very close. Paranoia, very close. Equalizer available. And there it is, down on top of the inhibitor. Mega Inferno Bomb just going to nail Kellen for now. As Chovy's down quite low. Vista going to bounce around this one, see what he can get done. As Deft, every button he presses is terrifying. Oh my goodness.
There is a limited amount of magic resist available to people to buy while still getting their actual
Yeah,
build.
this is 6 items, like Deft sold his shoes, you know. Yeah.
It's a fun game. Like, this is way better than the last like long game that we had, because this one actually has a ton of stuff happening.
Yeah.
You know, like people are playing the video game.
Well, now that Rylai's Crystal Scepter is an interesting choice for Deft as that 6th item, but will mean that the Liandry's burn does more damage. So that's kind of cool.
It's also the and that's the main thing to me. It's just it makes it harder to engage.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's way hard as, yeah.
Now he
there you
kites.
go.
He kites with all of his instantly available again bouncing bombs and stuff.
It's a slow crocodile, but he is a dead man's blade, so he's not as slow.
Yeah.
It's gonna be an Elder 5v5 flip, isn't it, Atlas?
Is that what we're doing?
It's gonna happen, surely.
I mean, if the poetry was truly in motion, would it mean that Nongshim gets it and wins the game? Is that how is that the true poetic outcome
I don't know,
of this
Atlas.
situation?
I'm having a really hard time with this one.
Welcome. I was trained from yesterday, so this is now exactly what I am used to. As that bouncing bomb is going to discover the Tri-Brush. True Shot Barrage. God, a lot of damage as Vista has to get out of here. And the Elder Drake's like, are we fighting? And the answer is no.
Karen has Flash available again. Look at him. He's going to be the one to start it off with. They needed the very, very decisive engage if they want to win this. Meanwhile, Rich has to deal with the top side. Maybe someone from Home Alive wants to... And you can't hard engage here unless you are 100% certain it works.
Yeah.
Go on, Chovy.
There's the Paranoia. Chovy. Can he actually use it here as he decides to get in right over the top? They want to take down Peanut, so they get that smite out of the fight. Xerix does proc, but now he's down extraordinarily low as it's Deft fighting against Rich off on the back side as Doctarm will find him as well. So the Ziggs is taken down, but he takes the Gwen with him. And Home Life Esports now
Teleport!
looking to try and flip it. All right, they don't want to go for the Elder. They're just going to try and wipe out the base. 3 inhibitors should be taken here, but now Doctarm is a one-man army. Vista having to flash to get himself the heck out of the way. And now Doctarm should be able to deal with Arthur. Flashes over the wall now as Doctarm not going to be able to go into 2 people, I don't think. And now they do get back towards the rest of the team. This game is insane! What is happening?
Still alive. The health bars are low though. Doctarm, does he? He doesn't have the ultimate available just yet. They're going to walk over the ward here. But he doesn't want to go for it. Needs to go back. Needs to clear. But you still can't give over this Elder, so the fight continues. It's just Callan though.
Yep, all right. Can Gory get here? I mean, Peanut's not alive. Rich isn't alive. It's 4 versus 2 right now, going to be 3, but Home Life Esports, they don't want to take it. Oh no, Dudu gets back in there. Doctarm over the wall though, and what are we doing, Dudu? Equalizer goes down. Solar Flare does about nothing as Chovy turns the lights off again. They're going to go for this fight. Gory is the first target. He will be obliterated. Now Doctarm trying to kite Dudu. Gets over the top. Chovy should be able to get rid of him. Deft picks up the... Where the heck was Deft? He teleports himself in. As now Peanut looks for the kick away to cancel the teleport.
Look at Rich!
What's going on? Yes, Rich has turned back up again and Deft He's able to satchel charge himself out. To double kill for Rich, though.
Gwen?
As now Peanut in a bit of trouble. Dudu gets over, and Rich, there's no more mist available. Def pops him in this Raptor pit. And now Harmalife Esports, none of this silly other shenanigans. This should be the game. It's oh, Mega Inferno Bomb, take it away, man. I'm done.
What a game! Oh my god!
This game was absolute insanity, but congratulations to Harmalife Esports. Bring themselves up to 3-5. Def's very famous Ziggs. Oh my god. I'm gonna need a break after this, I think.
I think we all do. What? It all came down to one fight in the very end, and I thought Doctum was gonna do it, but he didn't. It wasn't enough, but man, what a beautiful, beautiful final game here. None of the inaction. Both teams very happy to scrap for their lives. Whew!
Amazing. A game, I don't know whether it was great, whether it was ridiculous, but it was fun regardless. The numbers coming through from that Mega Inferno Bomb. I mean, if Def doesn't get 12 out of 12, I'm going to be extraordinarily upset. Although I guess the Renekton probably deserves some of the votes for just how ridiculously powerful Dudu got.
Trophy, that's what we do, right?
Oh, yes, perfect. You've nailed it. Got in there. It is a Sunday. It is a church-going day, so voting for Chovy does make a lot of sense.
Oh, yeah, this one stings if you're a Nongshim fan, but you gotta just embrace the madness that was that game.
You gotta, you do. You really do. Oh my goodness.
This is such a pivotal win for Hanwha Life as well, because this was a Hanwha Life that if they lost it with 2-6 in 9th place.
Yeah, but remember, this was 5-2 versus 2-5. And we also have to factor in the middle of the pack being hovering around 3 wins. Now Harmalife Esports are also at 3 wins. And if they win their last game of round 1, then they're a middle of the pack team. They're not the absolute disaster that we saw earlier on in this season. I don't know, man. This LCK, I want off this wild ride.
I don't.
They took. What happened was.
What is that?
The roller coaster. Oh, what? Okay, Arthur. Is that trying to deflect smites? Because that didn't really work, I don't think. Oh, dearie me. Yeah, no. What happened was the roller coaster got removed from KT Rolster's logo, and it has now infected the rest of the LCK.
Oh my god, what a game.
Yeah, what a series, right?
Honestly, yeah, and this means a couple of things to me. It means that Hanwha Life is returning to the form we saw them in the spring. Is it clean?
Nope.
Not necessarily, but does it get the job done? Generally, kind of yes.
and also, like, they have a 10,000 gold lead, and we're still like, a good throw.
Which they almost did. Doctum almost carried this one to victory, and I think the rest of Nongshim played really well. Rich having a bit of a redemption arc in the final fight, but this is the key thing. Like, the 2 takeaways for me tonight are Hanwha Life are back to their form. It's not necessarily clean, but there's a lot of stuff happening, and often
stuff happened in the game, and then an outcome is achieved at the end of the game. I agree. That is 15 out of 10.
I am
analysis.
I am still impressed with the amount of tenacity that Nongshim show, and this is something like we always say, they're losing, but they tried well. But no, in case of Nongshim, like, it's actually
they could
insane.
Win at all stages, yeah.
Yeah, how much they can get done, regardless of game state. Wow, what a final! This is not. This was not even supposed to be the good series. The one next is going to be insane as well.
I mean, it's supposed to be, but
God.
I was always the most excited about this one, because what if this happens, right? What if? What does it mean? I have absolutely no idea. Doctum, still a god, right? This was like the late game scaling conversation that you were talking about before. It's like, who wins? Gwen, Azir, Ezreal, or one Ziggsy boy? And As it turns out, it's the Ziggsy boy, assuming you get a 10,000 gold lead pretty early on.
Because this is the madness that ensues, right? Like Chovy repositioning is actually
it's
a stroke
the
of
flyover.
genius.
He does the flyover.
God, and then Deft runs away from Rich, right, with a really nice satchel charge, still dies in the end. And here I'm like, this is still doable, right? Like, they can still win this, because their most important damage dealers are alive. But then this teleport creates so much pressure around the rest of the map, and then...
Let's have a listen to this insanity from Humble Life Esports' side.
This ult from Deft.
And also Dudu with the hero flash into darkness as well to get that stun out. Oh man.
좀 빼봐 좀 빼봐.
싸우자. 리신 봐줘 리신 노플이야.
리신 공 없어.
노플이야 노플 노공.
나 죽은 거 같아.
뒤에 그냥 봐줄 수 있는 사람?
그냥 봐줄 수 있나?
그냥 봐줄 수 있는.
리신 못 써. 리신 못 써. 간다.
왜? 나공 엄청 뒷가자.
게임 죽을 걸 뻔했냐 왜?
가자.
미드 가자.
Look at Arthur.
나이스 이겼다.
Deft, absolutely no emotion when he just Inferno bombs.
Ah, there we go!
Oh, crikey me! That's yeah. Do you remember the Sole 1 Prince numbers that we saw, where Ixu's what was it? His Alawi did like 63k. This is the sort of vibe I'm getting from just one Ziggs.
One Ziggsy boy. I'm glad Ziggs is back. I don't want him to stay for a long time because it's kind of ridiculous, but
no, man. I love it. I love everything about it. I want him to stay forever. I need Ziggs back in the mid lane as well, so we can have Super Mega Inferno Death Rockets. And then I'm not wrong, you know, because if both of those ults go out at the same time, I just pick one. And it's fine. That's mainly just me. I need the training wheels when it comes to Mega Inferno Bombs and Super Mega Death Rockets. Oh, what a series. We're going to have a little bit of a nap, and then we'll come back at full force for Damwon Kia versus Gen G. Oh, ridiculous. Let's have a look at the POG. Of course, it's going to go to Deft. I don't even know whether 1,000 damage per minute is not bad. 45% of his team's damage, also not bad. Damage per gold, also pretty good. This is the Deft that we all wanted to see. Didn't quite see it that much in the spring season, but summer season, this is some vintage Deft, and I'm loving it.
It is truly a return to form for the player. And of course, with Deft, he has the issue that his peak form is so high that, like, I don't know if he will get there. But as you pointed out, I think in spring he just looked kind of muted, right? Yeah. He just didn't look that good. He had some strokes that looked great, but as a whole, it was just kind of underwhelming. And I think that he has been consistently just an incredible source of strength and stability for this. We can now, I think, safely say, relatively reinvigorated on Humble Life.
Yeah, this is 2 wins in a row, man. Can't fault him for it. 6 out of 12 is interesting because, of course, Dudu did have a really good game. That one media Chovy vote. Oh, I called it. Oh, it had to happen. Why? Really? Oh man. Okay. Okay. Let's have a chat to Chovy and Deft, and we'll throw it over to Jisun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun with the POG interview translation, and Hana Life Esports is starting off their first winning streak here in the LCK Summer with this victory over Nongsin Red Force. I remember having an interview with you too in the previous winner interview. Back-to-back POGs from you guys. This is your first winning streak. How are you feeling? During the losing streak, you know, we were definitely feeling so bad. You know, we were a little bit depressed, but I'm glad that we will be able to have a momentum swing with this victory. Chovy, you won all votes in your POG performance. How are you feeling? I'm happy that we will be able to get a momentum swing with this victory, and also it means even more because Nongsin Red Force has been performing so well these days. Hana Life Esports is on a 5-match winning streak against Nongsin Red Force. I just heard about it. I guess, yeah, this is a bit of a mismatch. If we were on our side. we weren't paying too much attention about it, but I'm glad that we are strong against them. Chovy. Renekton was picked in both game 1 and 3. A lot of people are criticizing based on its win rate. What do you think about it? This champion has a low win rate, but I'm pretty sure every teams have been having a success on this champion during scrims. So I think it's a good pick as long as you can pilot it well. We also had a lot of pocket picks and new picks on the bottom lane as well. Sivir Yumi, Kog'Maw Lulu, and Ziggs Rakan. What did you focus on with your draft? Topside is so important these days. So when we get to pick champions on the second rotation of the pick, we wanted to bring some new options. And today, for example, Sivir, we didn't have any specific plan about it, you know? We were just like, this might be good, and it turned out, no. I guess Sivir was not a prepared pick, but is it still viable in the upcoming matches? I think we have to work on it a lot and figure out what's the best situation for it. If we had Soraka ban from you guys, tell us about it. Soraka, during the laning phase, she's very annoying, you know. And we also didn't have anything to ban, so we just wanted to remove that Soraka. Chovy, you created CS to farm on Akali against LeBlanc in game 2. How were you able to lane so well against LeBlanc? I played LeBlanc versus Akali matchup for so many times. So just as usual, so I just played out the lane just like I normally do, and I was able to win CS. What do you think about Gory? He has been some pop-up performance these days. I think I played better than him for sure today. And Chovy, we had multiple preview replays in this series, and you were the main shot caller on the side of Hana Life Esports, and even the Korean casters were amazed by your calls. So let's take a look at the replay together.
나 좀 봐줘. 먹어줘.
Devour me, please.
여기 렌즈 줄게. 방울 르블랑
There's a
풀
ward
빠졌어.
there. I will get rid of it. LeBlanc used flash.
이거 나는 못 가져니까 바텀에서
I
그냥
can back you up. I'll just let them pay attention on me on the bottom lane. So you made so many calls. Was that, you know, something you worked on? We have to play as a one with 5 players, so I have to deliver my thoughts and opinions when playing the game. And at that point in the game, I really didn't have other things to do other than, you know, making shot calls for my teammates. I mean, he always made right calls when it was needed, but these days he's been making more and confident calls. Does that impact the result of the game? Yeah, yes. In game 3, Nongshim, even though they were behind, they were keep looking for plays, and they were so close to turning the game around. Weren't the players afraid of it? I think we could have finished game 3 faster, but I think our macro wasn't good enough. Well, however, in game, we didn't really think that we might lose the game. We were just like, the game is a little bit getting extended, and that was about it. Your final opponent for the first round robin will be KT Rolster. How are you going to prepare for that matchup? We'll be facing off KT in the next series. We are on a winning streak. I think we have a good momentum. I hope we can push this momentum forward in order to pick up another win. Doran. is playing in KT. I think he's been doing a great job these days. I hope we can take them down and tease him a little bit. So this will be the end of the interview from ㅣ2021, the VOD on the side of Honda Life Esports, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun. As per usual, for the interview translation, great to hear from both ㅣ20 and ㅣ20. I feel like we don't get to hear from them enough because, of course, Summer Life have been struggling, but not so much anymore. Still -5, but they do join KT and Frederick at 3-5. One more game for the end of the first round robin. They might be able to push it up to 4-5, which basically, 50-50. It's not, but it's close.
Good enough.
Yeah,
Good enough.
we take those.
Oh, yeah. Because what really separates being second and being ninth in the LCK is 2 wins.
Yeah.
It's not a lot. And it's actually...
Damwon are right now in
God.
5th place, by the way, and if they win tonight against Gen.G, which is a tough ask, right? Gen.G are undefeated. But if they do win, they're second.
I don't know, man.
It's just the LCK at the moment. Not a lot is predictable, but it is sure a good time.
It's fun.
Let's see what's going to happen in our last series of the week. Damwon versus Gen.G up in about 30 or so minutes. We'll see you there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your 30 or so minute break. And we are back here for a pretty big one here against ㅣ2021 Kia and Gen G. It's interesting because if we had have been looking at this towards the end of spring, we'd be like, oh, well, this will be another ㅣ2021 Kia rollover of Gen G. But that is absolutely not what we're thinking now.
Well, we still have differing opinions, but I'd like to get into it a little bit later because I think we both expect the series to go all the way.
Yeah.
But the outcome, you know, I think Gen G, I think they got.
I think there's absolutely no one should be expecting ㅣ2021 Kia to win this series, 100%. I think this should be expected to be a Gen G 2-0.
And if you hear Atlas say that,
I have not said anything on air about any other opinion. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Absolutely no idea. Let's bring up points of the match so that I can avoid this awkward situation. As ㅣ2021 Kia versus Gen G. ㅣ2021 Kia will be on our whichever side they would like. They are going to be our home team for this one. And 7-0 undefeated Gen G. Now I've got an interesting story for you. Their longest winning record was in spring of last year, and it was broken by T1. Do you know who their last opponent is in round one?
It's T1, isn't it?
It is indeed T1. So they need to beat ㅣ2021 Kia, and ㅣ2021 Kia have been pretty good at beating Gen G in the past. It hasn't been something that they've had too much trouble with. We remember the spring final, or at least you can try to. It was pretty quick.
I was expecting more of a dig towards my Den faith in Gen G.
No. That one's run its course.
Has it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
it's only you that brings it up these days.
You're actually right. It's preemptively, but it should stop doing it. You're completely right. And I think that ㅣ2021 Kia have shown that there are a considerable amount of weaknesses. However, their top side is still insane. Like, nothing that we've seen changes. The fact that Showmaker, Kenyon, and Khan are super, super good. So that's what I'm going to be looking towards today as well.
Yeah, I think the bottom lane is the question mark. Of course, everyone knows that there is going to be a newcomer to the 80 carry role potentially next week, but that hasn't happened just yet. Having a look at the stats, Gen G with a 7-0 record are of course going to have good stats. It's just sort of how that one goes. ㅣ2021 Kia though, looking at theirs, looking pretty pitiful. Outside of the Baron percentage means that, you know, their macro play in the late game is still pretty good. Just unfortunately they haven't been able to get themselves to those positions recently. And here they are, going to welcome out ㅣ2021 Kia towards Low Park. And it is going to be, once again, Ghost and Beryl towards that bottom side of the map. Let's see how well they're going to perform. Always such a question mark. And I also, to try and work out what the problems are for ㅣ2021 Kia is actually quite difficult. And I think that what they're doing to try and solve their problems aren't necessarily the main things here. As Ghost and Beryl have been underperforming, but is it all Ghost's fault? Is it all Beryl's fault? That's sort of part of the question mark, right?
It's a difficult one, because as you already pointed out, Rahel will be called up for next week. Currently they're bot laner in Challengers, but I don't think it's an individual player thing. I think that, as you pointed out, it's both, but Beryl seems so much harder to replace, right? Because they have mentioned that he is one of their main shot callers, and if you look at the form of the team last year, that makes sense, whereas Gen G, they don't have to change anything. They don't have to do anything, because they're looking great.
There's some hashtag no changes in a very big way. Outside of Rascal breaking his leg, or at least hurting his leg a little bit. That was it's a little bit unfortunate. Hopefully that gets better soon and isn't going to affect his play in any way. Might just be like an ankle or a foot thing. I don't know. But that's a little casty type situation. A little bit unfortunate there for Rascal. But Gen G looking extraordinarily dominant. It's been a while since I've actually cast a Gen G game. I'm trying to cast my mind back to the last one that I was actually on, and I just don't really remember. So will be good to check in a more, more actually here kind of way. Of course, watch them play a lot. As this is going to be your roster, no changes just yet. Expecting to see them next week. But ㅣ2021 Kia not looking like their World Championship selves. Or their summer selves, right? Even looking...
Not even.
Spring selves. In spring, they also still looked strong.
Yet, we saw some hints, right, of the mistakes that were going to plague ㅣ2021 Kia that have been plaguing them both in MSI and during summer. There were hints of it, but it was nowhere near. And that's why it was kind of surprising to see MSI on one hand, where we were all like, wow, they really dropped off. And that's understandable if you're going to a different tournament, you know, you're moving across the world, like that can happen. But to then come back and have the exact same issues is not great. However, fortunately for Damokia, the top side is still looking great.
Yeah, still looking okay. Compared to Rascal, it's a little bit of a difficult one. Let's have a look at those solo kills. I think the next highest in the LCK is 7, and Rascal's on 16. He's been taking names up there. We'll see whether Khan is going to be able to hold on.
And it's interesting because when we think about like, the hype solo laners, and this is a problem that plagues Gen.G in general. We're thinking about Summit, we're thinking about Keen, right? Like Rascal is not necessarily a player that comes to mind. But then you look at how well he's able to navigate those lanes, how no matter what the matchup is, he's like one of the epitomes of, okay, you take the counter matchup and then I beat you, and then I take the count, like I take the opposite end of the matchup and I still beat you. Yeah. Which is just insane. Like Gen.G as a whole is looking on peak form, and Rascal has been incredibly consistent both inside and outside of lane. Yeah.
And of course, these are former teammates as well, played on Kingzone together, did Khan and Rascal. So it will be fun having a look at what they're going to be able to get done here, as Damwon Kia are going to do the thing that we've wanted every team to do against Gen.G, and that is actually choose the red side. Gen.G have been, yes, very much favoring red side League of Legends, and so they're going to have that denied away from them in at least game number 1.
I think that's a great call. As I mean, as a Showmaker fan, it hasn't been bad. As a Damwon Kia fan, it has not been the greatest. Of course, recently losing yet another series, even with Ghost getting swaps in, looking so good in game number 1 as well. That was really the shocking part to me. It was like, okay, Ghost is back. He's looking really good. They're looking great. And then, we all know what happened afterwards.
Yeah,
they lost.
A bit of a struggle.
Yeah.
I got some trivia for you. You've probably glanced because I've just had a look at the stat myself. But how many games do you think Gen.G have won on the blue side as a 7-0 team?
Okay, 7-0, let's say 5 games?
They've won 1 game on blue side. 1. They're 1 out of 3 on blue side as a 7-0 undefeated team in the LCK.
Boy,
what a wacky stat.
What a wacky stat.
They are 13 out of 16 on red side. They have played a lot of games on red side because so many people do think that the blue side is stronger. Gen.G disagree. But it's just a fun fact for you there. As we hop into the draft already, Senna's in down, taken away. And Senna, of course, aimed at good old Ghost, who's still pretty good at the champion despite having some recent failings on it. This is a bit sad, because Rascal did tell Khan that he was going to get the Lee Sin and kick his head off, or something like that, as that's a big giggle out of Showmaker. Maybe laughing at the fact that the Renekton was banned away, as there is the Callisto ban against Ruler, one of those things that you can't let through. And now let's have a look at the first pick. I'm not expecting jungle to be locked in here, although they could. Okay. Because I kind of thought that Clid would go back to the Volibear, right? Just
I actually
just pick Volley.
I agree. I think that, but I think that the main thing is that if the Lee was open, they would 100% gone for that.
Yes.
But I don't think Gen.G rates picks like the Viego as high as some other teams. I think that a later Gwen pick would really be on theme for them, something that they've done in the past as well, consistently. And Set is open. And Damwon Kia, I do hope you... No, okay. So Set Rumble, I assume will be given over here, because BDD is
Nocturne's
very
available
happy to.
as well.
Oh, well, there you go.
Set Nocturne?
Yeah. I think you do.
That makes for a pretty good dive composition from Gen.G.
Pretty solid draft, yes.
Yeah. Has Gen.G been playing much dive recently, Chronicler?
One could say so.
I believe they have, as Varus is going to be the last pickup. So, going to let through the set for the moment.
Well, dumb one.
Interesting.
Oh, okay, so in a normal situation, I would say I really don't think that Jin deserves the type of rarity, but Ghost has been having a really rough time. It's not just Ghost, it's Beryl as well, and I don't think it's fair to single out Ghost specifically, because it is definitely a just whole bot lane problem. We saw that because some of the problems continued even when Showmaker swapped towards the bot side role. So putting additional attention in a draft to get a comfortable matchup available for Mr. Ghost, I think is an understandable call. Do expect to see some of the picks that go really well together with the Varus taken away. So Rakan is interesting. Like, I kind of expect them to just ban the Kench next as well.
Yeah,
but maybe
hope that the Kenji. Oh, unless Beryl wants to play it.
Yeah, that was what I'm thinking as well. Ah, there we go.
No! I think Yasuo was very recently played over in the LPL as well, in the mid lane. Not entirely sure who was playing it, but I do remember some whisperings of some Yasuos being played. Of course, Showmaker Canyon played it at MSI. That exact combo.
Would have been fun. I don't think Damonkia in its current form should get anywhere near the champion as, hey, BDD.
Yeah.
There is the Azir ban. Always gonna happen. No surprises there. Although this might be a very old mid lane Nocturne, right? We don't know where it's going yet. Could also go to Rascal, which I suspect is going to be the case.
Rascal's played 8 games of the Nocturne so far. Let's have a look at the win rate. Currently 62%, so not exactly flawless.
Ooh, this is kind of nice because I don't think Barrel's Thresh is that great. But that's kind of what you want to pick up here, because I think if Gen G get the Thresh, Life is very happy. It works exceptionally well with the Varus. I think it's also a good matchup into the Leona, so...
Yeah, I think picking the Leona here is actually really dangerous. Although they do have Skinergy down on the bottom side with their own skins. So that's important.
It's comfort, but that's
I don't think Beryl's going to pick his own skin, though. He never does. It's always very frustrating.
That's going to be...
Oh, Lucian's still available, by the way, which is pretty nutty.
Okay. I know. I like the Braum as well. Personally, I prefer the Thresh. I think that provides you a little bit more safety into picks like Diana. But the Braum is also really good into what is already 3 melee characters with
and also really good into Jhin.
Yeah. It just and it synergizes well with Varus, right? Varus with Fatal Blade's going to be able to easily proc those Winter Spites. So I think as a whole, it's quite a nice pick. BDD, is it going to be the Syndra pick? I think this is way better, but...
This is way better.
It is BDD. So we'll be looking at it.
Also, the Lucian, if Life is ever going to get out of lane, Lucian is Braum's best friend. As we know, you were talking about proccing the concussive blows. Definitely,
it's such a classic. Remember when that was like the bot lane you had to beat?
Yeah.
Good times. Except when you had to play into it. This is not surprising. More surprising is he made it through the draft this far.
Yeah, it's pretty nutty. Although, I mean, this is looking like we're going to have Set versus the Lucian, which is not going to be the greatest of times for the Set. So we'll see. You know, unless it is going to be Viego mid lane, they could also do something like that if they would like to. But Genji's draft's looking pretty clean right now. As of course it is going to be that Nocturne for the top side of the map. Rascal pretty good on this one. But Viego has been dominating and might be an opportunity for, you know, Khan to fight back against the solo kill god up there towards the top side of the map in Rascal.
And I think the Damonkia draft, if you get through the laning phase unscathed, you are looking peachy. Like, this is a super strong skirmishing teamfight draft. You have long range engage, you have great combos in the comp itself, but you shouldn't get through the laning phase unscathed. There's Prior in the bot side with the Varus and Braum, incredibly impressive lane. There's Lucian in the mid lane, self-explanatory. And there is Nocturne in the top side, so basically every single lane is going to be under immense pressure, and Klid, I think, has been the most consistent early game jungler we've had within the LCK, so Gen G, I think they should have no problems with finding early game leads here, and Gen G with early game leads against a Damwon that has been struggling in the early game seems like a bad combination for Damwon fans.
Indeed. I think that their draft just looks straight up better. There is, you know, the combination of Viego being very strong and Diana Set, but I mean, it feels a little bit isolated here, you know? Like, they do have it, and that, like, if those mid-game skirmishes do actually happen, if they manage to find these little skirmishes early and really change the look of these lanes, then we might fall into some issues. But here we are onto the Rift. Let's see how it's going to go. Heavy expectation is that Gen G should be able to find a pretty comfortable win here in this match. I know it's weird, especially if you haven't been watching the LCK throughout this season thus far, but that's just the reality that we live in.
Consistent Gen G.
And consistent Beryl as well. Your skin's really cool, dude.
Such a good skin.
I know, and he's still not taking it.
At least Klid picked the right skin.
He did. Canyon is going to be taking the Ayaka skin. Shout-outs over there. Maybe Beryl told him to take that particular skin. I'm not entirely sure what it's actually called, but it makes Diana look like a character from a certain other game that Beryl does like quite a lot.
It's also what his own skin is based upon, right? So it makes a lot of sense. Life also gone for the exhaust here. which I think is really nice into what is going to happen inevitably in the mid to late game, where a Ruler is going to have Canyon trying to jump on top of him, and he's not going to enjoy that generally, as a character want to do. And it's going to be a lot easier with the exhaust to survive that initial amount of burst.
Think about how cool it could have been. Oh, I'm still triggered.
I know.
Oh, dearie me.
I agree.
Yeah, well. Khan gonna get a bit stabby up here towards the top side. Look to try and push Rascal around. See how he's going to do there. Showmaker is going to struggle here in this lane. Has managed to get, you know, at least one of the minions.
It's something. Yeah, even with the second wind, you know, and the additional amount of sustain that you also get with Doran's shield, it's still just not great. And this is a power move.
Yeah.
Right there. This is saying, okay, we have Prior, what you gonna do? And the answer is, I don't think anything.
Nope. Yeah, they do have vision of this. However, I mean, you're not going to be able to do anything about it. And Clid could possibly even just go red to red here. I don't know whether... Yeah, he is.
Oh, he doesn't hit free.
Oh, wow. Okay. This changes things. And he is going to start this one up. Canyon not actually wanting to go for it. Respecting the prio. As no, he's just skirting around the vision. Gets that ward in. Did land the E, but instead is just going to go back over and locks down his own red buff. We did need to be a little bit careful as Rascal's going to move on over. The priority man really is allowing Clid to not really care about a level deficit, but it's still going to be the red buff secured by Canyon, so no 3 buff to happen here. As, yeah, Varus on a bit of a losing streak recently. Bodes well for Damwon Kia.
It's actually really big. If Clid soaks 1 minion of experience in the mid lane, then he's fine. Right? Like he does actually hit level 2 of just double Raptor Camp as well as his own red. But because he doesn't, like that play just costs him a lot of time. Canyon gets slowed down a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. However, I do think that maybe they want to try and contest, because I think the urban skirmishing is way better.
Yeah,
might have an early
exactly
fight here.
Damwon Kia want, right? They want to be trying to skew these lanes as B2D. Chunked a little bit. Gen.G get themselves into the river though, as now Showmaker's going to move on over. It's going to be a 4v4. Possible teleports on the top side of the map.
I think Brom is so good in these early fights. Got to be careful.
Teleport is going to be channeled from Rascal. Flashes out from Damwon Kia. They want to allow Khan to get ahead as there's the Zenith plate. Oh no, B2D out of position, gets lit on fire. The rest of Gen.G trying to get on over here. B2D will be taken down, and the first blood goes over to Showmaker as well. As the mists go down, Khan finishes his teleport, also trying to go invisible yet again as he flashes away. He's burning down with the red buff, but the potion is going to cancel it out. Flash forward from Rascal, but doesn't find anything. And now Clid at 100 health. Beryl chasing behind him. Ghost picks it up with a 4th bullet. As B2D's teleported back in to go again. This is just ridiculous. A double kill for Ghost. And Damwon Kia, this is exactly what they wanted. Even gets the cannon. Glorious stuff.
Wow. Well, the bot lane's looking a lot better now.
Yeah,
and,
Ghost is like, yeah, you want to bench me? Nah.
Oh, and if you play that, like I said, I think that you should always win that. As Gen.G, I think the Brom in the early game is so oppressive, and you see that Damwon Kia, they respect that, right? But BDD, you have Rascal. All BDD needs to do is just stay with his team.
Yeah.
And they can never go for this. I really like the attempt from Life to try and salvage it, but instead, Damwon Kia, Life gets taken down. Rascal flashes for an attempt to kill Khan and then doesn't actually make it work, which is also just that flash from Khan away from the arrow as well. Rather than Rascal here flashes forward.
Yeah, Khan and then Khan just dashes out of the way.
Oh
He's like bait successful.
And then you can't, like Rascal loses out on so much AD because he uses his Dustbringer in an attempt to get something done. Clid tries to get over the wall, but it's never ever going to work. And that was just honestly a really big misexecution.
Yeah, well,
from Gen.G.
Khan might be in trouble. Teleports come forward from Showmaker as Khan is going to go back to him now. Okay, Face Break is going to be available as Showmaker looks for it onto Rascal, doesn't quite get there as B2D. He's roamed up, Canyon's here as well, Haymaker comes out. Showmaker, remember, does not have the flash as Khan, he's going to be taken down. Noble sacrifice here from the top laner of Damwon Kia. and they don't win the skirmish.
What is happening, Atlas? We're 6 minutes in and we've had 4 kills.
Things are happening. This is great. If you were watching yesterday, no things were happening. And now today we have things all over the place and it's fantastic. I don't mind. I don't even care whether they're good or bad things.
Doesn't
I just
matter.
want more things.
Because this actually, to me, is a very welcome development for the LCK because not doing anything in the current meta is really bad.
Yeah.
Like, you need to try and consistently make plays to get yourself advantages. And we see Gen.G attempt to punish Khan. The immediate teleport from Showmaker evens out the fight a little bit, but the prio that BDD has on this roam and the fact that Canyon at this point in the game is not as strong as he's going to be once Moonfall is available is a big problem, right? Because if Moonfall's available here, you turn around that fight and you blow them up. But instead, you give up your top laner. That's a very important kill going over to BDD, who's going to have even more pressure in his lane. Because while Showmaker has been playing really well for the rest of the map, he is very far behind in CS, right? Because he's roaming so much. And because he's playing into Lucian. It's not an easy matchup.
No, not great. Beryl going to return to the bottom side of the map. Takes a Winter Divine for his trouble as the Dancing Grenade, it's doing a fair bit of damage there to Ruler. But unfortunate, he doesn't quite have that serrated Dirk that we like to talk about online just yet. As ㅣ2021 hold on to a slight advantage when it comes to gold. You can see BDD, man, it's a big wave stacked up for Showmaker to collect, but it's a 30 CS advantage. Feels pretty good for Evolution.
And while that early skirmish went horrible, we do see the exact faults that Gen.G had with this composition. And what they're doing is consistently using the prio generated by Lucian in the mid lane to roam. The reason why that play topside goes well is because BDD shoves it in the lane, roams the top. Right? Like that early skirmish, the setup was really good. Sure, the execution fell flat, but they recognize again, we have a Braum early game, we have a Lucian, like, we can fight, we can skirmish, and just recognizing that and actually following up on it is something that a lot of our teams haven't done. Gen.G recently has started to do this a lot more, but the really interesting thing is that ㅣ2021 is actually matching it, and that is something that recently they have not been able to do whatsoever.
No, exactly. Also, really good timing on this Rift Herald as well, as Canyon started that one up on the reset of the bottom lane, knowing that they will have advantage as Ghost and Beryl made it back a little bit earlier. And so now some plates will be able to be collected here by ㅣ2021. Certainly a lot tidier in the early game outside of the ridiculous skirmishing that was going on. Still like where they're going on the map as Khan might be in trouble yet again. Clid gonna go over and look for some Krugs as the fear comes out. And Rascal is putting on a lot of pressure as, oh dear, there's the equalizer onto Canyon. Paranoia comes down as well. It's a really, really dead Diana. The punishment, just beautiful from Gen.G.
Gen.G reading the map state so well, and this is, again, this is the payoff from having BDD have prio, because you know why they knew that Canyon was there, because of the ward.
And look at all of the vision, look at all the vision that ㅣ2021 had. Yeah. And Clid just walks past all of it, and now they're looking to try and dive Khan as well, as he is going to get feared, but Rascal's going to take a lot of damage. Yep, that's going to be the trade. Goodbye, double buffs into the nether. We will not see them again, and yeah, it's a good trade for Khan.
Mayhem.
Absolute mayhem.
Mayhem. I love it.
Look at this wave state for Showmaker as well. Feeling pretty good about this one.
Yeah, that's set without, you know, yes, Canyon died, but he is now out on the map again and not spotted, so you need to play very respectful, especially with the flash still available, because flash phase breaker doesn't really have that much counterplay unless you have your finger on the button yourself.
Indeed.
Canyon will pick that up.
Showmaker just going to walk at BDD.
Case in point.
Yeah, Canyon comes on down. We'll see where that Rift Herald is going to be placed. We're going to check this out once again.
Oh.
Just the knowledge that Gen.G had, like, just feels like a set play played beautifully.
Yeah.
I don't mean set the champion.
No, it's so clean. Like, it's literally, like, it's textbook.
Yeah, right.
Push in, ward, jungle, set up a play, and end. Like, just take them down, and then this is very unfortunate. Rascal didn't have to tank that long. I think that he thought that he would be out of range of the Heartbreaker there. Not the case. However,
if he dies before Khan, then there's a chance that Khan can actually, like, immune that, get the reset, and then they both die. So
it's possible.
Yeah, it's very close to a, just a 2-0 for Khan. But thankfully for Gen.G, they just trade 1-for-1. Still not the greatest of situations.
The laning prowess for ㅣ2021 at the moment isn't really there, and this is also, I think, one of the main reasons why Gen.G have been as dominant as they have been. Yes, their early game is good, but it also comes from how informed these players are at the moment. Because if you look, even with Ghost picking up a double kill, Bruder and Life have a CS lead.
Yeah.
And like a pretty big one as well, right? They've been consistently able to have lane pressure. Already talked about the mid lane, top lane also the same, but with a lot more attention paid to Khan, so it's understandable there. However, Damwon have also been able to very nicely sneak away some objectives. Rascal.
Yeah, gets on over. As in goes Canyon, actually. Showmaker's going to move on through. Good fear back as there is the flash showstopper, and Rascal is mega dead. He does have flash, but he's not going to use it intelligently. Yeah.
Thought they wanted to make something happen there. BDD and they're both buffing up, but none of that. And that's Herald. It's going to be a lot of plates.
This is a pretty good early game from Damwon Kia, considering what they've been able to do in recent games. It's a good look. And, you know, we were talking about how good Gen.G looked at the end of spring, right? And then they go up against Damwon Kia and they look like a completely different team. I don't want to start talking about it too early or anything like that, but maybe it's that the monkey hasn't been quite got off their back yet.
I still think that Gen.G are going to dictate a lot of the pace of this game, at least for now, but I don't think it's like outside of that one fight that we already went over a couple of times on the bot side, I actually think that it's just Damwon Kia also, they're contesting things, they're doing stuff, they're making plays, like they're roaming, they're not giving up random kills without a reason in lane, they're always looking on the map. And even though Canyon dies there, gets back, is able to set up a nice play on the top side, picks up the Herald as well earlier, right? So it's all within the realm of feasibility, and I can't wait for the first actual team fight, because I feel like both these two teams are not going to back down from any fight, and this should be some very, very explosive setups here. Yeah. Very exciting.
The early skirmishing potential on both sides actually extraordinarily high, so hopefully we do see a bit of that pretty soon. Drake did go over to Damwon Kia. In fact, they've had every neutral objective on the map thus far. As next one going to be the Cloud, so we'll have to see whether it's going to be Infernal or the Ocean. Monsoon season, so you know, more likely that it's the Ocean Soul.
It's been raining a lot.
Yeah, and it's just not looking like it's ever going to stop. As Ruler picks up this mini wave, and it's a bit of a lull state. But I think we'll allow it for now. Often we get a little bit upset when it comes to lull states, but we've had a pretty fiery early game. So we'll allow it. And the plates are going to fall. We'll have a look to see who managed to pick up the most value from that one. Double dashy mythics coming through from both the Jhin and from the Varus. Traveler's Claw and of course the Gale Force as BDD. Finds a little shot onto Showmaker, but Showmaker feels like he's out of the woods. As the ghost signature there. It's so cute, isn't it? Yeah. The little ghosty.
It's adorable.
Love
BDD also finishing his Cold out, which is a nice amount of gold. Just basically nets him a free kill, as we saw there. This is enthusiastic, as we do have light in the general vicinity.
Yeah, now just going to let this one go back, as there's the equalizer. Flash out from Canyon. Good stun from Beryl to keep his jungler alive. Some buttons now on cooldown for Gen.G. There's now the re-engage. They're looking for it. Rascal flashes away. They might just take that. No paranoia, no equalizer. And so Shirley should just belong to Damwon Kia based on the button availability. Yeah, and that's what's going to happen. Nicely done here from Damwon Kia. Just weathering the first volley. Or salvo, I guess, depending on what you want to say.
It's a bit over-enthusiastic, because I think that if there is no Shirley to be found, then that is a play you're happy with. This is also going to be the first turret block, meaning that Damwon Kia are actually going to get into this around 15-minute walk with a substantial gold lead, which is going to make Damwon Kia fans very happy, because that has been a while.
Yeah.
And they're doing it against Gen.G, so that's a great look. But what we saw there was a lot of investment from not the greatest of position, right? Like the lockdown wasn't really there, and if you don't have lockdown, you need enough damage. They are setting up around this Drake though, and I think that this one you can still give up as Gen.G, which looks like they might be considering that. But their poke is really good. That's something we haven't really seen yet, is what Damwon Kia, they want to play forward. They want to engage, right? You have to set Diana, the Leona. But then Gen.G want to play a little slower, and your Braum should help with that.
Okay, Clint. just scrap shields his way forward. Now the equalizer comes out, beautifully positioned. Layered on top is the Glacial Fissure, but doesn't find too much joy as the culling also goes a little bit awry. But Damonkia just, yeah, they leashed the Drake for Clid to go and take, and that's actually going to be pretty important as it is the Infernal Soul.
Or the communication between Ruler and Clid, they're absolutely beautiful. Because Ruler primes it, right? Like he charges up, holds that arrow, and Clid's like, wait, wait, and then he goes in and finds it. And as you said, at the very least, it will buy you a lot of time. And in the best case scenario, it just gets you a lot of plays being set up here.
Oh yeah, Clid. Counter gang positioning, doesn't have the equalizer, but the Flamespit is still going to do a whole bunch of work. Teleport's coming down as that's going to be the first reset here for Khan. Can he actually make it work though, as there's the Blast Cone, courtesy of the Infernal Rift, as Khan's going to dive on top of BDD. A lot of damage down here as Ghost was looking to try and trade back, but Ruler turns up in the nick of time. Okay, Curtain Call comes down, finds Clid with a couple of these bullets as the last one, pretty close to BDD, but he was out of range. The Showmaker's on the top side of the map, minding his own business.
Of all the characters that love fighting, Sett isn't there. He's just in the side lane, he's just autoing turrets, and yeah, with the passive, he is going to get through those very, very quickly. Nicely done, and in the end, it's yet again a favorable Damonkia trade. Gen G showing very clearly that with the amount of flashes and summoners they regularly use, they are very happy to go for this.
걸어서 우리 바텀으로 간다 이거. 아 근데 궁 없어도 할 만할 것 같은데 다이 노플이라. 텔 볼래? 천천히 이제 가죠. 내가 먹었다. 천천히 먹어. 여기 다이나 볼래? 다이나 보자. 다이나 보자.
Was that just a harpoon?
What the heck?
다이나,
No, it was Ruler's arrow as well. All right. That's what did what really made it hard. And this is really, really clear here because I think this goes okay now. If that moonfall goes off, like I'm pretty sure Khan gets a kill and clears that no matter what. And then the immediate punish comes through, right? BDD went for the, it's really interesting, went for the shoot though here, which in this scenario doesn't necessarily save him, but it does give him a lot more confidence to go in for these short range plays.
Yeah.
And again, it's just symptomatic of both these two teams not wanting to give each other an inch. It's constant fighting for every single play.
Love it. It's exactly what we want to see. More fighting, more of the time. As we're going to get a charge, surely not going to be denied this time around. Rascal lying in wait, Paranoia at the ready. All of our R buttons are sorted outside of the curtain call, which should be coming up relatively soon, but also isn't exactly the most pivotal in the next fight. As in goes Showmaker now looking for Ruler. There's the face breaker. They get the cleanse out. Showmaker doesn't bite off more than he can chew. Doesn't invest the flash. Just wanted to get that cleanse. There was no flash though for Ruler, so it was certainly an opportunity for Showmaker to go for the flash and the showstopper.
Could have gone for it. Then also would have eaten the Glacial Fissure, right? And maybe then the follow-up is there, and it becomes a bit of a risk. I do definitely think it could have killed Ruler. It's more about how the fight would have gone after that, and that one is a little bit hazier. However, coming into this game, you know, we looked at each other and said, okay, what do we expect here, and who has the early game edge? Well, we expect it to be Gen G. That horrible level 3-4 skirmish tilted in favor of Damonkia. But it wasn't enough, right? Like, that in of itself saw Gen G still fight back very aggressively.
And Ruler is still Ruler, right?
It is, yeah, that's a big one.
It's going to be hard to stop him from shooting you over and over again with these piercing arrows, so we do have to bear that in mind. Damonkia, minute to go until this Infernal Drake comes up. Opportunity for both teams to stack 3 of them, which feels real good.
God, yeah, like you're saying, on both of these.
Yeah, right? So whoever takes control of this mid-game is in a huge advantage just based on that Drake. And the fact that Clid was able to steal it away, right? This should really be a moment where Damonkia is setting up for Infernal Soul Point. But after that steal, and after that, you know, just great passage play from Gen G, we're not talking about that. We're talking about, you know, triple Infernal being a possibility.
And I think what you want to do here as Gen G is you need to be the first one into the river, and then you need to use the poke of Varus and Lucian consistently. Yeah. Make sure that this fight is not even when you go in. Otherwise, Life needs to have the Braum performance of his life, because on even footing, the dive from Damokia is really hard to deal with for Gen G, right? They have a very squishy lineup, so it's pivotal that either they find someone, blow them up instantly, or they get enough damage done before the fight starts.
Well, might be starting off now as Beryl looks now on cooldown. Khan in the mist, as there's the culling, doesn't find anyone. Just a few shots onto Beryl at the end there. The Drake's still at about half health. Gets angry at Gen G. They do group back up again. Khan looking for a potential flank. The piercing arrow is not exactly doing a whole lot there to Showmaker, as the Dragon is going to reset. Picked up again by Ghost and Canyon. Can't just stand around here for too much longer, as there's the equalizer. In they go. Solar Flare is good. Stopwatches have been employed, as it's somehow the set that takes the Dragon. Damwon here in the back of this pit. Showstopper comes in as the Varus just doing so much damage in the backline. Eventually, he is taken down as Showmaker and Khan make their way out. Oh, man. Okay, so advantage goes over to Damwon here when it comes to the Drake, but they lose one extra in the fight.
I think that's a trade you take as Damwon Kia, but man, this series is delivering so far, because this game is crazy. We see both teams really not wanting to give each other any space. Showmaker, as you pointed out, I want to see how he's doing except the Dragon, because that doesn't make that much sense to me.
It went down to 13 health, and then I think, you know, he
punched it
or something.
In the brawl, he'll find a way to get it done. Big there, and that was, I think, one of the reasons why the fight was not as favorable for Gen G as it could have been, was that Ruler, he didn't have his second item finish yet, right? Like, no Mana Mune yet, is still stacking it as well. Because you pointed it out very nicely, the arrows aren't doing quite as much yet. And that meant that when Damwon Kia actually went in, it was in a considerable more favorable state than otherwise could have been expected. As they're the one who pretend they want to go for this, but it's immediate initiation come through. Find Rascal here, who's like very ready for the flash over the wall, which is really nicely done, but this does leave Ruler open. Now we see why Set is a fun champion. Doesn't really get to do anything, and yeah, this current call from Ghost.
That ain't the one you want.
Now look at that.
Yeah, just obliterated. That's very unfortunate. So Ghost, a bit of a whoopsie there in that situation. See whether he can tidy up the play.
And in addition to that, as you already said as well, BDD's calling, it doesn't do that much yet, was also not on the next item.
It's stunned up as Ghost trying to make up for the situation, flash out, but not going to be enough. Paranoia comes through, and oh my goodness, the stopwatch denies so much right there. Incredibly high value as Khan looks to come in. Gets a bit angry, and this Viego is in a real good spot. At this point in time, has a level advantage. I believe is possibly the highest level in the game right now. And Khan just quietly is massive.
Huge. Enormous. As he is able to move forward with such confidence. Has gone for the tanky build this time. This is a bit of a stretch though. Yes, Clinton's dead. But you are playing into a heavy poke composition who might be looking for some damage.
Well, see whether they can do it. There's no Moonfall available, but Showstopper is going to be there. Rascal, no Paranoia also, so this Baron just goes for free. And yeah, clear.
Okay.
I mean, he had the equalizer, but he wasn't there to use it. No culling, no Paranoia, no way to get in. Didn't even have Glacial Fissure. There was just no way to start any fight. And Damwon Kia read it and take all they want.
And that's a very important thing with this composition from Gen G. When you're playing from behind in terms of gold, you might be fine as, Cliff getting caught here. Also, I think if the moment that Awards comes down, he starts running, he's fine, right? But like he hesitates for a split second, wants to get a little bit more in.
That stopwatch net.
Yeah, really good.
That's a Rolex. That's a absolute Rolex.
Is that what we call like great stopwatches now? I thought we went with sundials.
Yeah, no. I've reformed. I'm no longer calling them sundials. My brain was a little bit absent for that particular call out. As Gen G, I mean, they're not dead yet. It's only a 3,000 gold lead. But Damwon Kia now with the Baron. Gonna try and siege this mid lane. Here we go on the flank, puts down some mist. Gen G immediately move out of the way. Clid now has his Zhonya's. But This is rough. ㅣ2021 in a pretty good spot.
And I'm happy you pointed it out. That little play around the Baron pit, right, from Gen G, and then moving forward, we there see an inherent limitation of their composition. And something that we already saw earlier as well when they set up that. I remember like 10, 15 minutes back when we saw Clid and Rascal. Clid use his ultimate, Rascal go in.
Yeah.
They don't actually have a great way to start fights or an immense amount of CC. Like Brom provides them with a lot, but they need to be...
As soon as R buttons are down,
yeah,
they really don't have very many options. So ㅣ2021 being able to make plays like this that eat all of those R buttons, and then of course added to the fact that they also recognize that they can then take anything they want on the map for the next minute or whatever.
And that's the big difference, right? Because I don't remember the last time I saw ㅣ2021 do that.
I know. That's the thing that's most impressive, you know, the doing of things. It all comes back to the doing of things, Chronicler. And speaking of which, Showmaker finds himself the base breaker. Good Zhonya's from Clid, but I think he's not out of the woods just yet. There's the big punch. And Beryl looking to try and limp out of this one as well. Khan is huge in that backline as Showmaker flashes forward and dies. It's not exactly optimal as Heartbreaker gets Khan into the backline. My God, the Viego does so much work. That curtain call is going to work, but he has to actually hit some bullets. Doesn't manage to do so as Khan picks up one reset. Canyon will look for Rascal and has the help of his team. Yep, that's a very dead Nocturne. Now Ruler trying to run away from Khan. The flash forward as the ulti comes down, and Ruler, yep, decides to hit him with his Prowler's Claw. That's going to kill him, unfortunately. And now Khan is just running away with this game. He's an absolute monster.
Wow. I am so impressed with what ㅣ2021 is showing, because this is a team that we have not seen in a while. I don't even know if we saw this ㅣ2021 in spring, because I think that they won a lot, but we do cast our minds back. There were a lot of games that they shouldn't have won.
Yeah, right.
But here they're earning it as much as you possibly can. I think the start of this fight is pretty okay, as the equalizer damage is quite nice, but it is a bit of a disjointed fight. And Rascal is stuck on the other side of the wall where he doesn't want to be, so he can't actually do that much damage. Then Showmaker getting over enthusiastic is one thing, but again, the stopwatches from Canyon have just been insane. Life is an absolute hero here. Sacrificed his life to make sure the rest of his team gets out, but Rascal is still in no man's land, gonna get taken out by Canyon, and the crucial thing here is that yet another Drake goes to ㅣ2021.
괜찮을 것 같은데?
Yeah, let's watch Khan.
나야 그냥 쉬어지지 마. 소리 같은 말.
Korean's not good enough to understand what he said just there, but I assume it was something positive, but still looking pretty serious.
Very focused.
On Khan's face, and you can tell that this is the match that ㅣ2021 really want to win, right? This is the one where they have to try and get back on track. Serious mode right now. 3.5 minutes until Infernal Soul for ㅣ2021 if they manage to pick up the next dragon. And they've moved up to about a 5.5k gold lead.
Oh God. You know what your worst nightmare is? If you're, oh yeah.
This guy right here.
It's even worse. If you are a Lethality Varus, look at Khan's build, Atlas.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not gonna die, is he? This is double 80 carry that's come through as well. I mean, it's only Clid that's doing the magic damage. So as long as Khan stays out of the way of him, he's going to be absolutely fine. He's also got the best item in the game, as Brendan Valdez would say, in that stopwatch. 650 gold bounty. I know where my POG vote's going. Oh wait, I don't have one.
Is that a hint towards me to make sure I don't make
no,
questionable decisions?
It's a hint towards the LCK to give me my vote back. I want my vote back.
Hey, media needs those votes, okay?
Maybe there is an argument for me to get my vote back. We'll set up a poll in chat. Do I deserve it, or does the media deserve it?
Well, I think the existence of media makes your color casters look not as bad sometimes. So, you know, it's a little column A, little column B.
That's the
I'd personally say.
Do they need 3 though? Maybe I could be media. Like I could be a stealth media vote.
I like it.
Every once in a while, they don't know that it's me. Yeah. Perfect. I can make votes and never have to take the blame. Beautiful.
Perfect crime.
Yeah, I'll give it to Ghost this game.
He's got 2 kills in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, he's actually not playing too badly outside of
Oh,
one
no.
curtain call that was a big problem.
He just shouldn't die, right? Like, that's all he needs to do, and he only died once this game. So as long as he's doing that on the Jhin, providing supportive fire, it's fine.
In goes Beryl. BDD's going to have to flash away immediately. Good Glacial Fissure as Beryl uses the best item. Now the Paranoia comes in, but they're not going to be able to save their Leona. Rascal, this might be overly optimistic as Fly gets in there as well. Ghost in the backline doing a bunch of work right here, but BDD as well, getting some things done, but now the resets come forward. Khan is just massive. He's got a big old door that he's holding as well and having a good time doing so. And now this curtain call looks so much better. That shield bow ain't shielding nothing as Khan gets another reset, turns into a Lucian as well, and Ruler, he's all by himself, and I think that they're just going to lose the game as Canyon almost flashes over that piercing arrow, which was pretty cute. And I really like the Monk and W Yuumi as well as, yeah, Khan's going to kill Ruler once again. Oh! How did... No. No. Yeah.
Oh, the rewards are reaped for Dumbmonkey's amazing early game.
Indeed. They found the skirmish that they needed, and they kept doing things. That's all we have to take away. The Nexus dies. Dumbmonkey going to take game 1 against Gen G. It is, of course, a best of 3. Gen G have an opportunity to bounce back, and now they can get on their coveted red side. Remember, only 1 victory on the blue side for Gen G all season. Now they are 1 out of 4 games. They've found a victory. This is going to be, yeah, it's a difficult side for them to play on, I guess. So now they can elect to go on the red side, and we'll see whether that's going to work out better for them as it's a much better looking Dumbmonkey in this first game.
Long time no see, Dumbmonkey.
Yeah.
It's good having you back. It's been a while. And of course, it's 1 game, but I still feel like this 1 game
Khan looks angry. Did you just see him right there?
Yeah.
Phew, he looked like an anime character, just brooding, you know, one of the angsty ones.
Normally that's Showmaker.
Yeah, but it's definitely normally not Khan, you know? He's from like a rom-com. He's the comic relief in a romantic comedy, which is comedy on top of more comedy.
And
not right now.
Looking at that game, I think that for Gen G it's really easy. If you don't lose that first skirmish, if you play that out cleanly, if BDD stays with the rest of his team, I think that this game looks completely different. Because I think that so many plays during this game were on such a small edge, right?
Yeah.
And I think both teams played excellently, but in the end, Dumbmonkey, they take an early lead, and then they increase it ever so slowly, but in a beautiful way. And now we are looking at a 1-0 lead for Dumbmonkey. Wow.
See whether they can continue making the moves as, yeah, Khan topping the damage for his team. Ghost doing not a whole lot. But, I mean, it's the life of a Jhin when your top lane is just straight up hauling you over the finish line. Khan really, yeah. You look at all the stats for Rascal, you look at the stats for Khan, and then you realize stats don't matter. Sometimes it's just about who plays good on the day, and Khan absolutely played extraordinarily well. Viego also a very good champion, but piloted exceptionally by Khan in this game.
We've been getting better at him, and that makes me happy because I remember the first weeks that we saw Viego in the LCK. He stood in lane, and then he autoed, and then his team lost, and then he did nothing. Oh no!
Oh no! Can we move that? Can we wake him up? Oh, okay.
Okay?
It's a Gen G fan. He's upset. He'll wake up when they start winning, potentially in game number 2, or maybe next week. Not sure. Hopefully he doesn't have to stick around here for too much longer.
I mean, you're hoping he does, right? Because he wants free games. Otherwise, it's real bad.
Yeah, I mean that's true. But if Dumbmonkey win the next one, then he's going to spend a lot of time at Lowell Park waiting for Gen G to take on T1 on Friday next week, I believe.
Yeah. It's going to be a while.
That's certainly going to be a long time. He's going to be chilling out here. But we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether Gen G can indeed bring us to the 3 games that we all want.
물었어. 오케이 노플.
노플 노플.
나 초식했거든.
아 이거 별로 안 좋아.
얘네 다궁다 빠졌어.
레오나는 죽었어 일단.
오케이.
빼면서 하자. 높은
빼면 돼,
공 빠졌어. 어때 어때?
날라왔고.
얘네 궁다 없어. 얘네 궁다 없어.
안 보여.
들어가볼게.
아 초식 한번 쓰고. 얘네 궁다 없어. 얘네 궁다 없어. 진이 캐리할 만한데?
딜 잘하긴 했는데.
진 터트골 열면 될 듯?
예 루시안 노플.
루시안 노플.
예 거의 열면 안 돼요. 예 노플 대시 없어. 나이스.
나이스.
딴 건.
미드 가면 끝나겠다.
나 킥점.
야 웨이브. 바로 수축으로 지우는 거 막아야 돼.
야, 오빠.
아 너가 타줘야 돼. 너가 타.
야 누가 집 막으러 가봐. 아.
동아 형이 잡겠다.
이겨.
마비. 아 죽었어.
내가 몸들게. 위에부터.
마지막은 맞춰서 다행이다.
나이스.
나한테 공 다 잡네.
나이스 웬일. 와 뭐야 이거. 나이스.
Ain't nothing left, going till there ain't nothing, keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left, going till there ain't nothing, keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left, going till there ain't.
Welcome back to the LCK Analyst Desk, and we had the biggest hype matchup for the week, Damwon Kia versus Gen G. And we had some new strategy from both teams in this game. Lucian mid and Set mid. Those are all picked for the first time by Showmaker and BDD in the Summer Split. We could tell that this is not the mainstream strategy that two teams were taking throughout the split, but this time around, they were trying something new in order to find a breakthrough of the split. Looking at the comp itself, I think they all drafted around their top side and a bit of a supported role down on the bottom lane, so it's hard to tell which side had an edge over the other. But Gen G, they were being more proactive, and they made the fans excited with Lucian, having some pop-off performance in the early game and making a lot of rotations, and maybe that caused some accident. Gen G had one of the strongest teamfight comps here in the LCK, whereas Damwon Kia completed their dive comp with Viego, Diana, and Set. Rumble and Virus were trying to kite back from Damwon Kia's dive comp, but it was too easy to get collapsed by Damwon Kia's players. In fact, we had a lot of back and forth team fights, so this game could have gone either way. But I just want to take a look at this champion called Jin here. It seemed like Gen G was a little bit lost dealing with this champion. So here's the first replay where we had a huge fight breaking out around Scuttle Crab, and Damwon Kia won this trade so big. A lot of things happened in this fight. Two teams were all going in for this 4-on-4 Scuttle fight. Gen G's Rascal even invested his TP in order to lock down that Scuttle Crab. So Damwon Kia moved as if they were backing, but they were actually setting up for a counter play because BDD thought Damwon Kia's players were leaving the scene, but it was actually a counter fight set up by the Damwon Kia players. Lucian already used his dash in order to get behind the wall, so he even had to use his flash in order to buy more space away from Damwon Kia players, and even Braum was sacrificing himself to save that Lucian, but he also joined his mid laner. Damwon Kia grouped up as one, and they were able to split the Gen G players and picked up multiple kills. BDD had ward around the mid lane, but he didn't really gather enough information whether Damwon Kia players were completely leaving the scene or not, so it was a bummer that Lucian made the decision too fast. And here's the second replay where Viego had some montage moment in this fight. So we had the player come at the beginning of this team fight. Burrow was so confident that he was able to connect that CC onto that Lucian. Well, Gen G was able to kite back and pick up a kill onto that Leona. But let's take a look at this Braum. Braum was able to take so much damage in the front line, and then he died. Then Khan turned into that Braum. Once again, he was the main front line, eating up all the damage for the Damwon Kia players as well. Here in the LCK, we didn't have many games where Viego was able to find that much of a reset in a single fight. And when he gets to do that, he usually dominates the fight because of the sustainability and the multiple capability that this champion can offer. We also want to take a look at the Varus pick as well. This champion with this loss again is now on a 7-game losing streak. So I really want to find out how these two teams will think about this champion called Varus in the upcoming pick and ban. Now it's time to check the player of the game for game number 1. And Khan, for sure, a very well-deserved POG on ㅣ2021. He was having a phenomenal performance on this champion, not only today, but recently as a whole. But he was also very supportive of his teammates, especially Ghost. We had this one team fight where the curtain call didn't really find many targets. But after that, in the Khan's mic check, he said, "You don't have to say sorry, you don't need to say sorry, keep your spirit up." We could tell that this player was doing a lot of work to help out his teammates in and out the game. At first, when he turned into Braum, we were like, is that the best decision? But after seeing some of the play that he can pull off on the Braum, I had to change my thoughts here. And the itemization from Khan was also really so on point, you know. The Iron Spike Whip also so powerful, especially dealing with the Lucian on the mid lane as well. So props over to Khan with some clever itemization and also being the pillar of the team's mental fortitude. And Khan is now on the 2nd place on the POG standings here in the LCK Summer. I think these days, even though a lot of people say the bottom, especially the AD carry, has gained more influence and power in the current meta, I still want to say it is always about the top side of the map. And Khan will pick up 12 votes for that performance on ㅣ2021. Gen.G was one match away from tying their win streak record, but Damonkia always steps in whenever it's Gen.G's significant moment, so it's time for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the translation of the analyst desk, and here we are for game number 2. Now, I have the script in front of me, and do you want to know what it says, Chronicler?
Gen.G wins on red side.
Yes. Do you know what happens after that?
Damonkia win on
red
side, yeah.
That's what it says here. Doesn't necessarily mean that it is set in stone as, oh, the Holy Ghost. That's actually really adorable. But look, Ghost didn't exactly have the most amazing performance. However, wasn't awful in game number 1. Gen.G obviously pick up the red side. Win rates dictate that they should definitely win here. But Damonkia can certainly throw some spanners in the works. And that game, Showmaker had barely any agency, right? He was on the set in not the greatest of matchups and foregoed any sort of lane pressure in the early game. But look at his face. He's still real happy. Having a bit of a giggle with Coma there before we get into this game. So let's see whether it is going to be one of Showmaker's pop-offs, because maybe that's what they need in order to close this one out with a 2-0.
I'm still just shocked by how good Khan is, or how consistent Khan has been.
Yeah.
Even though I think that there's been like individual series where or games rather where he hasn't looked the greatest as a whole. Meanwhile, Canyon is just like, I am just the same as per usual.
Yeah.
There's no expression whatsoever. And it's really good to see him have performances like he did just now. Also, Lee Sin-Ben's consistently being thrown the way of really either team. I think Damonkia doesn't necessarily want to first pick it with the amount of OP junglers available. And wow,
Rumble banned. Is this first pick Diana territory? Is that what? No, Viego's just a little bit too good here.
We've learned. It used to be all about Gwen, and now we're like, Gwen is still good. You know, we can pick her up in the 2nd rotation. But we're all about that set Viego. But now it's Gen.G. You just pick up Diana and set, right?
Nocturne
Diana,
I reckon.
Yeah, it's probably better.
It's what I'm sort of feeling. Although maybe they don't want to pick the Nocturne, or unless they put it in the mid lane, because Rascal didn't have the greatest time into Khan's Viego. I think this Diana has to be picked up, though.
Yeah, you pick Diana 100%. That's not the question mark. It's more about what you pick with it.
Oh no! Oh no! Do you know what's going to happen?
It's Renekton, isn't it?
Oh no! No, not on Gen.G's side. Oh, it might be. Maybe they do.
Don't do that.
Don't play with our hearts like that. Don't.
God.
That Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, so the Renekton's picked up. Gen G are going to likely give that one over to Rascal. He just loves Renekton, as we know. Is Canyon's hovering the Kindred.
I don't love that.
Don't love that. Don't love that at all. 10 seconds to go, so Canyon, you can change your mind. Thank goodness. Okay. Whew, out of the woods.
So, a little bit iffy there. And normally we don't talk about hovers, but it is Canyon, and he picked it last time. And
yeah.
We were there for what happened. And I think that Rascal is one of the top laners that I would actually trust with using the Renekton well. We've also seen good examples of the Renekton literally today.
Yeah, dude, it's very good.
Let's not forget, as we've already pointed out, worldwide, this champion is completely fine. It's just us in the LCK that have had some difficulties, but with the amount of early game pressure that both these two teams have shown, I'm fine with it. As Damonkia yet again say, well, Ghost, have fun. We're gonna not really care about you, and we're gonna draft Engage, and if you get taken down, we're fine with that. We're just going to play our own game. Because, of course, this provides little to no peel, but it does mean that the offensive capabilities of the bot lane are quite menacing. And it's also, I'd personally say, the best champion that Barrel's playing at the moment.
Well, the set is going to be locked in here. So the wombo combo potential of Diana's set has been locked down by Gen G. Going to be very happy about that one. We'll see where they're going to focus their bans. Sort of on... Picks for Showmaker is definitely an option, as Lucian could be taken off the board. We saw how much pressure was able to be put down, but I think junglers are probably where their mind is going to go.
Wow.
Taking a while here, as Gnar is going to be taken away. Very interesting, expecting the Viego to go into the mid lane or into the jungle is odd. Very cool that Viego can be a jungler, and Canyon's already showed us, because that means that Damonkia can instead just lock in 2 magic damage champions, like Kennen and X, Kennen Azir perhaps, and then put the Viego in the jungle.
There's another champion that starts with A that's also still open.
Oh yes, and that is one that Khan and Showmaker are both very, very good at.
Oh yeah, so I would not be surprised to see that ban there, because I think it's a terrible to face flex. That is just a great pick. Although, okay. I was about to go, into the Gen D comp right now. It's not necessarily amazing, but you don't want to deal with that. You don't want to.
Kai'Sa for the comp synergy, as Tahm Kench is available, and so Senna's banned, but Jinx Tahm certainly an option, and that is exactly where Gen G are thinking.
Yeah, this can't get punished, right? Because they've already locked in the Leona.
Yeah.
Unless this is time for Khan 11.13. Tahm Kench top lane.
Yep.
But no.
No, Silas.
There you go.
Yeah, it has to be Silas, because Khan does get Devour if you kill the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, that's the attack.
Yeah.
And this would be into what is looking like the set, but you don't know the exact set, so it might be into the Renekton as well, but LeBlanc should be completely fine into both.
Yep.
And for Damonkia, still some flexibility available in what they are going to pick up as their final pick here. I think that is going to be a jungler.
You'd expect so.
What works well, I mean, a lot of the... Ooh, that's a throwback.
Looks like Atlas does in fact have the script in front of him, because this will be putting Viego into the jungle, as that's the Ornn locked in. One of these classic matchups into the Renekton. However, we don't necessarily know that the Renekton is going into the mid lane. That being said, set into Viego. Oh, sorry, Viego's in the jungle, so it's all a bit confusing. But I think that LeBlanc and Ornn are probably going to be okay with either of the matchups. I guess.
Always catch.
Oh wow. So this is the anti-Ornn tech that they are employing.
It is much better into the Ornn, but the Kench, I think, negates the LeBlanc a lot better.
Maybe it's on jungle. Maybe it's just full LS draft.
I've played that when it was good and it was great. I don't think you can play in the current jungle, because I think it's gonna have done like 15 clears by the time you're like, hey guys, I got my ultimate now.
Yeah, I've got my smite upgraded. It's 45 minutes into the game.
Classic Ornn, and like you pointed out, I think in terms of what it provides you into the Leona specifically and into the Ornn, the Braum is still a very good pick. It does create a little bit more difficulties with the LeBlanc, but even that is one that is manageable if you are very adept at the pick. And I do think that Life showed us that he has amazing on. So the one thing that this, an amazing Brom. The one thing that this does provide the composition of the Monkia is a plethora of hard engage, much more so than honestly we've seen in a long time, right?
Yeah.
Because generally it's just one and then it's follow-up, right? Nocturne, set. But this is two main initiators, and this is the big one. It actually provides a front line for Ghost, and that's not something that I thought he was going to have, which is why I'm like, oh, good luck playing that one out. However, there is a Ruda Jinx on the map, and Ruda Jinx...
That's a win condition. That is definitely a win condition that they have available to themselves. Ghost's going to have a harder time sort of threading these piercing arrows, given the fact that Life is on the Brom as well. Another reason why the Brom is a pick that we like. As this LeBlanc from Showmaker is going to be an important one, as it is, we get the confirmation that Renekton is heading towards the top side.
Yep.
As we are really, we're delving back in time with this top lane matchup. That sometimes, like, it was actually Rascal that was able to win the Renekton side of this matchup pretty comfortably a lot of the time. But most people found it pretty difficult into the on, and he would just be okay and then scale way better. But Khan has been playing very, very well. And he's got a pretty glorious beard. I think that's important, right?
I'd say so.
Yeah.
I really like the skin, Alderwood on. Just waddling back and forth. And as you pointed out, the training pattern for the on is quite nice into the Renekton. It's not as painful as one might expect. The real difference, of course, is how easy it is for Rascal to get priority in his lane and the impact that it will have in skirmishes. Because a Diana and a Renekton early on are absolutely terrifying. On Viego, not so much. Viego, of course, still has plenty of power in long fights where he can really abuse his sustain. But when it comes to the just short, bursty plays and trying to blow someone up, way more value can be found. But as you pointed out, there is a very big payoff for the on. It also means that we might be looking at some upgraded mythics later on. And into a Jinx, I think it does make sense to a certain extent, even though the Brom neutralizes it by a large amount. Just because you know that Genji with the Jinx pick are going to say, okay, on top side of the map we might play Snowbally, but in the end, we're going to play for ruler.
Yeah, there's really also a lot of reasons to use Unbreakable as well. So the fact that Ghost is going to be throwing out all of these piercing arrows, it's likely that they'll be able to get Life to throw up the door. As, okay, got a bit of an engage here on the bottom side, level 2 hit, and Life is in a lot of trouble. The Ghost, I don't think, had the Hail of Arrows available, as you can see, just coming up in a second. So, okay. Life in a bit of trouble here as we are, the losing continues for the Varus. After Ruler did not find success on it last game. We'll see whether Ghost is going to be able to turn Varus's prospects around.
It does make sense, right? Because we saw what Khan did last game, and it's basically the popularity of these super beefy bruisers that has really risen over the last couple of patches. DDD.
Yeah, gonna flash very quickly. There's the stun. Face break is pretty good from BDD though, as he's looking to try and turn it. Canyon able to walk out of there, but it's a bit of a limp. Not gonna lie. Diana's on the top side of the map on vision, so Canyon knows that he will be able to get over towards this Rift Scuttler.
A lot of prior available as the bot. Oh, they missed the ward. That's big.
Yeah.
That would be really nice to deny that. And now Genji knows that there is some vision that is found by the Kia on their own bot side. They can do the same on top side, then back. And we do see a little bit of a lead for the Diana in terms of clear. I think Viego's skirmishing is real good, but his jungle clear not as fast as some of the other champions that we have at the moment.
Yeah, BDD pretty impressive with the amount of farm that he's been able to pick up on this set in the lane. Not quite as oppressive as the Lucian was in game number 1, so I don't think we can do a direct comparison between, you know, Showmaker's set and BDD's set. However, he's still doing a pretty good job trying to weather the storm. Priority won't be his. He's going to teleport back a little bit early. Ooh, that Zenith Blade going to miss as Ghost looking to try and turn it here.
Ruler just using his mana bar to try and clear the wave as much as he can. The ward there is nice. Has not spotted Clid. Maybe if they did go for that, Clid would have gone and helped out the rest of the team, but instead, not going to be the case. And unlike last game, we will not have a 3-minute skirmish, which would have been fun.
It would have. Instead, we're just going to be farming things around. Oh no, we have to talk about ornaments again. It's been so long. Oh no. Okay, which ones are going to come in? Ghost. What's the Prowler's Claw upgrade? I have absolutely no idea. Hopefully. Well, I guess we'll just have to wing it. We'll invent some names. It'll be fun.
We are the LCK.
Indeed. Indeed.
Ooh, I like this from Clit. Very early. Don't think that GG will necessarily see this one coming. Also, just when the bot side Scuttle times out, Rascal, your team is making a play on the bot side of the map.
Yep.
Just play respectful. He's gonna see
he knows that Canyon is here. See whether the stun is going to connect. No, it misses actually, unfortunately. So Rascal makes it out. Might have gotten a flash if that stun had connected, but unfortunately the blind dash into the wall not going to be enough. Or dash into the brush, I should say.
Khan very happy with the fact that he found it. BDD is providing assistance.
Yeah, Phase Breaker comes through onto Canyon there. Has to be a little bit careful. Showmaker and Beryl will turn up though, and Canyon just happy to skirmish.
And I think Canyon smited it, and then he didn't get it, and then Clit smited it on like 1 HP.
Something like that happened. I'm not entirely sure.
Because Clit's smite timer is like lower, and I think the second person that smited it actually got it. But it was a bit of a question mark ping there.
Indeed.
Khan, he's Bramble Vest. He is in his lane, happy, farming.
He's done it. He's got past the difficult time in the lane. Bramble Vest completed, and you know this is the nerfed version of the Renekton that Ornn hasn't had to deal with yet in the LCK, and now he's like, oh wow, it's even better. Heck yeah, he'll not do any healing at all.
Main
cleared. We'll get spotted here by Khan, but yeah, not a lot that he can do about it because of course the Viego's on the bottom side of the map. Good counter jungling here from Clid, just utilizing the fact that he clears a bit faster than the Viego.
And you have to as well, because as you already pointed out, this Renekton into Ornn matchup is very clear-cut in terms of who is happy if you just sit and do nothing.
Yeah.
So Clit is trying to also use the pressure that the Renekton still provides him at this point in time. Ooh, that's a bait.
Yeah, no Chains of Corruption available though. As yeah, we're just going to set up some Sunlight and look to clear this one out. 30 seconds on the Rift Herald, as Gen.G is struggling, but still absolutely fine as far as the farm is concerned. Should be that Ruler can just pick up these when they head towards the turret, as it looks like it's a bit of a stack of a wave from ㅣ2021 Kia, so that they can have the initiative when it comes to the potential Herald fight.
And we saw some things go down towards that jungle camp. I don't think they have vision of Clit, but they were clearly communicating that the chances are that he is here. Of course, well spotted on the top side, right? And then he goes back, and you know he will generally path from bot to top based on his camp cooldowns. And that prompts Canyon in turn to start up this Rift Herald.
Yeah, I really like this, understanding that they did have the tempo advantage with the bottom lane being stacked and played out exactly how it needed to. Intelligent play so far for ㅣ2021 Kia, but a lot of vision available here for Gen.G. Good face breaker as there's a showstopper. Showmaker just going to be pulled away, but the chains are going to connect. And okay, in goes Beryl. Chains of Corruption land as well as immediately the Diana will be taken down. First blood at 8.5 minutes goes over to Ghost once again. And the Rift Herald to boot. ㅣ2021 Kia, their early games are just, what happened? It's so much better now. As the Ornn Horn has been bellowed. Rascal's going to have to flash as Canyon comes on in and they miss everything. And Rascal, you could emote, I think. I think an emote's probably due.
He should. Yeah. That was beautiful. Sidesteps literally everything.
Yeah, I think the Monka W Yuumi should have been used.
I would like that.
I would have liked that. Or the Happy Bee. Happy Bee might have been a bit of a troll.
I think you don't Happy Bee because your team actually did give up First Blood and also lost Herald. So
yeah, that's true.
Still not very happy about it. And yeah, it was an
Clit just goes over and smites it. Oh man, it's been a bit of a comedy of comedy errors when it comes to the jungle for Canyon and locking things down.
There we go.
Nail that one though. There we are.
That's a Raptor. Got that one.
Raptors are way more important, as we know. As this mid lane, very, very even. Looking to see whether Showmaker is going to be able to find these sort of mid-game skirmishes that LeBlancs really do enjoy. His job is going to be kill Ruler at all costs. Doesn't have the most massive amount of peel, and I think it's going to be about life, doing the best that he can in that regard.
Oh, it's just... Yeah, Klit walks up there. Like, life also hesitates.
And some vintage barrel with the flash first, ask questions later. I like it.
That is... When, like, the difference between that working out or not is whether, or like, that looking good or not is whether it works or goes.
He just walked over and said, take me, I guess, as there's the Chains of Corruption. Showmaker's coming down as well, as there's the ulti. They're piling in on top of Ghost. He lands a huge arrow. Ruler's going to get excited and run away. Canyon flashes after him. I don't know whether he's going to have enough gap closes. Showmaker will be able to take down Life here, and they grab that kill for their second of the game. And good night, Canyon Glid yet again. Starmonk here, they answer back much better. BDD in this mid lane will be able to grab some crockery from this turret. However, he wasn't there able to help out his bottom side, so 2 plates go over to the set.
Conscious decision not to try and collapse on that play, because I think they know we're not giving up Drake with this, and that's what we really care about. Because yes, that is a favorable trade in terms of kills, but as Gen G, you also pick the plates on mid lane, and you will have tempo on this upcoming Drake. Yes, you give up more plates here as the Herald goes down, and it's gonna make a almost 1k gold plate be set up here now, but I think that was really well played by everyone on Damonkia, and then it was a little bit clunky from Gen G, except Ruler, who somehow got the kill and got out. Oh, Ghost, he's gonna do it.
Canny, this is blind. Might do a fair bit of damage to Clit.
It's close.
You take those, you take those. A little bit unfortunate though, as they do have to give away Drake number 2. It is going to be an Ocean Soul this game, so monsoon theme well in effect. I like that one a lot. It was a good flash by Ghost, and I like that, you know, they make the play. Maybe didn't need to face check Clit quite that much, but this Solar Flare, man, just beautiful.
That Ruler gets out there, it's just ludicrous.
Yeah.
But if you don't miss a couple of the initial skill shots, then you don't need to go forward there and flash over the wall. So that's what I was referring to. I think that the overall execution is a little bit over-eager, but in the end, it does pay off with your Chinks getting a kill and you're getting a bunch of plates in the mid lane, meaning that you don't actually lose out that much. And you get the Drake, and that's a big one because Ocean Drake for the Gen G composition is going to alleviate their basically how scared they're going to be going into the mid to late game, because while you look at this in first sight and you see, okay, we have an Ornn.
Yeah.
That's basically it, right? Like Ornn into Renekton, how clear does it need to be? But then think about what a composition like Damonkias actually does. There's a lot of burst, but the consistent damage...
It's pick and poke. They have a lot of pick and poke. And on a single target, I actually think that it's kind of brilliant, given how Viego works.
Agreed.
So I sort of like it, but I understand what you're saying. It's like, do they have consistent DPS? And the answer kind of is no.
I think they will, provided that the soul doesn't go over, and that's an important one. As teleport.
That's a lot of teleports coming through here. Fancy feet from Beryl, really nicely done. As in comes Khan. He's very tanky, but still, he's going to flash away. Solar Flare and the Chains of Corruption are good on BDD, but he has a Haymaker. Because there's the Ornhorn, just knocks the set right into the Death Chamber with the Ram. Love it. Connects the Chains there. Oh my goodness, the snare's beautiful. As Rascal dives on in, the Dominus doing some work as once again, Clit is dead, but here are the resets. In goes Canyon's gonna get stunned though and taken out. Ruler's massive and getting real excited, but Ghost is still at full health. Showmaker pops him. Good night, Mr. Jinx. And Dumb One, there's 2.5 minutes on Drake. No idea what they're fighting over, but it's fun.
4 for 2. You take those, Atlas. Yeah, it's a blue buff. That's what they're fighting over.
And it's dead now.
It is taken. Let's see who ends up with it at the very end. I think Canyon got it, but he died. And engaging onto a set always feels a bit questionable. With the shields going down and Ghost having a beautiful position there, this is still looking good. Then Showmaker finds a change atop of Clit, and this is where I like, oh, you really want to go for this, you're a little bit early, your power spikes haven't quite been hit on champions like the Ornn, And it all goes well until Canyon goes in.
Canyon
value.
He got very excited.
Yeah, the value is insane there, and then yeah, that.
Oh,
show.
Just perfectly
나이스!
done.
아 좋아 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 좋아. 오케이. 왜 건부야 좋아.
He was very happy.
He loved it.
He did indeed.
Beautiful.
I think he said, I like it over and over again, but I'll need confirmation because I...
That's what I thought as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've learned that word.
It's the
We
one
did
word
it!
We know. We did.
Confirmation from production.
Yes.
Translation. He said chua 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 multiple times.
Yes.
And, as you know, I do get it wrong.
They're going to
quite
fight
often.
again.
Oh. It feels, it's like it's Christmas. After yesterday, it's like every time there's a skirmish, it's like Christmas. I love it. As Rascal slowed down a little bit here, as now he's going to go in. Shirley is the target as Clid dives on forward. Moonfall does nothing as Canyon gets out with the ulti. Now Damonkia circling like sharks. Solar Flare connects onto BDD. In goes Beryl. As there's the Chains of Corruption as well. Rascal on the backline, not able to find the target. And once again, BDD hits the Death Chamber. Damonkia, even against a red side Gen G, looking so much better than they have every other week of Summer.
The real shocker to me is that they're focusing set, and it works. Like, that's not what's supposed to happen, and it ties into what you pointed out earlier. It is a single target composition. The amount of burst that they have available is disgusting on a single target. So what they do
is they kill a single target.
They kill one person. In this case, it's generally BDD because he's like, I'm set. This, I can. This is fine, right?
Oh, okay. Ruler's gonna possibly get out of here. Yep. Flame Trumpers go down.
He's fine.
Yeah.
But I actually think that means he can't back, and if he can't back, they are going to give him Soul Point. Or rather, not get Soul Point, right? It's the first dragon.
They're going to sack Soul Point. They are allowed to. Gen G with their 2 Drake buffer. Not going to be challenged too much as Canyon's fighting a top laner like he's a top laner, which is pretty impressive as, oh man, Showmaker just...
Oh, they're going to go
He's
for it.
being very mischievous as he is spotted. Double control wards go down, but there is a distortion available as goes. Tagged by Cleared. Looks to get in. It's not exactly the Moonfall he's looking for, but he goes golden. Will be in position. Oh my goodness, the damage as BDD goes on forward. Haymaker's massive. They get rid of the Varus, and Canyon has to flash away. Doesn't have anything that he can really do here. Showmaker is at very high health, but Khan can't do anything, and here's the Gen G that we've been waiting for. Beryl taken out. It's a double kill for Ruler, and it should just be Soul Point going over to Gen G.
I've seen this one before, Atlas. Ruler getting fat, and that's the one person you can't allow to get this much gold on. Not just because of what he does for Gen G, but also it's a jinx, and that's the one character that can shred through basically everything in the late game. And here we see how a team fight has to go for it to go well for Gen G. It's literally 100-0. Only thing he is able to get off is a Haymaker, right? Because it's Beryl into knockup from Khan, into more CC, into him getting blown up. As on the bot side, oh, Rascal.
Yep, Showmaker looking for it. There is no turret here, as the flash does eventually come down. Showmaker does not have his, and he's still looking for more, doesn't find the chain. Q not going to get popped, so the Rascal is going to be able to escape. But that is the flash, and that's important.
Ruler, please back. You've been sitting on this pre-fight.
Yeah.
You already had a lot of money then. I kind of want to see what he's going to buy when he goes back.
Full rapid fire cannon, full IE, let's go.
Yeah, looks like that, as it is Clear that starts the fight and immediately gets out the flash from Ghost. But it's BDD's engage that does what we know a set can do. It's a beautiful combination with the Super Mega Death Rocket, and that in of itself already basically ruins the fight.
Yeah, Khan didn't use ult the entire time.
Didn't have time.
Yeah.
Shit, not available. And the confidence on Gen G as well, where they're like, no, we won the fight, Clint, just do Drake. It's like, we don't need you. Just get that Ocean Soul. Point, rather, as Ruler, I'm serious, please back.
Yeah, he still hasn't gone back. Goodness gracious me.
There's waves to be picked up, Atlas, you don't
That's
get
true,
it.
that's true. All right. Yeah, this the goal graph was starting to move up for Damonkia, and it's sitting all the way back down again. Khan, see when he can actually start dishing out those ornaments. As I cheated a little bit, I had a look at what some of the names were. Do you know what the Prowler's Claw upgrade is called? You should be able to get this one. It's quite obvious.
Prowler's Talon?
Sandshrike's Claw. I believe. Double check.
I did not know that.
Sandshrike's Claw, indeed. Yeah. Can't believe you didn't know.
Sandy Claw?
Sandy Claws.
It's just connected.
We are
again.
definitely calling it Sandy Claus from now on. I love that. Definitely better when we move closer to like the Casper Cup. It definitely has to be a Sandy Claus for that one.
Ruler, by the way, it was a full item. It's a full Renance.
Oh, I like the Renance much better than the Rapid Fire Cannon that we've seen so many people picking up.
Especially in this comp where it's about Ruler.
Yeah.
I'm excited. So we really need. And now we have reached a situation that has come to fruition often for a lot of teams, which is you can't lose a single fight around a Drake timer because you will give over Assault to your opponent. And that's not a good place to be in. However, we have seen that the Monkey comp, when it works well, works exceptional. But for that to really come to fruition, you need vision, and you need to deny vision from Gen G. And they have the range to do that, right? Their poke is still very respectable. They have a lot of hard engage, so Gen G needs to be really respectful in how they move around the map here.
Yes. And they certainly do have a bit of an advantage to Gen G at this point in time. You can see the gold is still in favor of Damwon Kia. But I think as this game goes on, despite the Ornn factor, it is still going to be a really tough one for Damwon Kia to finish off at the end, just with the ease of execution of Gen G's composition as the game goes on.
Yeah, it's interesting. It does come down, though, to Ruler never dying. And in team fights, I think Ruler is probably the best position AD carry we have in the entire league. However, when it comes to picking up random waves on the map...
As long as he's not in the mid lane right here. With the mid-outer turret dead. The mid-outer turret does need to be dead for Ruler to be exposed, though.
Yes, that is essential. And we say jokingly, but I think I can think of like 10 games at the top of my head.
Oh yeah, no, it happens all the time.
What just instantly loses the game. So I say joking, but actually Ruler can't die. And as long as Ruler is alive, what's going to happen is there's going to be an attempt. But a lot of the hard engage from Damwon Kia's comp is going to be negated by the Brom, right? Like, the Khan can't just throw an ultimate out, and he really needs to wait for the Unbreakable to be down. And even if he does, BDD is very happy to take an Ornn and slam it into enemy team. And from that point of view, I actually would have liked it if Khan went for a different item. Because Frostfire is going to give you a lot more bonus health. And I think it's a bit risky into Zed as Teleport comes through.
Yeah. Get him down here, 15 seconds. On that Ocean Soul point for Gen G. This is the moment for Damwon Kia. Can they get through? Once again, I'm reminded of Wolf's call about Ruler being the golden snitch. He certainly is at this point in time. Don't ignore the quaffle. Look for the jinx. As Drake has been started, still very healthy. As Rascal, now to about 50%. We need some of these arrows to land. As they back away, as the Varus is charging it. Life holds onto the Unbreakable, very important. The Unbreakable cooldown is the most important thing that Damwon Kia are waiting for. Oh, it's actually huge. And this is what happens, because the Unbreakable can't be used, the piercing arrows really hurt. There's Showmaker. A lot of damage there. It will be all right. More piercing arrows getting charged. Oh, very close to Ruler right there as Canyon sets up the mist. In goes BDD. He really wants this one as Khan bellows breath, but then the ulti does land. Ghost flashes away as in goes Beryl. Super Mega Death Rocket actually avoided there as Ghost picks up the kill onto the set, but Ruler is still alive. Showmaker looking for him. Not able to quite get there. The Drake once again aggroed. Oh, it's only... Ghost just needs to get tickled and he'll die. He's so incredibly low as the Ornn comes out. There's the Unbreakable. Khan not going to have that ulti now for the re-engage, but look at this. Piercing arrow, painful, onto life right there as in goes Khan, gets a double knock-up. It's beautiful, Canyon's taken down. Ocean Soul is denied as now Rascal diving on top of Khan. But the rest of Damwon Kia, just get out of there, guys. You've done it. It's a great job. You've taken away the Drake. They get the reset. They take down Rascal as well as the cherry on top. As out goes Showmaker. Ruler, still a huge prize here. Still looking to try and escape. Showmaker weaving around. BDD back up and available yet again. I think they'll just take the jungle and call it a day.
Oh, what a tense sequence of events there. And if that flip goes the other way, it is end of the line for Damwon Kia, or at least the game becomes infinitely harder. However, what happens instead is we see that at the very end there's a little bit of a split call, with Rascal going in and saying, Ruler, if we go in here, we might make it work. It's a great engage from BDD. This is what I'm talking about. Look at the damage that is done here, right? But in the end, it's a one-for-one trade. BDD gets taken down on the top side, Barrel on the bot side. But they can't really utilize the fact that Ruler gets excited. And then we go back to the same state where this is just really easy to play out for Damwon Kia. Just play it slow. Ruler is able to sidestep this knock-up, which is great, but the rest of his team dies. And this is a crucial moment, because I think if Ruler goes forward there, and Rascal is able, to get a kill.
Oh my god!
It's insane!
I mean, Rascal's tilted off the planet right now. He's not here. Earth is not where Rascal is.
But I respect the call from Denji, because I think that if Ruler does go in there and him and Alive die, that's Baron. And this is it feels kind of bad, but it doesn't actually matter that much. You get a new chance in 3 minutes, and by that point Ruler might have Lord Dominic's regard. And that is going to completely change how these fights go, because we see now that you see with how little health can't stay alive there. Once the Lord Dominic's is done, if Ruler gets excited, it's immediately end of the line. But what a beautiful, beautiful second game here again between Damwon Kia and Gen G Atlas.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff. Showmaker 3-0-6 on his LeBlanc, his third most played champion of all time so far in the LCK and internationally. He's currently sitting at a 61% win rate on this champion. He's looking real good at this current point in time. Damwon Kia, I mean, they still need to play these fights perfectly every single time. But if that last fight shows us anything, it is that these wars of attrition are won if the right things happen here for Damwon Kia. It's not sort of that Genji ending type situation, and these ornaments are going to start getting doled out as well. As, Lord Dominic's regard picked up by Ruler. IE next, and he is going to be doing just the most damage.
Ornament comes through, and
yeah. Is that Luden's pulse still, or is it something else now?
It's a very good question.
Let me find out. It's the Eye of Luden.
That's way cooler, actually. I like that.
I mean, it may as well have just stayed Luden's pulse. I don't know, man. Makes me I guess now that the item's changed to a mythic, it needs to all be changed around a little bit. So Eye of Luden comes in. There's just enough. There's enough names to learn, right?
The worst part is when inevitably in like a year the entire mythic system gets reworked again. You have to relearn all the names again.
Oh no! Hopefully they just revert back and we get the old ones again, or something like that. Or they just name them all of the names that we come up with here in the LCK. That would be absolutely perfect.
We can ask for that, right? Like, please, Riot.
Yeah,
would be great. Oh, Ruler!
Ruler, this is your spot. Immediate cleanse. That was about as Captain Jack as you can get. And Ruler's going to make it out, but doesn't have his cleanse now. And Damwon Kia, they can do this over and over again.
How many times do we have to talk about Ruler's spot before Ruler himself is like, never, never, not happening anymore?
Yeah. Okay, Canyon on over to the side. BDD. Okay, oh man, this is so tense. Oh, the Facebreaker doesn't land, but the Zenith Blade does. A lot of value with the Piercing Arrow. They've traded a few ultimates as Khan comes on through life, holding onto that Unbreakable. That's why you don't see Khan immediately ordering a GOAT attack. Still, 19 seconds now, as once again, it's just as important as the last fight for Damwon Kia. To deny this. Yeah, it is uncomfortable. As BDD looking to come on forward. There's the showstopper as he dives into the back line. Canyon goes golden though as Khan's pretty tanky. Beryl finds his way towards the back line, but Ruler gets excited. In goes Rascal. Ruler a little bit out of range at this point in time. It's Showmaker has to get out of there. The clone will be taken down as the Piercing Arrow is dangerous, but Genji stay as the Phalanx keep themselves together. Ruler at full health. In the back, some resets coming on through as here's the teleport from Showmaker. He's back to full health as Khan finds position here as Cleared is in trouble. Goes golden eventually. The Haymaker not exactly the most value as Ghost, there's no follow-up. Clit in the back line. Is he going to get taken down by the Ram? No, he's not. A Showmaker dives on top of Ruler and ㅣ2021 Kia. They may have just done it right here. Goodbye, Rascal. And the back is successful from BDD, but he's there all alone. As now ㅣ2021 Kia should be able to get this Drake and get the Baron.
Insane team fights coming through.
The intensity is just ridiculous in this series.
God, this is just the best of 3 in the middle of the split. Oh, but both teams are fighting for it like it is way more than that, and it might be way more than that. If that knockup from Khan doesn't hit, if BDD and Rascal find the opportunity to back a little bit earlier and then teleport in together, if there is a flank war, that might go completely different. But the fact that Ruler dies there after Khan finds the so important knockup.
Oh, look, Beryl knows. He's like, take me.
No way you're getting that one.
I mean, it wasn't going to happen anyway, but I really do like that he's just standing there like a riot shield.
Wow. Oh, and
this game is... And look, BDD gets a decent showstopper there. Like, you can understand why they're going for it. Ruler kites it out. There's no way that Beryl's able to lock him down.
Yeah, and Ruler, I'm not quite sure. I think that he might thought that Kane flanked there because his positioning just to go for the wave doesn't make that much sense. Because now he's in an awkward spot, right? He's not with the rest of his team. He can't go for any autos. And then this engagement is nice. But look at this ultimate.
Yeah, because the door was around the other way. That's what they've been waiting for the whole time.
If Ruler flashes the other way and Khan doesn't hit that ultimate, Ruler lives, he gets a kill, and the fight is completely different.
Oh, man.
Man!
We can't be living in the what-ifs. It's too stressful. Facebreaker onto Canyon. He's going to heartbreak his way out. Okay. Whew. Khan isn't here. So ㅣ2021 Kia do have to be careful. Man, Ghost does a lot of damage right now. This Clit looking for a potential flank. Ruler! Oh my goodness, the chain doesn't go off! Oh, that would have been catastrophic. But Showmaker is going to back away.
Oh, it's 18 pages in the book. It was almost more. Oh my god, and I'm not sure, but it seems like it might have been too much, right? Like the poke now is so oppressive. Ruler isn't actually able to get in range and make use of the power we know he has, because your front line is going to be shredded by the time you actually get onto the fight.
Oh man, Rascal for a potential stun. Bellows breath there from Khan will deny that. Sitting at 4,000 health. Has his Thornmail, has his Randuins. Not a target that Ruler can hit, as that's a Solar Flare right on top of Ruler. Now they're trying to start this fight off. Showstopper's decent as immediately Ghost is taken out of the fight. Ruler getting excited. Now the disengage really has to come through from ㅣ2021 Kia. I think they might have to sacrifice Khan, as Showmaker still looking to try and help him out, but it's not going to work. Ruler doesn't find the zap. Great fight back from Gen G as Canyon, he still wants it. Oh, this is intense, but this is a great moment for Gen G.
I was just waiting for Canyon to show up there, and as you pointed out, yeah, they need to sacrifice Khan. They wait a little bit longer, but there is no objective on the map, so there is no immediate repercussions for this, as it is the engage on top of Ghost and Beryl. Ruler also, he has cleanse here. He just doesn't use it because he recognizes that he's safe.
He doesn't need to.
BDD, again, setting up these engages in beautiful fashion. There we see why Ruler still needs an IE, because Khan is barely taking any damage. It takes the entirety of Gen G waiting away on him for quite a while for them to actually pick it up. And also look at Life. Life literally stays on top of Ruler all the time, constantly, every time, because he knows that the moment Showmaker sees an opening...
Beryl versus Raptor, who wins? Oh, it's Beryl in the end. Takes him a long time, though.
You see what he's building? You see that second item that's about to come through? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
God, what a game.
Yeah.
And in 40 seconds, we're going to have another fight.
Yeah, we need to. As Gen G looking to try and get some position around here as Showmaker. Back of this distortion. It's on around. Canyon poking on through, utilizing this mist very effectively. Teleport from Khan will take him towards this mid lane. 20 seconds As this poke is very important. Remember, Varus and LeBlanc, both of them, technically poke champions. LeBlanc uses her entire body as that's a solar flare, lands onto Ruler, he cleanses this time. Now the cleanse won't be available for the ensuing fight.
They're gonna give it up.
Yeah, I think so.
Or are they?
Okay, all of them pop over. This is all known as cleared, getting chunked. He's going to survive for the minute. BDD still wants to start off the fight. The Bellows Breath means that the set just gets into the backline and doesn't really know what to do as he flashes on out immediately. Khan pretty happy just to get stunned up here. Doesn't really mind the concussive blows, and Damwon Kia will push Gen G back. We're 3 dragons apiece, and this game is no less intense.
It's not do or die for Gen G. They recognize that. They say, not Soul. Because we talked about how good it is for Damwon Kia, or for Gen G if they get Soul. Well, on with Soul, we've seen that. And I thought we had moved away from that.
That's a big moment though. Ruler just finishes the IE.
Oh, Rascal? Surely they know.
Khan is actually a tank. Like a not a tank as in the role in League of Legends, like a tank, the one that has those the big chainy wheels.
Wow, that's 1 auto.
That's a lot.
Well, IE finished.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
IE's
Look
a
at
good item.
Pretty
good item.
Yeah,
this is the flank. Is a red buff worth it, gentlemen? Is the question. As Ghost goes over the wall. It's going to be Canyon. He's just going to Heartbreaker his way out.
Yep.
Rascal's not going to find anything for it. Worth taking the chance. He's going to check this out one more time. Clid getting chunked, very important. And the Bellows Breath timing. BDD just actually mistimed when the Bellows Breath was going to end. That was just a mistake.
Because if you smash him in, it's completely different. But instead, Khan, as you pointed out, basically a tank or a turret, whichever nomenclature you prefer, stands there, and that means no one else can get past him. Rascal gonna be building that Black Cleaver, just trying to enable Ruler.
Got us barely. As Showmaker has done the most damage in the game, which is actually quite surprising to me, but he's scaling up really nicely. As his Zonya's complete, still looking for his Void Staff. He's got 18 pages in this Magi's. Khan flanking positioning right now as in goes Showmaker. Back out immediately. And they can do this. Non-committal poke attempt. As Rascal needs to start avoiding some of those. Not quite that tanky. As okay, BDD gonna jump on top of Showmaker. Oh, fails the flash! Oh, we'll see whether he can actually get the distortion off, and he does so. Ruler in the backline in the meantime. Canyon just assassinates him. Somehow, Showmaker survived. It was just a bait as Canyon gets the reset, turns into Ruler, gets all of those stats and destroys Gen G.
Showmaker was emoting!
Oh my goodness. We need a full screen shot of Showmaker's face when he cackles after he just wins the game.
That might be it. 30 seconds. There's no way that they can hold this.
Oh my goodness. The Gen G perfect round is going to end off the back of that. Oh goodness, Clit's trying to clear these minions, but look at these turrets. They just get obliterated. Oh, what a game from Damwon Kia. So upsetting for Gen G, but such a beautiful way to close this one out for Damwon, and they are definitely looking back on form. You better give that pog over to Showmaker. We need to hear what was going through his mind after that.
I need a moment, Atlas. Oh my.
That was so intense. This was just a regular season game. This is just some regular old Sunday night.
Hey, Damwon Kia. Well, welcome back, old Damwon Kia. We've missed. It's been a while. We haven't really seen you since Worlds, but it's good to know that you're back. And we, we tend to we love over exaggerations, but I do honestly think that this is the best this team has looked in the entire, even when they won the finals. Yeah. Not, I'd say in the entire year. I think in spring.
In this game, I think that's a little bit over.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
I think this season, this is the best they've looked.
Absolutely. That's for sure. In this season, I don't even think it's close. Gen G, as you pointed out, on the unfortunate receiving end of that, still played very well. And if you look at this and you go, hey, that was a 2-0, you might be like, Gen G, they just rolled over and died. That was certainly not the case.
Yeah. Damwon definitely flipped my script. I had them winning 2-1 in instead of the 2-0 is definitely an unfortunate time for Gen G. However, this is their first loss of the season. They've still had a fantastic season so far, but now their match next week against T1 to close out round 1. T1 could probably smell the blood in the water thanks to Damwon Kia now, and maybe there's an extra blemish on the record of Gen G and possibly an opportunity for T1 to get themselves sorted out as well. Very much hoping to see Gen G bounce back because we want them as strong as possible, right? We want to make sure that they find the consistency that they've been lacking for so long. But damn, it is good to see Damwon Kia back on this level of form. Just feels like it's their job to just smack down Gen G whenever anyone gets excited.
Yep. As how? So
fails the flash in order to give Canyon this opportunity. Am I right?
Yes, the exhaust comes through as well, but it's not
and
enough.
the on horn
Yeah.
for that bit of extra damage.
And the flash, you know, like all those things had to go right. If Canyon doesn't have flash, different situation. Then Canyon makes very good use of how fat Ruler was.
Yeah.
And Showmaker emoting as well.
Whoa.
Wow.
Incredible.
That, and as you pointed out, this was a 2-0, and it was just a random series. That's not how it felt to either of these teams. It was very clear that
that's not what it felt like to me. This was finals level intensity with how they were playing this game.
That's good. I think we need, you know, the LCK has been a lot of mayhem, and to see our top 2 teams play this well, I think
It was some
very,
vintage
very
Beryl
nice.
today as well, I have to say.
Oh,
I was impressed by how Beryl was. It was his regular level of aggression, but the mechanics were on point. He was landing all of these solar flares really, really nicely and not just throwing his life away. But, you know, Kanja showing that he's still the god tank player. Doesn't matter what meta we're in.
Doesn't change. Yeah, Damwon Kia, the execution on these team fights is just...
This is so tilting if you're Rascal.
God, the heal as well, just to add insult to injury.
Yeah.
Going back in. I'm still really impressed with how Gen G finessed a lot of these team fights, because I feel like it shouldn't be as close as it was. If you look at really how well Damwon Kia played the early game, and this goes for both games.
Yeah.
In the first one, it was very, very clear that, you know, starting from minute 1, they had an edge, but here, Gen G really gave it a roll, but against this form of Damwon Kia is clearly not enough.
Yeah. And BDD having a bit of an off series so far. I think that his Lucian and his set were not exactly the most impactful, but this demanded the maximum from everyone, right? And as soon as someone doesn't play to exactly what is their full potential in a game like this, it becomes all that more noticeable. As this was how the fights were supposed to go for Gen G, right? You get one of those picks and it's Ruler that's getting the resets instead of Canyon. So we're gonna have a listen in.
아야 저 금방 줄려 그냥.
야, 지금 잡은 거 같아.
나이스.
야, 앞에.
건방져 주는 거 같은데. 야 지금부터 달려. 달려 지금부터 달려.
너 뭐야, 너가 원딜해.
미드.
야 허세 어땠어? 야 뭐야 나 어떻게 살았지? 내가 살렸어. 아 너무 좋아.
아 웨이브 줄게 우리 이거.
뭐야?
There is
끝난 거
Khan.
내가 볼게.
내가 볼게.
And Showmaker just
아 존나 살아간다니까 왜
asking what the heck
몰랐어.
is going on
아 근데 이거 왜?
after he makes a mistake.
봐줄게.
야, 허수야 설계 아니야?
He's like, how did I live?
이거 나각 이거
Thank you,
봤는데.
production.
이거
다른
봤어?
사람들 못 봤으면.
나 이거 앞에 놓자.
I don't know either.
Yeah,
얘 높을.
beats me.
동동.
다이애나.
박아.
다이나 높을.
안녕하세요.
아 타워 쳐봐.
Diana no flash, Tao.
끝났다.
I think we know what he said there.
범부야.
아 괜찮아 범봐 맞아. 이래서.
We hopefully now also get the best possible combination of interviewees.
I'm assuming it has to be Showmaker.
나이스.
Wow. Just incredible intensity. Let's have a look at this damage graph. Yeah, Showmaker is able to out-damage a Poke Varus. And Ruler, once again, you know, it was the setup for the Ruler ending, but just wasn't to be Set Diana also falling down. Rascal's famous Renekton not able to get it done. But damn, it's just a joy, honestly, this whole series.
It was, and this is a feeling that I've had more often, but like tonight, it didn't feel like a 2-0. It felt like we played an entire, at the very least, full game best of 3 in the span of 2 40-minute games.
It was, the intensity level was very high. Extraordinarily high. Let's have a look at the POG, give it over to Showmaker, who's obviously going to get it. 3-0-15 on the LeBlanc. He was filling all of those pages, even gets the 2-0 and gets to go home. This is the dream evening for Showmaker. Close to 1,000 DPM on the LeBlanc too, which ain't bad.
On LeBlanc, you know, it's a champion that the entire kit kind of requires.
I haven't seen DPM numbers on LeBlanc like that in a really long time, if ever.
I thought you were going to say the unthinkable and talk about, you know,
No, would never do
can't do that.
Would never do that?
Not allowed, and man, Damwon Kia, the crispness of these team fights, the shot calling, is something that even, I think, in the games where they played decently well, we've not seen of this level, like this cutthroat. And Showmaker is the best example of this, because I talk about the rest of Damwon Kia, not having the greatest time. Showmaker never really left. If I'm being completely honest, I feel like he was the best player at MSI. I feel like he's been the best,
I think so
most performing player in this team for a while now. So why did he only get 7 votes?
Yeah, a few going over to Khan, who did have a great
played
performance.
Really well. I get it.
Our observers being weird, as per usual. Jonah Strong throwing one out there. Just the random vote over to Canyon, who did play out Viego jungle exceptionally well, right? He's brought him up to a 50% win rate. That's an increase of 50%. Really impressive. And as I'm doing some maths, let's throw it over to the interview. So here's Jason.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason with the very last interview translation of the week, and I'm here joined by the POGs on the side of Damwon Kia, Khan, and Showmaker. You guys are the first team to defeat Genji in the Summer Split. How are you feeling? While we were waiting, we were watching the LPL match and the undefeated team actually lost. So we had this feeling that today will be the day the undefeated getting defeated. So I'm glad that we were able to pull it off. We saw EDG losing, so I was like, EDG just got defeated. Maybe we can make it happen as well. And it happened, so it feels great. Showmaker, you role swapped back to the mid lane. How's that? You know, everyone miss home, you know? You always get homesick. I was leaving some abroad down on the bottom lane. I get back home. It feels so great to be my home. After that Nongsim series, you guys stepped up so much. What was the main feedback about? In the Nongsim series, when we were playing, I kind of felt so bad, you know? I was feeling so unwell, so I played so bad in game 2 and 3. So you have to really take care of yourself as a professional player, you know, always taking care of yourself is also a really important factor as being a professional player side. Also, when I went back and kind of tidy up my routine of my daily life, but other than that, I think everything remained the same. I think we just, you know, came online and put up a really good fight. Yeah, you always have to take care of your health. So in game number 1, we had some phenomenal Viego performance. Your proficiency on the champion has been amazing. How did you practice that champion recently? I think the top tier champions are so important in game, you know, in the LCK matches. So you have to practice those champions. You have to practice the meta champions. So in Scream solo queue, I tried to practice, you know, Viego a lot, and I think that helped that helped me out a lot. Any tips over to the Viego players? Viego is a champion that cannot set up everything, so you need a really good team just like Damwon Kia. And good luck on that.
너무 립 서비스 아닌가?
I mean, Kwan is being too fake up here. You know, yo, keep it real.
정말 찰나의 순간이지만
Kwan,
브라움도 보여주시고 뭐
you
브라움은
turned
스킬
into
샷이
Braum
정말
and you were
예쁘셨어요.
landing all the
칭찬을
skills
서포
and
챔에 뭐다
put up a
잘하시고
really
못하는 게
massive
그냥
performance
너무
on the support
재밌어서
champion
너무
as well. Why are you good at everything? You know, I've been a professional player for so long, so I've played many different roles. I guess that helped me with the Viego play as well.
미안하단 말 하지 마라 이런 명언을
And Kwan, you also told your teammates you don't need to say something like sorry. So who were you saying that over to and why? So after the fight or a game, one of my players said, I'm sorry. So I don't think that's the mindset you need to have in order to prepare for the upcoming game. You know, if you feel sorry, it's so hard to focus on the upcoming game. So that's my experience, in my opinion. So I wanted my players to play without the burden. Showmaker, what did you feel when Khan was giving me some spiritual message? Well, I don't know if that cheers me up, but I think that is true indeed. Khan, any some inspiration message over to the fans as well? Everyone be happy.
그리고 이 경기에 상대 탑의 레넥톤과 세트 중에 어떤 게 나올지 모르는
So,
상황에서
in game number 2,
어떤 배경이
you
있을까요?
locked in Ornn when it could be either Renekton or Seth coming to the top lane. They picked Jinx in their 4th pick, and we were discussing what goes really well with Jinx. So Tomkins was the option, and Jinx Tomkins is actually can be, you know, reached by Ornn. You know, Ornn can actually get through the front line and reach Jinx and Tomkins in the back line. And with that Ornn pick, we actually forced Genji to pick their support champion as well. However, game 2 was so close, going back to back. What did the players see the whole situation? Other than not getting the Drakes, we kind of thought we were leading the gold. We thought we were leading the game as a whole as well. But here's the replay where Talman Kia solidified their lead and closed out the night. I mean, prior to this, I made some awful mistakes. You know, I W'd forward and poked, and like I was repeating that same play on and on in this game. So I got Genji was so mad about it. So they just wanted to punish me when I used my dash forward, but somehow I just survived. Nuclear was watching it in the analyst set, and he asked us to put it on the show on air for the interview as well. It was a clean 2-0 victory over Genji, and it was a reminiscence of Talman Kia of last year or last season. Is this a comeback of Talman Kia? I don't want to get ahead of myself. It's only a match, you know. 2 days ago, you know, we didn't really perform. But today, you know, we were able to show up and put up a really good fight. So we are doing our best to just play well consistently. So I hope the fans will continuously cheer us on. Your final opponent for the first round will be Leaf Sandbox. I think Fate is a talented player. He's really strong, so it's gonna be a very fun mid-lane matchup. We will prepare hard in order to secure the win. And you'll be facing up against Summit, the alpha laner, the romanticist in the LCK. Well, this is the era of being rational rather than being emotional, so I'm pretty sure I'm gonna win. This will be the end of the interview from Khan Showmaker, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the translation of the interview. And I think we do need a couple of days off now because, my gosh, that was enough excitement. That was definitely enough excitement. Let's have a look at the play of the day. It's going to be a tough choice, to be honest. It's been a lot of big ones. See from which series it's actually going to come from, as it will be from our last one, of course. Don't say sorry, I'll just carry. Khan, wise words of wisdom as he pops over this wall and just ends Genji's hopes and dreams.
He's just waiting. There we go. For exactly the right moment. And this is so pivotal because even if you don't get through like Klid and Life, basically immediately ended. right? And there's not really a lot they can do. Life stays alive for a little bit longer. And then the fact that he lives here, I think Roder, yep, that was an auto cancel.
Oh no.
Yeah. Would have not changed anything.
No.
Let's make that very clear. Oh, what a...
And now somehow, as we were talking about before, ㅣ2021 Kia find themselves in second place. They were, I believe, fifth,
yeah,
before this. And now a lot of the LCK has sort of stabilized a little bit. But still, Nongshim, they need to try and bounce back. Their loss, also a surprise today. It was definitely a day of upsets, but it was a day of a complete reimagining of what the LCK has been. Because yesterday, slow. Some may say a word that starts with B and ends with ing, but I don't want to say that in case my job's on the line. But today, just non-stop action, non-stop skirmishing, proactive play, exactly what we've been looking for. And I really hope that it continues, because that is the good League of Legends. That's the one that we want. And ㅣ2021 Kia, just my mind's blown. Let's have a look at next week, starting on Wednesday. Brennan Valdez and I have traded back our days as well, so I will see you on Wednesday. And finally, Chronicler gets some time with Valdez once again. Live Sandbox versus ㅣ2021 Kia. After this match right here, becomes very interesting with the up-and-coming Live Sandbox now up against what looks like a newly reinvigorated ㅣ2021 Kia that may have a different bot lane player. Gen.G versus T1. Can T1 ride the added momentum of a wounded Gen.G?
It's a big question. I think that while this resolidifies as Gen.G as the top two, right? I think it's too early to say that they're definitely above Gen.G now, even though this was a very
absolutely.
series.
I think that Gen.G should be considered the favorites in that match
still
as well.
So, yeah.
But, I mean, this would have been much worse if Gen.G just toppled ㅣ2021 Kia before heading towards it, right?
Exactly. But I love that even now, I'm like, there's so many teams where I don't know where they stand, right? Like, how good is KT really? Is Humble Live's upswing going to be enough? Or is it KT that's still going to maintain tempo?
Yeah.
How is Afrika versus Live Sandbox going to end up? This Nongshim T1 is amazing now that Nongshim dropped a game. T1 is kind of still stabilizing. Didn't look great yesterday. Like, whew.
Yeah, this is crazy. And you, Mr. Co-streamer gentleman, this is the challenges schedule. Live Sandbox versus Humble Life Esports. We'll see what ㅣ2021 Kia's challenger roster is going to look like this week as well. Starting, of course, tomorrow. So that will be definitely one to track. I believe it is after challenger that the players go up and down. But
I hope so.
Sure.
For them.
Oh, that's confusing.
Otherwise it would be rough.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it for us this evening. We'll see you back on Wednesday for more LCK and the conclusion of round one. We'll see you there. Good night.
Set me free. You break down the wall.